essence per focused skill. Glaxon Town. First, to clear the Glaxon Town Wild Dungeon, plus 2% to all stats, 50,000 greater essence. The Witness of Journey's End, unique. Reach at least a combined power level of 9 tiers and embody an ideal, plus 400 to all stats, plus 5% to all stats. Conclusion dominance, 100,000 greater essence. Evolved. Reach the Evolved Realm, plus 100 to all stats, 200,000 greater essence. Aspect Mastery. Master your aspect and improve it to Tier 9, plus 150 to all stats, 500,000 greater essence. 11th Dome. Defeat the leader of the 11th Dome, plus 500 to base intelligence and wisdom, plus 10% to all stats. Key to Chamber of Treasures, Irlier, 10,000 immortal essence. Dome Supremacy. First, to defeat a dome leader, plus 1,000 to all stats, plus 15% to all base stats, 20,000 immortal essence. Oasis of Insight. First, to clear the Oasis of Insight dungeon, plus 2% to all stats, 50,000 greater essence. Fruit of Jikarud's Insight. Face your inner self, plus 100 to base intelligence and wisdom, plus 500 to intelligence and wisdom, 20,000 greater essence. Lesser Crucible of the Mind. Go through a mental experience to improve your mind by forging it under unusual conditions based on your mind state. Plus 200 to intelligence and wisdom, plus 10% to all stats. Lesser Enlightened Mind perk, 20,000 greater essence. Ascended. Reach the Ascended Realm, plus 200 to all stats, 400,000 greater essence. Perks. Tinker's Mind, Path perk. Your mind is quickened, able to think faster than an ordinary human's, able to alter perception of time for the user. Gain plus 15% to intelligence. Strength of effect equal to 2 times your intelligence. Eternal Chi Control Master, Endless Threads, Path perk. Your Chi control is perfect, your ability without peer. You are able to finely manipulate your Chi and use as many techniques as you want at the same time. Each technique after the third has its Chi cost increased by 25%, and the cost increases by 5% with every additional technique. Additionally, every technique beyond the third slows down your Chi speed by 5%. Your Chi speed is increased by 200%, and your control is dependent on your wisdom stat. Your Chi is so finely manipulated and your conduits and core perfectly aligned that nothing leaks out, making it difficult for other cultivators to detect your Chi manipulation without aid. Gain plus 40% to wisdom. You weave endlessly, holding all until the end. Indomitable, title perk. You are immune to all mind-altering effects from opponents on a lower tier of power than you. Reaper's Aura, title perk. You can no longer be scanned by any abilities, techniques, or skills from people who are on the same or lower tier of power than you. You may manifest the Reaper's Aura, filling all within your presence with dread. Great Hunter, contract perk. Any person whose blood you have drawn is marked by your power. The mark allows you to track them no matter the distance between you. Void 9 Chi, aspect perk. Your Chi passively enhances your body with the essence of the void, making any foreign essence in your body disintegrate. The speed of the effect depends on the power of the foreign essence. While void Chi is moving through your body, you are less susceptible to movement-restricting effects. Tracking and scrying powers are less effective on you. The power of the effect depends on the strength of attack. Gain plus 25% to strength and wisdom. Void Aura, Oblivion's Persistence, path perk. Manifest your Chi in the form of an aura around you, dealing void damage equal to 1.7 times, 0.2 times, your wisdom per second. Anything marked by the void chi takes an additional half of total damage dealt over the next 4 seconds. Gain plus 15% to wisdom. Oblivion endures. Eternal Hunter, Reaper. Unique perk. You hold the essence of the twin aspects of true death. You are one part of two and are inescapably linked with your other half. Your mind is linked with that of your other half, allowing you to speak to and sense each other regardless of the distance between you. You gain Death Mark. Anything with a soul killed by you has its soul completely destroyed and returned to oblivion. You gain the ability to sense death. You gain the presence of the Eternal Hunter aura. When active, nearby beings, based on your intentions, suffer minus 25% to all regenerative effects and minus 25% to total stats. Half of the drained stats are granted to you, the other half to the scythe. Astral Eyes, Sights Unseen, Path Perk. You have achieved a great power, and your eyes reflect your achievement. Their appearance reflects your inner spirit. You are no longer able to see the real world. Instead, you see a world in between the ethereal and the real realms. Allows you to see class, cultivation, and skill, as well as power currents. Increases the clarity of your sight. You gain plus 15% to vitality, intelligence, and wisdom. You thrive in the darkness, and now your blind eyes see what others cannot. Send Thought, Contract Perk. You and your contracted partner are able to send thoughts to each other regardless of distance. Unyielding, Unique Perk. Your body is highly resistant to physical damage and can function at peak condition in all states, even after it is damaged beyond the point where most would falter. From nothing to the end of all, Path Perk. Your soul transforms into a pure piece of oblivion. Your physical body is transformed into void energy-based matter. It will retain human-like appearance and sensations, retaining all the gifts of Mu, but it will no longer function as one. You will no longer need to breathe or eat food, but will need to consume void chi or essence. Reproduction will only be possible through the use of powers. Upon destruction of your vessel, or upon suffering critical soul damage, your soul will be transported to the closest void or related type essence plane for recovery. Time to full recovery depends on vitality and wisdom stats. Current, 8 years. Upon recovery, you will be able to reconstruct your body and leave the essence plane. Your soul can survive without access to the void or related essence for only a short time. If your soul is deprived of that type of essence or prevented from entering an essence plane, you will die a true death and return to nothingness. Gain plus 15% to wisdom and endurance. Without a beginning and without an end, you are an agent of oblivion. Field of 1,000 Cuts, Skill Perk. Your My Foes Torn Asunder allows for great devastation. Once per day, you may create a field of 1,000 cuts all around you, creating spatial tears in a 20-meter radius that will cut any foe that nears them, dealing damage equal to 20% of your current strength. One spatial tear can only deal damage once before disappearing. Undetectable except by special perceptions. Gain plus 10% to strength. Adept Conduits, Path Perk. Your chi conduits are made for greater control, allowing for the extreme command of chi through conduits. Gain plus 10% to wisdom. Total Knowledge, Skill Perk. Your My Sphere Total Clarity allows you to sense even the smallest changes in a sphere around you. Once per week, you may activate Total Knowledge to gain complete understanding of the position of everything relative to you. The effect will last for 10 seconds. Size of the sphere depends on will. Gain plus 10% to intelligence. Conclusion dominance. Title perk. Once per 3 months, for 3 minutes, you may see the strings of future probability of all reality in a 300-meter radius around yourself. By expending your will, you can bring/cause a false end to any and all things by cutting the string, no matter the plane of reality. The amount of will necessary and the difficulty of cutting the string increases with length of the probable future, power disparity, opposing will, size of target. Upon the duration's end, if possible, the cut strings will be reconnected and returned to the previous path and state. The changes may be irreversible, as everything, including reality itself, ends some place and some time. Wolf Clause. Contract perk. You can draw upon your contracted partner's power. Once per day, you may summon crystallized blood claws on your hands. The claw's durability depends on your contracted partner's power. Mark of the Endless Core. Oblivion Well. Unique perk. Your core is endless. It can encompass the whole of oblivion. Its physical size is set and will never change. The interior of your core can be deepened endlessly. Your current core size is equal to 150% of your original core size, and your chi regeneration is equal to 80% of the original core's regeneration. Drawing in essence past the point of it being full will deepen your core's size. Cycling has greater benefits. Each cycle increases your core size by an extra 5%. You can convert drawn-in essence to chi and replenish your core as long as the essence is of the same aspect as your chi and it is tier 6 or higher. Gain plus 50% to wisdom. Forged in Stars. Bond perk. Any item worn by the user gains plus 50% to its durability. Greater Swift Mind. Path perk. Your mind is swift. Your thoughts travel at increased speed. Gain plus 500% to thinking speed. Increases the ability to alter your perception of time by 200%. Gain plus 15% to intelligence. Evolved Form. Wolf of the End. True Death of All. Path perk. Assume your evolved form, that of the Wolf of the End. Your body turns into a giant wolf made out of your chi aspects, your form gaining the properties of the chi used. Current. Void/stillness. Everything you touch will start to disintegrate, and the essence in your surroundings slowly has its state brought to stillness. Gain plus 40% to wisdom. Gain plus 100% to all stats, and your ability to sense death increases by 200%. All techniques cost 60% less, and you gain plus 50% to technique speed. Gain plus 20% to endurance and plus 20% to strength. You will see the end of all. Territory. Path perk. You may craft a territory separated from the real realm that you can physically enter. Master of Void. Path perk. You may exert influence on void essence around you. Gain plus 15% to endurance and plus 15% to wisdom. Key to Chamber of Treasures. Title perk. Your soul is marked with a key that will open a certain door. Lesser Enlightened. Title perk. Your mind is resistant to mind-altering effects and can function at moderate condition in all states, even after being damaged beyond the point where most would falter. Stillness 9. Chi. Aspect perk. Your chi passively enhances your body with the essence of stillness. Any forces or objects approaching you lose their momentum depending on their power. While stillness chi is moving through your body, all essence seeking to influence you is 20% less effective. Any techniques you use that utilize stillness chi will seek to bring any essence they touch to stillness. Gain plus 25% to endurance and wisdom. Adaptive Infinitum Chassis, Twilight of the End. Unique perk. Your body is forged for adaptive regeneration. It is made out of the void and stillness. You no longer suffer from stat impairment or sickness. You no longer have endurance. Your previous endurance stats and bonuses are added to your vitality, and you can never gain any more endurance. Endurance-based effects don't work for you. As you have no endurance, any force impacting you will damage you. The effects of your vitality on your base regeneration of all types are increased by 5 times. Your body constantly regenerates, and your passive regeneration drains your stamina. The more damage it needs to regenerate in order to keep your body whole, the more it drains. Anything that pierces your body will immediately start the adaptive regeneration process. The stillness of your body will still an attack and still the expansion of a wound, and void will start destroying any foreign essence and start regenerating your body, draining your stamina and chi. Anytime you are damaged, your vitality scales and increases based on the amount of damage suffered. The higher the damage you suffer, the higher the boost to your vitality, starting at a range of 2 times to 100 times. The disadvantageous effects of stillness and void no longer apply to you. Your void and stillness effects are 30% more effective outside your body. You are able to halt your momentum instantly and can ignore the effects of gravity on your body. Adaptive regeneration allows your body to adapt to any harm after regenerating. Suffering the same manner of attack again will have your body adapt and compensate, decreasing the effectiveness of the attack. Each successive attack of the same damage type you take reduces the damage you receive by that type by -20% additively. Second attack, 80% damage. Third attack, 60% damage. Fourth attack, 40% damage. Fifth attack, 20% damage. Sixth attack, 0% damage. The effect lasts for 3 minutes, and the timer is reapplied with each instance of attempted same manner of damage. Gain plus 50% to wisdom and plus 130% to vitality. That which does not kill me makes me stronger. Cultivation. Path of the Final End. Masterwork. Stage. Early Ascended. Aspect. Void, 9. Stillness, 9. Base Technique. Mantle of Gathering Twilight. Branch Technique. Twilight Cutting Void Flicker. Fruit Technique. Final End. Cultivation. Path of the Unbreakable Wall. Relic. Stage. Peak Heavenly. Base Technique. Twilight Shaping Cast. Branch Technique. Field of Twilight's Calm. Fruit Technique. Avatar of the Twilight Reaper. Passive Skills. Celerity. Perfect Resonance Sense. My Sphere, Total Clarity. Enhanced Adaptation. Enduring Trained Body. Greater Restoration. Active Skills. Perfect Cut. My Foes Torn Asunder. Pouncing Rush. Target Mark. Divided Mind. Mind Shield, evolved to Greater Mind Shield, evolved to Mental Fortitude. Strength, 6425. Dexterity, 5450. Vitality, 16,870. Intelligence, 8515. Wisdom, 13,312. Chapter 27. Travel.
"This is the stupidest idea that I have ever entertained,"
Tully grumbled, not for the first time. They had passed into the Midnight Rain sect's territories yesterday and into a deep forest thrown into darkness. Not even the moonlight penetrated here. They were keeping their presence hidden. Ryun was practicing his void manipulation. His peak-evolved perk had granted him the ability to influence the void essence around him with much more finesse than what he had done previously. Since he had lost his Silent Hunter perk, He was trying out new ways of being stealthy. The void already protected him somewhat, but he was going a step further. He was releasing a constant stream of void chi from his entire body, just letting it go, and then he influenced it after it moved away, creating a shroud around himself. It was so faint that the void could barely even be seen, at least according to Tali, though his eyes saw the void intermingling with all of the other essence around him. He was using the void to target only specific essences, which was far harder than he had thought it would be, but he'd had weeks of practice on their way here. They had taken the land route, extending their journey and taking the time to train Ryun's new body, and help Tali shake off her rust, as she prepared herself to attempt to grasp her own inspiration for the eternal realm. He was targeting only the essences of sound, light, and scent. He erased them as soon as their bodies made them, essentially erasing most of their presence. Tali was also using her sky aspect to catch anything that got past him, but he was proud of what he was accomplishing. He was even trying to exert his will on the essences around him himself and pull them toward his core, allowing his void to catch them before they went too far away. "It will be fine," Ryun responded to Tali. "Onrush said that we had a standing invitation. Besides, their sect head wanted to speak with us, and here we are, coming to him." They had left Onrush to deal with the sect. Ryun knew about the things in the background, but he wanted her to deal with them. She could handle it now. She just needed to get her confidence. There was no need to drag her out of the sect again.
How do you think they will react when we just appear in front of their doorstep? When they realize we have passed through 3 of their territories without noticing us?
"Relax, Tali," Ryun chided. "The 2 of us are likely the most powerful people for thousands of territories around. There isn't much they can do." Tali closed her eyes and groaned.
What did I tell you about ambushes? Anyone can fall, she told him sternly.
Ryun nodded, remembering what she had told him of her battle with Awirin. Not everyone can feel everything around them for kilometers. Both of us can. Tali turned and glared at him.
I could do that when I was ambushed.
Ryun conceded the point. Well, it's too late now. Tali grumbled. Any idea what kind of power this sect head has? Ryun asked after a few minutes of silence.
Based on what Onrush and Lesemetrius said, I can say only a few things with certainty. He has an undead body that focuses on high endurance and strength. Being undead would mean that his regeneration is low, but he would be unbothered by most wounds. Now, from what Onrush described about their fight...
Tali paused for a moment.
It could be formations or arrays, though I doubt it. The far more likely thing is that he has a preparation-heavy class.
A preparation-heavy class? Ryun echoed. Tali nodded.
Yes, something that allows him to put protections on himself, maybe with conditions. The way he reacted when Onrush got 2 of those threads, it has to be something like that. A weaver of some kind, weaving boundaries or condition-based traps. Judging by the power that Onrush described, most of them are probably on a pretty long cooldown, so it makes sense that he didn't want to waste more with their duel.
It makes sense?
From what I gather about this man, he is a planner, someone who rarely fights, but rather prepares for fights. And that makes him very dangerous. He could have spent centuries layering his threads, centuries of layering power over his body. If we had to fight him, we would first need to get through all of those defenses before we even had the opportunity to go after the real him. I wouldn't want to fight him, if I am being honest."
That surprised Ryun. Despite her talk about being ambushed and crippled, she had been very vocal about her power compared to everyone else in the sect. Ryun just said. He could see how it made sense. For all they knew, the man had thousands of such layers of protection on his body, and who knew what they could each do?
He was upset after Onrush managed to get only 2 of them, and judging by their power, I would say those were just the outermost layers, probably the weakest ones, too,
Tali said. Well, Ryun said, good thing we aren't planning on fighting him. Tali just grumbled again. Ryun turned his attention back to his void control. He was slipping, and he could see Tali's sky essence doing more of the work. They still had a couple of weeks of walking to do, which was just enough for him to get better. Chapter 28. Council. Repeshempsis was old by most standards, and his life had never been too violent. In the almost 700 years that he had been alive, he had fought in only 2 wars, 3 border skirmishes, and he had been in combat a handful of times outside of those situations. He was not someone who thrived in combat and conflict, who advanced through adversity. No, he was like most other people in the world. He advanced through prolonged periods of meditation, cycling, introspection, and contemplation. It was a slow form of advancement, but if you were lucky, if you managed to survive, if you persisted, you could reach far. He was an ascended realm cultivator, one of the most powerful beings in the world, and he had not reached so high by being reckless. His power relied on preparation, long preparation, centuries of it, but if he was to rate himself, he would place his power near the top of the world. That was not based on some arbitrary list, but just simply understanding of where he fit into the realms of power. Of course, his power had a big drawback. Once it was spent, it required centuries to once again reach that realm of power. His protections had been layered on top of him over hundreds of years, and it would take someone extremely powerful to manage to break through centuries of layered power. He could admit that he shied away from fights, as he didn't want to risk losing his layers. One could never know what the future would bring. He was already annoyed at himself for allowing a lowly raised cultivator to break 2 of his outer layers. True, he had grossly underestimated the sect leader from the Twilight Melody sect, but in his defense, he hadn't known that she had some very powerful items that obscured her power. He had not known that she was in the evolved realm, or that she had a full set of eternal items. He had nearly been tempted to kill her and take them, but then he didn't know where those treasures had come from. In hindsight, that should have been his first clue that what he believed was wrong. The 2 sect leaders, the 2 ascended realm cultivators, stood before him in his throne room. They'd been discovered, or rather they had revealed themselves at the entrance to his city. His warriors had dropped down on their knees before him, offering their lives for their failure, for failing to notice them before. His patrols, the defenses of his realm, something should have seen their approach, but there was nothing that he could do about it now. Their arrival had been both fortuitous and alarming. At least they hadn't shown any signs of aggression since arriving. They had followed his people and waited to be seen, and they had bowed to him as equals and shown the proper respect, offering greetings, and cited the invitation he'd given as the reason for their arrival. And now he waited for them to answer his simple question, "Why did you hide your journey?" He looked at them closely, trying to see what was not going to be said. The great ruler of the empty sky rolled her eyes, which made him blink, and then she did something that he never expected her to. She Slapped, yes, slapped the hand of the young ranker to her right.
"It was his foolish idea," she said with a sigh.
The ranker shrugged. It seemed like a good way to train my control and to evaluate a different way of moving stealthily. I assumed that your territories would be up to the challenge. We almost got caught twice. Rupesh blinked, slowly. There wasn't anything else that he could do. In that one instant, in that one exchange, he realized his mistake. He, like many, had assumed that the ranker was in service to Anatolian Farsola. His exploits at the tournament city had spread, but by now most believed them overblown. Still, he had become a leader of a sizable sect in the frontier, and as such was seen as qualified. Rupesh had reached out, as was his duty, but there had been no hurry. The Twilight Melody sect had delayed the meeting, but there had been time, years. When the reappearance of Anatolian Farsola, the ruler of the empty sky, occurred, it all made sense to Rupesh. A ranker who had reached the immortal realm on his own in just a handful of years? There was no way that such a monster existed. But one could certainly be raised that fast, and with the ruler of the empty sky conveniently a part of the sect. It made perfect sense. Anatolian had probably gone into seclusion. Her disappearance had birthed hundreds of rumors, from her just running off with a lover to her dying or just disappearing. Taking a few hundred years to seek inspiration, especially for the eternal realm, that was not unheard of, though many had given more credence to her being dead, especially since her sect had collapsed without her. But seeing them right now, together, he had made a mistake. He had known that something was wrong when everyone saw the notification that the Dome leader was dead. Some of the names on that list he was familiar with, others not. But Ryun Noct? He had known that name, and here he stood now, not an immortal or even an evolved, but an ascended realm cultivator, talking with Anatolian Farsola not as a student talked to a master, but something else entirely. "Training?" Rupesh said at last, not knowing what else he could say. Anatolian turned her head in his direction.
"Don't take it personally," she said. "He does this to everyone."
Ryun Noct's expression turned almost insulted, but he didn't argue or even turn his head in her direction. Rupesh couldn't quite tell if they were trying to insult him or if they were just so sure of themselves that they didn't care. He could believe it of Anatolian Farsola, but the ranker, a lot of people were going to be surprised. His own pride mattered, but he wasn't a fool enough to pick a fight with two ascended realm cultivators, even in his own domain. There was no need for him to spend his painstakingly layered defenses, and he would lose most of them, even if he somehow managed to win. No, he had gotten what he wanted, what his oaths required of him. He had already sent all of his attendants away. They were alone in the throne room, just the three of them. His formations were active, so no one could scry or listen in to this room. Rupesh stood and walked down his steps so that he stood in front of them. He towered over both of them, but the gesture was what mattered. "I have invited you here to speak on a delicate matter. Before I can say anything, you will need to agree to this." Rupesh sent over a contract. It was a simple one, as simple as things such as this could be. It would prevent him from sharing any information that he learned here with anybody else who wasn't part of the contract as well. Ryun Noct tilted his head as he read the contract. "Why would I agree to this?" Rupesh grimaced, then glanced at Anatolian. When he heard that she had resurfaced, he had assumed that she was in charge, which was why he had asked after her, too. If you don't, I will not be able to speak with you here, but only with ascended Farsola alone. Repesh inclined his head. Ryun frowned, but Anatolian's mouth made an expression of, "Oh."
It is still around?
Anatolian asked, surprised. Repesh blinked, but he had assumed that she had kept in touch, aware of developments, but perhaps not. "You know what this is about?" Ryun asked.
Yes,
Anatolian said slowly.
Might as well agree to the contract. We can't talk about it otherwise.
The ranker glanced in Repesh's direction, then accepted the contract. Repesh felt it settle, and then spoke. "The reason I've been wanting to speak with you is because I wanted to extend an invitation." Repesh paused for a moment. "To the Council of Sects." The ranker blinked. The Council of Sects. Repesh glanced at Anatolian, thinking that perhaps it would be better for her to explain. She seemed to understand his look as she then turned and looked the ranker in the eyes.
Some 400 years ago, just after our last big war with the other factions, we realized just how close to defeat we came. We were outnumbered and we were disorganized. In principle, we had created the sects to keep us all safe. We had created a culture that would focus us on advancement, on creating powerhouses. In the beginning, even though we were all allied, we didn't mesh well together. We nearly lost that war because we didn't have united rule. A dozen sects would cross their borders and raid guilds, towns, kingdoms, and another dozen would fight only in defense, never reaching beyond their territories, and a dozen more would hold their forces back, thinking that they could take advantage after the war was over. It was chaos, Anatolian said. Repesh remembered that time. He had to look away. He himself had been part of a sect that lost their territory to an invading kingdom. They had split apart, and Repesh had then come to the frontier. After that war, a few of us gathered together, and we agreed that that could never happen again. We made a council, a way for us to deal with issues that threaten the sects as a whole without losing our independence.
The ranker tilted his head, then turned to look at Repesh. "And why am I getting such an invitation?" "The council has grown since the time of Ascended Farsola. Any sect head deemed to hold substantial influence is invited. Your actions in the tournament city, as well as the growth of your sect in the frontier, were enough. Your name being on the list of people who have killed the Dome leader, and you now being an Ascended, that is more than enough." The ranker turned back to look at Anatolian. "You are a part of this council?"
All of the top sect heads are. The sects follow the strong, so there are not many, or rather there weren't many. When I last led a sect, so I am, yes. I suppose that losing a sect doesn't void your membership, considering the fact that the oaths were specific. It allows us to invite powerful, non-aligned cultivators as well.
Repesh nodded. "Yes, I am tasked with watching over this part of the frontier, reporting on the influence and power of the sects around the Midnight Rain sect. Your sect's rapid ascent was noted." Rupesh paused, looked at the man's eyes, then spoke again. "Will you accept?" "What does this even entail?" Ryun asked. "That you will work with other sects in case we are ever attacked, and that you will attend council meetings and give your opinions on issues. Giving an oath doesn't limit you in the ways you can act. You are still free to war on other sects, as long as you keep within the rules." Anatolian spoke right after him.
"You might as well agree," she told the ranker. "Having more influence is never a bad thing."
The ranker didn't look all that convinced, but eventually he asked to see the oath. Rupesh showed it to him. "And if I don't accept this?" he asked. "Nothing," Rupesh answered. "The contract you agree on forbids you from speaking with anyone who isn't in the know." The ranker thought about it for a while and then agreed. Rupesh shared the oath with him again, and the man accepted. "Good," Rupesh said. "A summit has been called by the Dragonheart sect, and both of you are invited." They blinked, then exchanged looks with one another.
"Of course we are,"
Anatolian said. The ranker just dipped his head.
"I am going to have to talk with people again, aren't I?"
Rupesh wondered what he meant by that, but then Anatolian spoke.
"And I am going to need to face everyone I knew 300 years ago, including a Wirren."
Ryun raised his head and met her eyes. "Yeah, yours is worse." The two ascended cultivators left his throne room, heading back to their sect to prepare for the trip. If Rupesh had been alive, he would have breathed a sigh of relief. They put him on edge with the casual way that they spoke, unconcerned by being within another's domain. He had even tried to put them off balance from the moment he had learned that they just appeared on his doorstep. He looked around. His eyes adapted to darkness, seeing everything in the dark room. He didn't think that they even noticed that there had been not even a flicker of light in the throne room. "I hate monsters like them." He shook his head. Now he had to prepare for his own departure. Chapter 29. Brilliance. Hero watched Zack as he climbed on top of a rock and gestured wildly. He couldn't take his eyes off him. He was learning so much, even though sometimes his lessons went to places that he couldn't quite understand. Hero wondered if others, those who were taught by the elites of this world, felt this way. He had learned that Zack, his guardian, was one of the strongest in the world, and that he had been part of the team that had killed the Dome leader. He had seen the notification, but he hadn't made the connection. He hadn't even remembered the name that he read back then. But just knowing that he was being taught by people who had defeated the monster that had taken his home. To be fair, Zack did most of the teaching, but Neha did some too. Mostly she interjected when Zack went on tangents, becoming fascinated by the essences around them. But who wouldn't be? There was so much power in essence that Hero couldn't wait to evolve his class, and Zack had promised that he would. They had even given him enough essence to level 50. Soon he would get his first class evolution, and he hoped it was going to be a good one. He didn't want to disappoint them. The essences are the basis of everything. All that you can see, all that you can feel, and more. Zack gestured with both hands, spreading them wide and opening his hands. You need to decide on an essence type, something that you feel can be a part of who you are. But how can I choose? I might not get the choice I want, Hero said slowly. Zack frowned, opened his mouth, then closed it quickly. His expression turned thoughtful, and then his eyes got the faraway look that he often got.
"All classes have requirements,"
Neha said from the side, and Hiro turned his eyes to look at her. She was sitting near the fire, preparing their meals. She glanced at him.
"Don't worry about that. I know enough requirements for the lower-tiered classes. Just think about what kind of essence you want to be tied to your class. That said, your starting class will influence what type of classes you can get in the future."
Hiro dipped his head down in shame. He had the survivor class, something that he had been almost forced to take. He didn't like it. It made him feel like a coward. His abilities and perks let him merely survive. He couldn't fight like Zack could.
"Don't be ashamed,"
Neha said, and he raised his head.
"There is nothing shameful about your class. Many of the rankers from the old worlds had that same class, and many of them had reached the infinite realm, having survived their old worlds."
Hiro blinked.
"Really?"
"Really." Neha smiled at him. He already suspected what kind of essence she had. Strange things happened around her. Sometimes it didn't move right. The shadows around her sometimes got darker when she walked by, too. Hiro turned to Zack, who blinked as he saw him looking.
"What is your essence?"
Hiro asked. Zack looked down at his hands as he answered. I rule over many, some more than others. So many essences, aspects of this world, but I see one more than all others." He trailed off.
"Which one?"
Hiro asked. Zack raised his head and looked straight ahead, over Hiro's head. His eyes were suddenly almost blazing with power. "Time. It moves so... How is it like this?" he whispered, almost harshly. His hand turned into a blade, dark green in color, and Hiro felt Neha stand up and start walking toward them slowly. Time. In the prison it was a copy, a pale imitation, yet it passed, mind tricking the mind, accelerating. But time itself, oh, how it moves. Can you see it? Can you tell? Zack turned his eyes back down at Hiro, and he smiled at him. Hiro didn't understand what he meant, but he could tell that he was getting lost in one of his waking dreams. Neha stepped close to him, her hands wide, and spoke.
"Zack, do you hear me?"
Neha whispered, trying not to upset him. He couldn't have picked the worst topic today. She should have known, should have steered Hiro's curiosity in another direction. Talking about essences helped Zack, but sometimes he got caught up on things that only his mind could understand. The only upside was that they were in the wilderness. The last time they had been in a village, and he had gotten obsessed with fire. She'd had to pay for the damages. They had decided, then, to keep to the wild on their trip to the sect lands. "Do you not see it?" Zack turned to look at her, and then his head swiveled and looked all around him.
"It's okay, Zack. It's just, well, time."
She didn't know if he really was seeing time essence, or if it was just a figment of his mind. She was pretty sure that he could somehow sense the essence, one way or another. "How could it be okay?" Zack returned, his voice almost hysterical. "It is wrong. Can't you see it? How is it so wide, so large? It can't be like this. It is not supposed to be. Shaped by will, but whose?
How many different ones? Each a different idea about a different thing, yet all still time? It cannot be. It shouldn't. Zack, look at me, Neha said, and the shadows around her trembled, her image taking form into shapes of hands and tails. Faint, but they were there if one looked closely enough. Her image was weak, but it was that of a shadow given form. Zack finally turned his eyes on her. How can different understandings shape something so vast? He whispered. He opened his mouth to say something else, then tilted his head as he noticed her shadows. A shadow given substance. I remember that. He got a step closer, then another, and then Neha was in front of him. She grabbed him and forced him to look her in the eyes. Let it go, Zack, she said slowly. He blinked, not understanding. His eyes studied her face, studying the essence of it. And then his eyes cleared, very slowly. Ah, he only said. I slipped again. We need to get to the Dragonheart sect as soon as possible, Neha told him. Zack nodded, agreeing. She glanced over his shoulder at Hero, looking at them with not fear. The boy worshipped them too much for that. He had been with them for years now, had grown into a young man, but he was still just so afraid. He didn't quite understand what was happening to Zack. He just knew that he lost himself sometimes. No one had taught the poor boy about focus madness, and she didn't have the heart to. He looked at Zack like he was his hero, and she couldn't take that away from him, not when he had lost so much already. Later that night, after Hero had gone to sleep, Neha sat next to Zack, and they spoke in low tones. We are too slow, Neha said. The teleporters between the sects and the other factions aren't open yet, and it will take us months to reach the Dragonheart sect this way. She didn't want to say it, but the child was slowing them down. She had tried to convince Zack to leave him with Gemheart's faction, but he felt responsible for him. We could push him to evolve his class, Zack said. He needs to grow stronger. It won't be enough, Neha argued. He would still not be able to keep up with us. Zack didn't say anything for a while, but then turned to look at her. Do you have a suggestion? Yes, I do, Neha answered. We are in the territories of the Halsoi kingdom. They are a small kingdom, on the edge of the core, but they are large enough that they will probably have many guild representatives in their capital. I suggest that we visit and purchase an airship, a small one. They had enough wealth for that. The rewards they'd gained from Hastur, as well as their other items, summed to a substantial amount, and she would trade anything that they had if she needed to. No, getting an airship wouldn't be a problem. Surviving the trip on it would. Neha had dismissed the idea initially for several reasons, the main one being that Zack's bouts made him volatile. Sometimes, at least. She didn't want to wake up in the middle of the night to see him dismantling the array that held them in the sky. If you think it is best. Zack nodded in agreement. She would need to watch him far more carefully, make sure that he didn't crash the ship, but she didn't have any other choice. With that, he turned his eyes to the forest around them. Neha studied him for a while, and then spoke. Do you really see it? Or is it just your mind tricking you? Zack turned back to look at her, then tilted his head. See what? Essence, Neha said. Are you using your ability? Zack shook his head. Sometimes. The ability lets me see, but I don't like it. It feels like it lets me see, but narrows my vision.
Neha didn't understand what he meant.
How could you see otherwise?
How could I not? Zack asked back. What are skills? Just ways of improving what we can all already do. Everything is essence. We are essence. All our sensations are just the interactions between them, the effects that come from contact. Zack raised his hand, showed her his palm, then placed it against the ground. There. I am sensing earth essence. Neha blinked.
That's not what you...
She trailed off when he smiled. For a moment, she feared that she had nudged him when perhaps she shouldn't have, that perhaps he would go into the deep again, but his eyes seemed clear. Is it not? Perks, skills, abilities, and techniques. They can all let you interact, control, and see or sense essence more effectively. But you are always sensing it, always interacting with it, Zack whispered. Then he closed his eyes. Sometimes, when I lose myself, I feel so much closer to it all, as if I can glimpse into something more. I don't know if it is just my madness playing tricks on me, but when I come out of it, there is always a sense of failing to grasp something, as if it had just slipped through my fingers. Neha didn't say anything as he made a grasping motion in front of his face. I can feel the wind on my skin, Zack whispered. I feel my soul buried deep inside. And time. These are the three that are part of my attunement, that are closer to me. They had been, even in Haster's prison, even though they were fake. They feel like they are so much more here. In the moments like these, I don't feel like there is anything really different. Time moves faster here, but in the prison it felt... I don't even know how to explain it. It was both slower and faster. It didn't feel like the time that exists here, as if its rules were different. I don't feel what I feel when I lose myself. Perhaps it is just madness playing tricks on me. I don't know, Neha said, trying to remember how her own madness had felt. I didn't feel like that. I just had urges that forced me to be more of what my focuses shaped me to be. Zack nodded. The Lord of Aspects, a class for someone who knows and understands essences, a cultivation path of the lightning blade, and two skills, one that cuts through time, and the other that lets me see all flaws, even in essence. I've always enjoyed, or no, I don't know if you can call it enjoyable, not when you have nothing else better to do, but I've always sought to understand essence. And in the prison, I felt like it is all the same as it was there, but also different. It was all fake, all just made out of mind essence, Neha said. It isn't just that, Zack argued. I don't know how to explain it, since I don't know what it is myself, and I can't trust what my madness tells me. But it is as if the rules that existed inside the prison are just a part of the greater whole here. What the essence of wind was in the prison still applied here, but there was more in this world, as if the nature of the essence, the concepts behind that aspect, were malleable. Neha nodded. Your understanding can shape what your aspect is like, how it acts. How? Zack whispered. And most importantly, why? Neha had no answer for him. After a few minutes of silence, she urged him to sleep. He didn't need it, just as she didn't, but she still forced him to. It helped him keep himself together. She pulled out a sleeping potion and had him drink it. It wouldn't work on him for long, an hour at most, though it had started at 5 hours. He was becoming more and more resistant to it. They would need to find a different one soon. The city of Lu was a day's walk away. She hoped that they found what they were looking for there. She didn't know how much longer he had before the madness consumed him. Chapter 30. Airship. Neha watched Zack as he sat on the ground, his eyes closed, his hands in front of him as if they were trying to grasp something there. After a few minutes, he finally sighed and opened his eyes, disappointed. "What are you trying to do?" Neha asked. Zack turned to look at her, for a moment almost looking like he didn't expect her to be there, but then he recovered. "I'm trying to make a skill," Zack said, "though I don't even know what I need." "What kind of skill?" I need something to help me understand time. My strike is too powerful, has too much of a drawback. I need something simpler." "What about your time blade?" "No." He shook his head. "It is too rigid, and the time that it uses is set. I am trying to understand something broader." "And you aren't having any luck?" Zack shook his head. "It is elusive. It came so easily to me before, but now I don't know why I can't do it. When I escaped the prison, I felt filled with might, with power. I reached and grasped whatever I wanted. And now that is lacking. My willpower is recovered, and I feel that my strength is back to where it was back then, but something is missing, and I don't know what." Neha had tried not to talk too much about the past. Most of the last 3 years they had spent getting to know each other again, looking after Hiro, trying to find a way to help him. He hadn't spoken much about how he had gained all these skills, aside from telling her that he had simply made what he wanted, which was insane. "Perhaps it's something else, then," Neha suggested. Keeping him occupied by anything was always better than letting his mind wander. It often wandered too far down the spiral. "I don't know what it can be," Zack said, clearly frustrated. "I need to know." "What about... Do you remember what parts of yourself you locked into those skills that you made or evolved?" She had tried to ask him about that once before, but he had gotten distracted by Earth Essence. It was something that she needed to know in order to help him more. I remember," Zack said, but she wasn't convinced. "Do you remember what you sealed before the prison?" Neha asked. Zack blinked, then spoke. "I want to protect those whom I care about, those whom I love, always. I will never stop trying to be better. I will always move forward. I will fail, but I will never stop trying to do good." Neha was glad that he remembered at least that much. She hoped that, by reminding him about it, he could try to anchor himself. If not to remember his past, then at least to remember what he wanted to be. "And after?" Neha asked. Zack tilted his head and closed his eyes. "I will always remember the past, even when it hurts. No, not that one. I remember those words carved into the wall, but it was not part of what I sealed inside of myself. I almost did seal it, but I couldn't. I didn't remember." Neha didn't say anything when he grew silent. She let him work through it all by himself. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked as if he was trying to remember something. I will never break. I need to learn. Those two, They are the big ones, the anchors that hold my two great skills. The rest, they were small things, what I felt in the moment. Love of the sword, 1,000 voices as one, the joy of noise, I don't know, I can feel them, but I don't. She saw him becoming agitated, and she worried that he would slip again. She stepped up closer, put her hand on his. She squeezed it, then forced him to look at her. "It's okay, Zach. You don't need to remember right now," she told him. He shook his head and slowly calmed down. His skills were his highest focus now, and most of his madness came from them. I need to learn. That one had to be pushing his class, making him want to learn about all essences. I will never break. She didn't know if this one was helping him or hindering him, and she doubted she would have time to figure it out. For now, the only thing that she could do was wait. The city of Lu was small compared to the largest cities Neha had visited in the past. It was nothing compared to Dal Devor, to the jewel of the empire, or even Emaros, but it was sizable enough that it was busy, that she could see caravans making their way through the main streets, their guards looking relieved to have reached their destinations. The world was a far more dangerous place these days. The wars had changed things. It was strange to her. These people had struggles, but in the end they had never encountered the Taken or the Dome monsters, the greatest dangers in their world right now. To them, they were just some faraway threat that would never reach their lands. She envied them that. In a way, they had far more freedom than she did, at the price of not knowing the truth, of not being prepared for what could come to their door. They were walking down its streets now. She had already scouted the city and informed herself about their laws and any dangers that they might encounter. Her first visit she had made in her Revzer form, walking around, pretending to be a simple traveler, talking with people in the city. Their kingdom was a small one, and their main exports were items, and they had 6 dungeons that they farmed often, which meant that they had a sizable adventuring population. Her second visit was at night, lurking through the shadows. There were several gangs in the city, controlling different areas of the city. The Thieves' Guild had representation, but from what she saw she believed that they liked to be very discreet. She made sure to know where every threat could be. She wasn't about to let Zack into a city filled with hundreds of thousands without knowing everything in advance. She had to reduce the risks of him being set off at all costs. There wasn't anyone in that city that could match him, and if his madness hit him hard enough, he wouldn't forgive himself the death that he could cause. He might not remember what was to him a distant past, but he was the same person. He only had the power to enforce what he believed in now, to protect people, to be better. It was why he had taken Hero under his wing, and why she knew that his madness was hurting him so. It wasn't just the descent that he was powerless to stop, but the knowledge that he could do things that he didn't want to. She understood that feeling, too, and she wasn't going to let him fall. She had a route planned already, and she led them down the streets at a brisk pace. Both Zack and Hero were looking around. The kid had not seen many large cities. She remembered him being enamored by Gemhart's home. There wasn't much to see here, though, other than mere buildings and people going about their day. She purposefully led them away from any merchant shops, from the bazaars, and anything else that might trigger Zack's curiosity. She feared that the airships themselves would occupy his attention, but she couldn't leave him alone. They made their way to the airship shop, which had a large shop front with a suitably large lobby. They entered the empty building and saw a man sitting behind one of the counters, a drake, with his head leaned on his hand as he doodled something on a piece of paper with his other. He looked bored. She did notice that the other counters were empty, and she knew that the shop had been forced to scale down their operation. She had scouted the shop on both her trips, had asked around about it, and pieced together what had happened. Most of their airships had been bought or appropriated by the kingdom's military over the last few years when the wars started, after the tournament. But now people didn't have the funds to buy any, and their main supplier had been a kingdom that had been conquered. The faction no longer existed. She knew that they still had some airships available, but what she didn't know was how many and of what kind. She had scouted their storage facility from the outside, but hadn't entered. It had some pretty good protections on it, and she hadn't wanted to risk it. They approached the counter, and the worker didn't notice them, his eyes completely occupied by his work. That was surprising. He probably had a class that helped him in his work, and he shouldn't lack in powers that were meant for awareness of his surroundings. A good salesperson knew everything that happened around them. Neha cleared her throat, and the Drake startled. His head slipped from his hand, and he nearly hit the table with it. Then he turned to look at them. "Oh," he exclaimed. "Sorry, I didn't notice you there," he said, stuttering the last word. She saw him blink as he took in her appearance. She was in her base form, an amalgamation of many different races and bodies. She could even tell what he was thinking, probably suspecting her of being a cultivator. His eyes slid from her to Zack, and then to Hero. They were not a common sight, but the man quickly recovered. "How may I help you?" He tilted his head. "We are here to inquire about purchasing an airship," Neha told him. His expression immediately changed, and he stood up, smiling. "You've come to the right place. I'm Zarki. Come this way, quickly. We have only a limited amount of vessels available, unfortunately, but demand is high these days," he said as he led them away through the back door and into a large warehouse, which was obviously made to hold dozens of airships of various sizes. There were suspended anchors and walkways all over it, with berths that would hold them now empty. "You won't be able to find anything else anywhere close to here." Neha suspected as much. The man was obviously trying to make their situation out to be better than it was. Demand wasn't high at all, but she didn't comment. He led them to the end of the warehouse, up on the walkway, and to 3 berths. "Here they are. Beauties all," Zarki said. There were small plates filled with information about the ships in front of each one, alongside their prices, but she first took a look at the ships themselves. One was immediately out of the question. It was the rightmost one, too large for what they needed and far too expensive. It was a white airship, shaped like an arrow, sleek, and made out of some kind of metal. She saw defensive and offensive arrays lining its surface, and 2 crystals at the end of it that probably were what made it fly. Different types of airships achieved flight in different manners. If she wasn't mistaken, those were some type of air or wind crystals, and under the right circumstances they would be able to carry a ship up into the air. It was a closed-form ship, which made it defensible. It was over 200 meters long, and probably just as wide at its widest point. It really was far too costly, too. They had enough wealth to buy it, in that it wouldn't bankrupt them, but she was reluctant to pay 25,000 immortal essence for it. It was a flying warship, a small one, though probably not up to par with the better ones out there, but still. "The Wind Arrow Mark III, Zarki said. "It is a 50-year-old design, but its drive makes it able to keep up with many of the modern and far lighter airships. Plus, it has several powerful Tier 7 arrays, both for defense and offense." That was powerful for an airship. "That isn't really what we are looking for," Neha said.
Something smaller and faster is our preference." Zarki looked disappointed for a second, and then shook his head. "I'm never going to sell the damned thing," he said with a sigh, but then led them to the other two. These were much better choices. One of them was obviously a luxurious mobile palace. It was a circular platform, perhaps 50 meters in diameter, with earth layered on top of it and a small house built at the back. The front was taken up with a beautiful garden with colorful flowers, and one tall tree with bright blue leaves. Beneath the platform were the actual airship components. There were 4 large turbines which would provide thrust, along with a series of arrays attached to them. She saw no defensive or offensive arrays, but that didn't mean that it didn't have them. "Herondy Garden," Zarki started. "It has 2 powerful defensive arrays that can cover the entire ship, and also one that can create a weather sphere. No weapons, but it can be fast in short bursts. A good ship if you are looking for a mobile home. The house comes equipped with everything that you need: furniture, kitchen, even a waste removal system." Before he could continue, Zack stepped closer to the railing and narrowed his eyes. "That tree, what is it?" Zarki blinked, but then immediately covered his surprise with a smile. "Good catch," Zarki said. "It is a special tree that grows only in the Herondale Valley. It increases the quality of life essence around it, making healing easier when near to it. The entire line of these ships had, in its early stages, been envisioned as mobile healing houses. It was later decided that there wasn't too much profit in trying to sell to healers, as there were too few of them who traveled around. Still, the trees remained a key component of the airship design. It will still benefit anyone on board, giving them a slight boost to healing effects." That was impressive and useful. She saw Zack's eyes glimmer, and she realized that the tree had drawn his attention. She caught his arm and pulled him away. "And the last one?" she asked as she led Zack to it, Hero hurrying to follow behind them. Brahm's legacy," Zarki grimaced. "I don't know if you want that thing." "Why not?" Neha asked. It was the simplest looking of the 3. It had the general shape of a human-built water-faring ship. Made out of wood, it had a curving, narrowing front and wider back. It was perhaps only 10 meters long and less than half that wide. It was not a large airship. She saw that the back part held a small raised and covered area on top where the controls were, and it had a door that led inside that raised area and probably below deck as well. It had 2 sails, both in sections like a fish fin or a strange wing, and attached to the sides of the ship instead of the center mast that a traditional ship would have. All in all, it didn't look impressive at first glance. Neha, however, could tell that the ship was made of quality high-grade wood. Plus, she could see a large exhaust-looking thing at the back with 2 large box-like metal attachments that were probably arrays. "Well, it is an essence sink, for one," Zarki answered. "It runs on essence crystals, mid-tier ones, and very specific ones. It requires anything sky-related, and it has exactly 0 defenses. All of its arrays are for maneuverability and speed. Now, don't get me wrong, it is fast, probably one of the fastest things in the skies, but without any defensive arrays, well, few people can survive a trip in it at full speed. Unless you have over 5,000 endurance, it will crush you like a grape under a foot. Few can make use of its full capabilities. True, it is a human design, so it is also capable of traversing on water, which can save you some essence, but it isn't nearly as maneuverable on it as it is in the air." She looked at it with a different expression now. That much speed would let them get places faster.
True, with Hero they probably wouldn't be able to go as fast as they wanted, unless they figured out a way to protect him, but it wouldn't be a problem for her or Zack. She looked at the price, just over 8,000 celestial essence. Still expensive, and it would be more expensive with the fuel that it needed, though the auction was always filled with air-related essences, and they weren't exactly strapped for funds. Neha turned to look at Zack. "So, what do you think? Which one do you like?" Chapter 31. Skills. Neha kept her eyes closed and enjoyed the sensation of the wind on her face and hair with a smile. She had traveled by airship before, but this was a completely different experience. The ship was small, around 10 meters long, and looked like an old human-built ship. The back had a raised platform with a maneuvering wheel on top, where Hero stood with a wide smile on his face. The child had really taken to driving the ship, and it wasn't like any of them knew more than he did. Flying it wasn't hard at all. It was made to be simple and easy to use for anyone. Besides, it wasn't like he had much to do other than keep their direction straight. In the days since they'd left the city of Lu, they had already crossed far more territories than they would have in weeks of travel, and they weren't even using anything near the ship's best speed, as Hero couldn't handle it. Still, at this pace they would reach their destination in days, compared to the months that it would have taken on foot. Her smile slipped as she felt something stir the shadows below deck, and she turned around. She waved at Hero, grabbing his attention. "I'm going down," she yelled up at him over the noise of the wind. "Yell if you need us." Hero nodded enthusiastically. He loved the wind, and flying, too. She opened the doors that led into the small, narrow hallway, with 2 doors on either side, each having a small cabin. She and Zack took one, while Hero had the other. It was cramped for them, but at least it provided some of the privacy that they had lacked for years. She walked past them and then down the stairs that led below deck. The darkness didn't bother her, nor did it bother Zack. She found him at the back of the ship, sitting next to the large engine and the arrays attached to it. He had gotten very interested in how the arrays worked, and she thought that studying them would be a good distraction for him. Of course, she always monitored him with her shadow sense. She couldn't let him start dismantling them. Her sense was only a Tier 3 skill, but ever since she had started forming her image, it had become much stronger. She had been debating about evolving it further, but there was no need for it now. She found Zack looking at a spread of skill tomes in front of him. A large pile was all over the floor, while he had 2 in his hands, glowering at them. She could tell that he was agitated and could hear him muttering to himself. "This is wrong." He threw one of the tomes across the room, and she winced as it hit the wall. It was a basic skill tome, but she had paid for it. On Zack's request, she had gone to Lu's Adventurers Guild and purchased as many of the basic skill tomes as she could. The wardens no longer existed, not in any real way, but their badges still accorded them some benefits. She didn't spend a lot on them. They were cheap, though somewhat regulated. It still pained her to see him throw it across the room. "What's wrong?" Neha asked as she walked over to him. "This one is wrong, too," he whispered harshly. As he was about to throw it, she reached out and stopped him, then gently pried the tome from his hand. "Tell me what is bothering you. What is wrong about them?" Neha said slowly. Zack grimaced, then turned and met her eyes. None of them are what I need." Neha didn't understand what he meant, but still, she took a seat next to him and looked at the skill tomes on the floor. They were all the most basic skills, the common and uncommon ones, in total. Stagger, jump, gaze, double step, increase internal heat, increase regeneration, and dash, which meant that the one that he had thrown away was intimidate. She didn't know why he needed them, nor what he wanted to do with them.
"And what do you want them for?"
Neha asked. Zack's face turned frustrated.
"I need a skill to help me understand time, and why it is wrong here. I need to know, to learn."
The heat in his voice made it clear to her that it was his madness that was currently driving him. Learning, trying to advance and become better was not a bad thing, but Neha knew the danger that he faced. His madness pushed him, and the more it affected him, the more he would lose grasp on anything and everything other than his goal. It was the curse of those afflicted with madness. They could gain great power because they usually became so focused on the thing that their focuses want of them. They became great and powerful, but they also turned into monsters that cared only for their own selfish desires. If he continued down this path, he would slowly lose himself in his pursuit of knowledge, and she didn't know how to help him.
"What kind of skill?"
Neha asked. If she could help him make progress, perhaps it would alleviate his need, at least for a while. She had to try.
"Something that lets me grasp time, lets me take it and use it so that I can learn it better. A skill that can affect it," Zack said. I don't know if any skill can do that, Zack. Basic Tier 1 skills that can manipulate time? I don't know if there is one."
Or at least that's what she thought. She had never really focused much on other essences. Her skills had always been made for shadows. Zack snorted.
"Of course there are,"
he said as he picked up one of the tomes and showed her Increase Regeneration.
"This is one I could easily turn into a skill that uses time. This one increases the rate at which a person's recoverable stats regenerate. Healing, stamina, mental. I could improve it, get it to 2nd or 3rd tier, higher even, and make it so that instead of boosting regeneration, it simply accelerates it, or perhaps somewhere down the line, make it so that it restores me to a previous state, or even jumps into the future where my stats are recovered. That is not the issue. This is just not what I need. It is a limited application of time, not what I am seeking. I need something that shows me more. That is too simple."
Neha didn't quite understand what he meant, but she was surprised by his insights. It made sense to her, the way that he thought about evolving skills, merging them with types of essence that he wanted. In truth, all of them were already tied with essence, and so perhaps he was right. There might be skills that already made use of time essence.
I need things like waiting, or perhaps something else that is directly made for time, not just something that merely uses it. My great skills are both tied to it, though one less than the other. I strike through time, the past, the present, and the future. I focused and saw all flaws. I saw them in the past, such that even before I gaze upon something, I know its flaws. All around me I see them, even in time itself, but I still don't understand it. I believe that I had infused at least some small sliver of time into most of my skills. I didn't mean to, but time was my only companion in the prison, the only thing that I kept track of through all of my life there. A notch a day, enough to fill mountains.
His eyes glazed over as if he was remembering something, and based on how he looked, it was not a pleasant memory. She spoke, trying to distract him again.
You want to understand time. When you evolved your skills before, skipping tiers, did you see visions?
Zack turned to look at her, then tilted his head.
No.
What are these visions?
When you skip a tier and achieve a large evolution of your skills, you are shown a vision of someone using the ultimate expression of that skill, a glimpse into what is possible.
Zack frowned. Why didn't I see them, then?
Neha didn't answer, though she suspected the answer. The visions showed that exact skill being used by someone who had held that skill before. It was a demonstration of someone who had already walked that way of skills. To not see a vision meant only one thing, that you had walked down a way of skill that no one had walked before, where you were the first. She told him her suspicion, and he nodded gratefully.
At least I know I am not lacking something. If no one has ever done this, then I simply need to be the first.
Couldn't you just make the skill that you need? He had shown that he was able to create the skills that he wanted, or at least he could back during their battle with Haster.
I didn't create anything, he said slowly. I simply did what I knew I could. I demanded what I wanted. Skills are expressions of a person's ability and willpower. There should be no boundary between us and the world. It is our right to force the world to bow to our will, and yet— His face twisted in anger, and he swiped at the air in front of himself in an angry manner as he glared straight ahead. This thing, it denies me.
Neha blinked, trying to find what he was looking at. There was nothing but the wall of the airship. What thing? She asked slowly.
The shackles, the framework. I had something before that could force its hand, and now I lost it. My willpower is as strong as it ever had been, but no matter what I try, it will not give me what I want. Here, I look at this tome, and I pour my will into all that surrounds it.
She saw him looking at a tome that he picked up, and then she could feel his willpower churning inside of him. It was such a strange feeling, the same as what she felt from him during the fight with Haster.
I will that its time turns back.
He looked at it, his will crashing on it, so much so that even Neha felt the pressure. And then it was gone, and he sighed.
See? He asked. Nothing happens. Something should. The framework should at least offer me something, a conduit for my will to act upon the world. If it doesn't agree with what I want, it should at least give me something that is lesser, but it denies me even that. I need these skills if I am to become better. Time. It calls to me more than any other of the aspects that I have rule over. I know that my class influences me, that I need to learn about them all, but I am pushing back on it too. I want time to be the first that I truly master and understand. It is a small rebellion for what the focus is doing to me.
He spoke as if he could interact with the framework on a level that was far deeper than anything that Neha had ever known, and she had to wonder, was this all just his madness, or was it real? Still, time essence, an aspect of existence, as far as aspects went, was one of the core aspects, and one of the most powerful. She had heard about a few people that utilized it. Classers, mostly, as cultivators very seldom did because it was hard to cultivate with. Even then, they rarely used it in the way that Zack was attempting to. He had a Tier 9 time attack skill. She had never heard anything about anyone having such a thing. Most just utilized it in conjunction with space to control areas, to accelerate or slow down. That was the most what people managed to do with it. Rewinding and freezing time was only for those who were the best of the best, at the peak of their classes. None of their focuses ever reached far enough to achieve high rarities. And if what Zack said about visions was true, he could be the first one that would step beyond them. She was glad that he was trying to fight against the madness by himself, but she wished that he had picked an easier aspect. She would have been able to help with Shadow. A thought occurred to her, and she spoke again. "Did you think about going to the deal maker, asking him for a skill?" Neha asked. Zack froze, and for a moment she feared that something had triggered him again. But then he responded, slowly, and with his voice barely contained. I did, but I cannot do that." He grimaced, as if in pain. Neha nearly let it go, but she needed to understand what was troubling him. "Why? Taking a skill from him so that you could learn should be all right. You can learn." "Because I need to be better than I was yesterday. I will never stop trying to be better. Take something from him? I cannot. I must learn this on my own." Neha felt her heart drop as she realized what was happening. His anchors, one of them, had already been altered, changed. The madness was progressing. What used to be a way for him to grow, to learn, was now isolating him. It had forced him to learn on his own, simply because he had sealed it with the word I. She reached out and put her arm around him, pulling him closer. "You will learn it all. I have no doubt," she whispered, as she gently ran circles on his back, trying to calm him down. Slowly, he relaxed in her arms, but he didn't move away. They remained like that for a while as she remembered the past. Chapter 32. Clarity. Zack stood at the front of the ship. He didn't know any nautical terms, though something deep in his mind told him that there were ones that could be used. He didn't know or remember why he knew that, but some knowledge seemed to be almost instinctual for him. He enjoyed the wind on his face and the noise of it passing him by. There had been no noise in the prison, just silence. He alone had been responsible for any disruption. Here, so much happened without his input. It was overwhelming, and his skill didn't help anything. He had managed to get it under control, somewhat. It still hit him hard sometimes, the flaws of the world invading his mind, but he had learned how to keep the skill running in the back of his mind, and only call it up when he needed. It didn't mean that he no longer got distracted by it. He did, but he could cover it up better. Just as how he had learned to cover up everything else. He had learned from others how they acted, how they lived, and he was trying to emulate them. He still didn't understand most of how and why they did things. He still forgot to eat and drink, the hunger and thirst barely affecting him. Thankfully, Neha was there, keeping track for him. It was strange to live like this, especially after being alone for all of his existence. He knew that without her he would have lost himself. He appreciated her for that. She was there, always, ready to help him, to talk and explain when he needed her to. He felt bad for how he was. Even now he found the pace of this world to be too fast. Often he would lose himself in conversations, with it beginning and ending before he could even process what it was about. Time.
It passed so slowly for him and so fast for everyone else. It made him feel embarrassed. He considered himself someone who could endure anything, and yet he was in a world that constantly tried to make him move even when he wasn't ready. It was why time was so fascinating to him, and why he needed to understand it, to learn it, to master it. If he had mastery over time, perhaps he could catch up to the rest of the world, put himself in sync with them, because he couldn't allow himself to be worse than anybody else. He needed to be strong, to get better with every passing day, to learn everything that he could about aspects and grow, be more. He realized that part of what drove him were his anchors, and the madness which pushed him to the extremes. He was terrified of the moments when he lost himself, when control slipped through his reins, and he became just a vessel for the need that was buried deep inside of him. Without Neha, he would have gotten worse faster. He was certain about that. She was a caring person, someone who tried to think of others, someone who protected. He found the way that she watched him constantly, even when she believed he couldn't notice, pleasant. He enjoyed being around her because he felt that she understood. She had shared her and his past with him, had told him that she too had lived through the madness, that she had been completely twisted by it. A part of him was unable to see the person that she had described in her, this night horror, a murderess, someone who robbed others of their chance at existence. But he had remembered how he acted when he was in the throes of madness. It was like he was a different person, as if his entire way of thinking was suddenly warped, and he didn't even realize that there was anything wrong. It was terrifying. The things that she had told him about them, how they had met and fell in love, that he understood more. He saw how he could love her, and perhaps he would love her again. He was already halfway there, he felt like, and it was because of the same thing. He felt like she was a kindred spirit, someone who understood him. He did not begrudge his young self saving her. All life was precious, and it deserved a second chance. But all that death, it weighed on him now. How callous it all was. And yet, the person he once was had helped her, had gone against the rule of the law that they had obeyed, had protected her. It had been a good decision in his mind. Neha had fought Hastur, had helped them kill him. That one act had saved more people than she had ever killed. To know that he himself had done the same, that he had killed people on Earth, a world so alien to him that he could barely wrap his head around it. How could he have done that? It didn't make sense to him, even with the things that she told him. He didn't believe that he would have done something like that. That was why he needed to find Ryun again, once he recovered. He needed to know more from someone who was there, even if he was an enemy. The memories themselves didn't matter. Even if he remembered, they were a blink of an eye in an age beyond counting. Nothing would change him. He was who he was, and his priority at the moment was to remain that way, to fight the madness and find a way to cure himself. That was all that mattered. They landed their airship in a clearing, as it needed to be refueled. The crystals that they used had come from the shop auction, and thankfully they had enough wealth that they could buy them even when overpriced, and air-type essence crystals were abundant. Hero was back on the airship, replacing the crystals. Neha sat in the shadow of a tree, meditating and working on her skills nearby. Zack explored their surroundings. He didn't have as much time to work on his skills as he wanted, mostly because of time. Time was what hurt him the most. They stopped, and just as he managed to get into a state of mind that allowed him to focus, their break ended and they were on their way. It frustrated him to no end, and yet it didn't, not nearly as much as he knew it should. 3 years were nothing to him. What did bother him was that he didn't live at the same pace as everybody else did. Today he tried something else. He walked through the forest, working on his skills. His eyes saw in the dark of the thick forest, seeing the critters jumping around him, both curious about and completely oblivious to the threat he posed. He kept his will restrained, and he didn't intend to harm them, so they were safe. He had realized a while ago that he would need a new skill that allowed him to track his surroundings, similar to Neha's shadow sense. He hadn't taken anything new since he escaped the prison, though. He wanted to tie it to time somehow, but he didn't quite know how. He didn't have that problem for his other skills. Now, after a long time preparing, he was ready to evolve his skills again. He had known that evolving them would come easily to him. His will was enough to force them to, but he hadn't for the simple reason that he wanted everything to synchronize. Neha's reward, her image, had taught them both a lot about what they could expect from reaching the end of a skills focus. He wasn't in any rush. He always had time. Now, as he walked through the forest, he focused on his skill, Perfect Spatial Evade. It was an active skill that, when used, moved him through space, evading. He had learned in battle just how important it was and had spent a long time trying to decide how best it should evolve. The framework denied him, though, no longer allowing him to sift through and choose. He was missing something that he'd once had, and he didn't know what it was. He could no longer guide an evolution in process. Of that he was certain. So he followed Neha's advice, the way that others did it. Will and certainty of outcome. He stepped, and his skill activated, moving him through space. The more will he put into it, the more distance he gained. It had an upper limit, however, of a few steps at most. A part of him believed that he could shatter that limit if he pushed it, but there was no need. Now he ran through the forest and focused. Time was all around them, constantly moving forward, a calm river flowing in one direction, a mighty river, one that fought any attempt to be moved. He let his willpower out, all of it. The space around him exploded in rolling waves, and all essence trembled in his presence except one: time. He didn't know why it didn't. It wasn't above the other essences, but it was, as if it was fighting him. Space rolled, air was pushed around, light bent, and shadow curled. Everything responded to his will, and he knew that all those essences were just a small part of the greater whole, a tiny portion of their aspect. But time, it alone fought him, pushed back against him, as if all of it was focused on this one place in space, as if he was somehow worthy of such attention, as if it didn't want to bow to his will. He pushed it anyway. The river of time grew turbulent, as if it prepared to fight him, pushing it in another direction. He didn't. He was on the river, the same as all things that felt the influence of time. Guided by his will, he moved. It felt almost as if he tricked it, and instead of trying to move the river, he moved himself along the river, back up the stream. His skill triggered. The part of it that moved through space grabbed hold of him, and he was thrown to another place on the river and back. He stepped, and then he rippled through everything, appearing behind and to the side. Ahead of him he saw himself running, his willpower rippling around. The him from the past? No, the future, glancing back, his eyes widening, and then shimmering out of the existence like a mirage.
It had lasted only a moment. He stopped and felt around. Time was... It rippled and then settled, such a small change doing nothing to affect the flow of the river. He stopped and closed his eyes. The skill had felt right. It was rewind, only it didn't move him back through time. It jumped him through space and time to before he even used the skill. Already he could see how useful that could be. His enemies wouldn't even know that he had used it. More training would be necessary, contemplation, meditation, but this was what he wanted from all of his skills. He looked at his screens and notifications. Your skill has evolved. Perfect Spatial Evade evolved to Perfect Spatial Evade My Step Through Time and Space. Ripples of Time and Space, skill perk. Your My Step Through Time and Space allows you to sense the smallest of fluctuations in time and space around you. You sense any spatial powers used in your immediate surroundings a moment before they are executed. Gain plus 15% to intelligence. There was much more experimenting to be done, it seemed. Nonetheless, he had gained a perk that gave him some sensory power, which made him wonder, had he gained that because his mind had been bent on obtaining a sensing skill for himself, or was it just a coincidence? For all the time that he had spent practicing skills in his prison, for all that he thought that he had learned and understood, there were still things left to discover. He stood at the front of the airship, Neha standing next to him as they came over a mountain peak. They dipped through the clouds, and then, "There it is," Neha whispered as she looked at the massive city nestled among 3 close peaks. "The Dragon's Peak. Finally." Chapter 33. Dragon's Peak. The city was not, as the name suggested, a single peak, but was actually 3 peaks. From the distance, they looked as if a 3-pronged claw was reaching for the sky. The mountain peaks were thin and narrow near the top, widening as they went down, until the 3 peaks joined into a single mountain. The city was magnificent, grander than anything else that Neha had ever seen before, greater than the tournament city, greater than Dal Devor, grander than even the Jewel of the Empire. It was a sight that took her breath away, that made her mind, heart, and soul fill with a sensation of greatness. It inspired a whisper of glory, and it instilled fear, a sense of power. She felt the shadows on the airship tremble, and for a split second it was as if she was part of the shadows. "Even such beauty. Nothing is timeless," Zack whispered, and she turned to glance at him. He was looking at the city in the distance intently, his eyes widening, and that made her realize it a moment later as well. She wasn't imagining it. He was affected too. She remembered the echoes of a time when she'd had a cultivation path. The sensation she felt was the same as when she had gained inspiration long ago. The realization amazed her. She had heard stories and rumors that the sects knew how to craft objects, art, that could trigger inspiration in people, that could increase their morale or terrify them. But this, it was on a whole other level. The city itself was a piece of art. Each peak was covered with towers built into the mountainside, carved into them, and each peak had a different style of construction. One was swarmed with pagodas, with dark green roof tiles and white walls, tall and short, with nature surrounding them. Pink trees grew out of the side of the mountain, and atop of the peak, gardens were arranged around its edge, with a single large pagoda stretching to the sky, at least 10 stories high. The second peak had buildings made out of gray stone, blocky towers and buildings with small windows, and on top,
Something that resembled a castle resided, looming over everything beneath it. The last peak was beautiful. 6 crystal spires rose from the sides around the peak, and the side of the claw was striped with crystal, purple and white and blue, its color changing as light hit it. The top had a twisting structure that resembled a fire made out of crystal. It was obvious that the 3 peaks were the seats of the sect's leading family. The city below them, at the base, where the 3 peaks met, was a mix of all 3 styles. The distance between the peaks was substantial, enough so that a city that could house millions was nestled between them. Thick walls surrounded the city, with 3 sections, each in between the 2 of the peaks, protecting the city behind them. In front of the city were roads, winding down the sides of the mountain on each of the 3 sides. The city itself had tall towers, but none that reached the towering heights of the 3 peaks looming above them. The buildings were set in precise lines, some twisting, others straight. From afar, even the way that the city was built up was artful. She couldn't look at it without thinking how beautiful it was. Airships flew around, going to and from the city, following orderly lines. Great caravans rode the winding roads up the mountainsides. It was greater than anything that she had ever seen or even imagined before. Neha glanced back to the steering station. "Hero," she called. "Head for one of those lines." She pointed at one long line of airships heading into the city. The young Ravzer tore his gaze from the city, blinked, and then nodded. Quickly they started making their way into the city. The procession went by quickly, and before they knew it, they were landing on the side of a tall building with long landing strip-like platforms on several levels of it. They took the next free slot on one of the mid-levels. The strips were filled with people, guards and workers unloading boxes from the other airships. Their ship was small compared to most of them, but the berths seemed able to accommodate any size. Hero docked the ship, only slightly rocking it by hitting the side of the berth. He yelled his apology as 4 guards walked up to them, flanking a single tall drake wearing elaborate sect robes with white and blue colors. The 3 of them disembarked and stepped on the platform as the man greeted them. "I'm Dockmaster Kalu. Names and purpose of visit," he said in a bored tone that told her that this was a man that had done this exact same thing countless times. The guards behind him looked ready, though, and on a second look she realized that the dockmaster was only appearing to be bored. His stance told her that he was ready as well. The guards had their eyes on the 3 of them. Each held a long halberd in their hands and wore blue armor similar to what she had seen their warriors wearing during the tournament. Her sense took in their surroundings, and she noticed that people were gently encouraged to move around them. The platform was still filled with people, but somehow the small area around the berth where they had landed was kept clear. She also noticed a dozen more guards nearby. She didn't think that they were there for them specifically. This felt more practiced, and they couldn't have anticipated their arrival. No, this was a standard response to something. A response to unknown visitors? She doubted that, considering this place had to have many such visitors. Something about the 3 of them set them off. Her capability awareness told her that the guards were strong, not quite immortal if she was reading them right, but tier 5 in their main focus, at least. Heavenly cultivators. The dockmaster was early heavenly, and there was someone stronger nearby that she couldn't quite find, someone who was at least in the immortal realm. She tried to think of the reasons why this could be happening, and only one thing made sense. They had something that could give them a sense of people around them, such as a sensory power or item. She didn't think that they had read their screens. That Ilui would have noticed. Their bond had increased, and he could now protect her from such things. But something like her capability awareness was certainly possible, and probably very smart for a busy port like this one. She didn't know how the two of them would appear, but both of them were very strong, their combined tears high. Neha glanced at Zack and saw him blinking slowly, trying to take in everything around them. She sighed and stepped up to answer.
"Greetings,"
she said slowly.
"I am Neha Masa Plain Runner, and this is Zachariah Gardner. We are here on a personal matter."
She didn't use their warden titles. Even if the sects valued them, the wardens were so diminished that they might not even exist anymore. The dockmaster opened his mouth to speak, but then froze, and after a few seconds he blinked and looked at them with a different expression, one that she couldn't quite recognize. "Follow me, please," the Drake said, and turned while the guards spread out to allow them to pass through. Neha was confused at that, but there wasn't much that she could do. They followed after the Drake. It was so hard for Zack to grasp, to keep himself in the now. Everything happened too fast. It seemed to him as if just yesterday he had escaped the prison and fought, and now here he was, in a city grander than anything else that he had ever seen. He blinked, and everything changed. It seemed to him that it was happening constantly these days. He knew it was because he had grown used to the monotony of his life, to the thousands of years of peace and silence. These years since Hastur, though, had passed him by. He had made an effort, tried to speed himself up, and for the most part he had managed to keep up, but only just. Neha and Hero helped a lot, their presence forcing him to adapt. But when he was in crowds, with so many new things vying for his attention, it got harder. Everything around him triggered his flaw sense, and his skill perk tried to keep him focused on a single thing, but not even it could contend with everything around them. The city itself, the people, everything was too much. They stepped down from their ship, and it took all that he had to keep the noise out of his mind, both physical and skill-induced. There were too many people around them, too many sources of noise, weak, filled with flaws. He focused on Neha. Her body was flawed, but he had learned those flaws. They anchored him as the storm of noise tried to break him. The time it took him to center himself was enough for Neha to speak with the people who had stepped up to greet them, and then they were following them somewhere. Zack had missed the entire exchange. Hero walked next to him, his eyes open wide as he looked around. They were led into the buildings that anchored the platforms, then down the stairs. Being inside helped a lot, enough that he could focus on the people around him. The armored guards were weak, but then most people were, compared to him. The one without armor might as well not exist as far as Zack was concerned. The walls around them were filled with flaws, points where he could strike and bring sections of the entire building down. He pulled his mind away from those thoughts. They were here to seek help, not to fight. They led them to a door made out of black material that was nearly perfect, and that drew Zack's attention. The armorless Drake exchanged a few words with Neha that Zack missed, and then they were inside. The room was large, and completely made out of the same material as the door, black and with few flaws, which made it easier for him to think. His eyes immediately fell on the sole occupant of the dimly lit room, a tall winged drake with scales made out of metal, a true body. He was strong. The drake moved first. He bowed deeply at the waist and then spoke. "Honored guests," he said as he straightened, "I am Peak Commander Ikris Fadura, and I welcome you to Dragon's Peak. I apologize for the disruption. No disrespect was meant. We screen all arrivals since the wars started, a necessity, even though it lowers our eyes. Your presences were strong, and we did not know who you were until you named yourselves." "You know us?" Neha asked, surprised. Zack tilted his head, trying to keep up with the conversation. Of course. The Drake nodded. Everyone in the world knows your names. You fought and killed a dome leader, doing a service to all of the infinite realm at a time when many looked only for their personal gain. You have gained much respect for that among the sects. We are honored that you have come to visit our home. We offer you shelter of stone and guest rights. If there is anything that we can do to help, you need only ask. Based on how Neha was reacting, Zack suspected that she hadn't expected anything like this.
We thank you,
Neha said, inclining her head in a show of respect, or at least he thought it was.
We've come because of a personal matter that we've been told your sect might help us with.
If it is within our power to help, we shall do so. For the heroes of our world we can do no less, Ikris said. Neha glanced at Zack, her eyes hopeful, and then she turned back to the Drake.
We were hoping to get an audience with sect leader Vitor Fastora, as we are in need of his skills, Neha said. It is a matter of some urgency.
Ikris blinked, clearly surprised. Oh, he said, then continued after a moment. All our sect leaders are currently indisposed, though I will inquire, and perhaps an exception could be made for such distinguished guests as you. In the meantime, I can set you up in one of the peaks and have people show you around the city. There is much to see in our sect. Neha looked like she was about to argue, but then she bowed her head.
Thank you,
she said.
We would appreciate it if you could let your sect leader know that we are in great need and are willing to pay just for an audience.
Ikris nodded. I shall let him know. With that, the man led them out of the room, then called an attendant to him and started talking with him a bit away from them.
Just a little bit more.
Neha squeezed Zack's hand. He gave her a small smile, hoping that she was right. Chapter 34. Contemplating Time. Zack sat on the floor, with Hero sitting across from him. The Dragonheart sect's reception had surprised them, Neha in particular. She hadn't expected for them to be welcome, not like this. When they'd visited Gemheart and his faction, they had been well received, but Zack had believed that to be the result of a prior relationship. As far as he knew, neither Neha or Zack had any interaction with the Dragonheart sect, aside from Zack fighting their team in the tournament. Nevertheless, they had welcomed them because of what they had done. Neha had told him that people in the sects valued strength and honor above all else, that they could fight each other and anybody else at the smallest provocation, but that the strong were respected. Zack didn't quite manage to understand her explanation. Culture was hard for him to grasp. His needs and desires were simple. Learn, survive, protect. There wasn't much more that he needed or wanted. He looked at Hero's expectant expression and smiled, both because he was glad that the child was feeling good and because he was finally able to understand some of the expressions from the people around him. "Are you ready?" Zack asked, and at Hero's nod he glanced behind him at Neha sitting beneath a tree in the shade. They had been given a guest house, a large building on the side of one of the peaks. It was a tower pagoda with 3 floors and a small plateau to the side that housed a garden. They didn't overlook the city, but the mountains around it, for which Zack was glad. The city was beautiful, but it gnawed at his mind. There was something about it that hit him deeply. "I'm ready," Hero said firmly. Zack understood that the child was impatient, but Zack didn't like rushing. At least Neha had agreed with his decisions. But today they would let him level and evolve his class. The 2 of them had been teaching him for years. Zack had taught him how to fight with a sword. Well, the spirits of Terra did. Zack considered himself a good enough sword user, but some of those spirits had been great teachers. There was much that Zack learned from them about the sword and about teaching itself. Neha taught him how to sneak around, how to hunt monsters, and they'd tried to get the boy some accomplishments that would get him better classes. Neha said that just being taught by high-tiered individuals would open some classes for him. Still, Zack was excited to see what he would be offered. "You may level," Zack told him. Hiro closed his eyes and focused, and then he did it. He didn't say anything, but then raised his eyes and met Zack's as he made his evolution visible. Class: Adept Survivor. Description: You survive, even when all else crumbles around you. The Adept Survivor is someone who has a close connection to the world around them, using their powers to navigate its dangers and to survive it. An Adept Survivor is someone who seeks to understand any type of danger that they might face and be ready to avoid or weather it. Zack could tell that Hiro was disappointed. He knew that the young man had wanted a combat class. Hiro started, but couldn't finish. Zack wondered what he should say, what he could say. Moments like these made him curse his slow mind, as operating on such a different speed was hard for him. Fortunately, Neha stepped in. "It is a good class," Neha told him as she came around to sit next to him. "I wanted something else," Hiro whispered as he bowed his head. "I know, but this doesn't mean that you can't have it," Neha told him. "You still haven't decided what your main focus is going to be. You want to fight? Well, Zack and I are very good at skills, and we can teach you how to fight with them. And it might be a good idea to have a class that isn't focused on offense, but something else to balance you out a bit, give you more options." Hiro frowned at that, but then his eyes lit up as Neha's words sunk in. "Really? Really?" Neha nodded. "So, look to the future and focus on things that you want to do." Zack sat in the garden, his attention on the ground beneath him. They had been here for 2 days, and he hadn't left since they were given the use of the guest house. Neha and Hiro went out, but never for long. Neha didn't want to leave him alone for too long, nor did she want to risk him going out and losing himself in the city. These people were their only hope, and they couldn't jeopardize that. Zack understood, which was why he didn't complain. Waiting was nothing to him. He preferred this in many ways. Hiro and Neha were inside the house, theorizing and planning for his new class, the Adept Survivor. Zack was studying the ground, the earth essence, actually. When he had first laid eyes on this city, he had felt something, a moment of profound clarity. In that moment, he understood that even such beauty as what these people had wrought would fall eventually. Nothing was timeless, and everything would eventually falter before the weight of time. At times he felt the same way, as if he was just standing as they just passed him by, their lives fleeting. He feared losing Neha and Hiro, but in the grand scheme of things, to him it was as if he had known them only for a handful of moments, which was why time interested him so much. It appeared to flow differently for him than it did for them. But he was sure that something was wrong. He and time were old friends, at least in his mind. Inside the prison, time had been one of his closest friends, and the more he thought about it, the more he became convinced that time itself hadn't been fake. He wasn't quite sure why he thought that way, but he didn't think that just mind essence could have made him as he was now. The dealmaker himself had told him that he was the oldest being in the infinite realm now, or the oldest of the chosen, at least. Would that still hold true if the time he had experienced was just fake? He didn't know, but he thought that perhaps not. Hastur was a being that was immensely powerful, and perhaps its power had been over more than just the mind. The fact was that there was no denying that something was wrong. Time fought him. It resisted him. None of the other essences did the same. He reached to the earth beneath and felt his willpower ready to bend the world to his bidding. He thought that he couldn't create skills, but he had only tried to create skills that were tied to time. Since yesterday, when Hero evolved, he had been thinking about skills appropriate for him, had tried to imagine what those could be, and that had made him suspicious. He was pretty sure that he could make a skill tied to any other aspect. Yet he had been able to evolve his skill with time. It had fought him, but in the end it had succumbed. Was it because the skill was already established by the framework? He didn't know, but it annoyed him, angered him. It had started after his strike against Hastur, as he slowly adapted to this world, as he tried to change his subjective time, to speed himself up after more than 5,000 years of living at his own pace. He saw flaws in all things, but there were no flaws in time. He could almost feel it around him, everywhere, touching everything. Time was a constant, a law above all other laws in this world. And yet, all essence could be bent. All could manifest in different ways based on personal ideas and understanding. For him, time was a river. That was how he imagined it, and how it appeared to him. He wondered if others saw it differently. To him, time was something that could be bent, but could never be thrown completely off course. He could walk on the surface of the river when it was calm, or jump back and forth upon it, but change? To change an event, he felt like that should require a monstrous amount of power. As he let his thoughts flow with the river, a new idea occurred to him. He had never really given much thought about the future, about what was to come. The river flowed down, and yet, did it already reach the end? Was there a set direction, or was it a large delta with different riverbeds waiting ahead for people to choose the direction? Or perhaps it was just an empty field, and they were just riding the first wave in existence, charting the river's path. None of his powers worked that far into the future. He could anticipate things, but those usually worked on intent and actions in the present, extrapolation. His temporal fighting was technically from the future, but it could change mid-movement if he changed his mind. So perhaps they were a step behind the wave, able to see just a tiny moment into what was ahead of them. Or was that just his understanding of time? Was there someone else who could influence it to be more than that? His will was great. He understood that. Neha had told him that she had never seen or heard about anyone with such a will. He could bend it on the world and force it to obey. Could he force time to obey his understanding of it? Perhaps. For some reason, time fought against him, and nothing else did. If what he thought was true, he could fill his skills now, but he wouldn't be able to use time with their inception, and that was what he was trying to do. He wanted to make the greatest image that he could. He shuddered to think what he could have done if Neha hadn't gotten a reward that informed them about images. He would have created skills that wouldn't have done anything for him in the long run. No, skills needed to be planned, to be carefully arranged so that they fit with one another, which was why everything frustrated him so much. There was no time-related skill tomes on sale on the auction or at any of the shops they visited. And the deal-maker, every time he thought about trying to go to him, he felt angry, like it would be a failure, and he didn't know why. Neha thought that it was a perversion of one of his anchors, and perhaps that was playing a role. Zack suspected more.
"Zack?"
came Neha's voice, and her hand on his shoulder interrupted him. He blinked and realized that night had fallen. He frowned. It had been morning when he had taken a seat in the garden. Time was playing with him again. "What is it?"
"It's time,"
Neha said.
"The sect leader has sent for us. We can go and meet him."
Zack closed his eyes. Perhaps, if they succeeded, if he removed his cultivation, his mind might get clearer. Perhaps he could finally see what was hiding from his sight. Chapter 35. Price. They were led through the twisting corridors carved inside the mountain peak, up the stairs that ran in a spiral, leading them toward the top. Once they reached the peak itself, they were led through the well-tended gardens, with tall pink trees flanking the cobbled path. Tiny streams and ponds were everywhere, with fish dancing beneath the surface. Just being around the nature and walking through the gardens instilled a sense of peace and calm in Neha. She recognized that the effect was intentional, as it seemed everything in the sect city was. They were escorted inside the great pagoda on top of the peak, which looked to be a lot larger up close than it had from the distance. The inside was made out of pale wood, slick, as if covered in something that gleamed in the light. The walls held ornamental carpets and art pieces depicting great warriors, drakes predominantly, but other races too. Dragons, mountains, and great river landscapes. Each evoked something different in Neha, but they moved away from them before she could really feel any of their effects. Their escort was the drake that spoke with them at the docks, Peak Commander Ikris Fadura. His title meant that he was one of the 3 of the sect's military commanders. There was one for each peak and family, their power and influence second only to the sect leaders. Neha put him somewhere in the evolved realm, based on everything that she had seen. They didn't have to walk for long before they reached a guarded door. The warriors saluted and let Ikris lead them through. The room beyond was a small box. She saw symbols on the walls, which told her that the entire room was warded with formations. Brown pipes hugged the ceiling and came in from the side walls before entering the wall across from them. Ikris walked to the warded door opposite of them and then paused. "I apologize for this, but the Eternal Master is very busy. The only way he could have met you was in his laboratory," the drake with metal scales said. Before Neha could process anything that he said, Ikris pushed open the door, and a waft of putrid smoke rolled out. Ikris grimaced, but entered, and Neha followed behind him with Zack. They stepped into a large and well-lit room. Glass tanks filled the walls on the left, a row of at least 20 of them, each with different labels. A hanging platform was filled with plants, and formations undergirding it obviously kept anything harmful from touching them. She saw smoke impacting an invisible barrier and moving away. Large rotating blades were on the tall ceiling, moving slowly and pulling out the smoke. The right side wall of the room was no wall at all, but an open balcony that looked out at the sky. Formations were everywhere on the walls. The wall on the far side was filled with shelves that held jars filled with reagents, and above them, larger ingredients mounted on hooks were hanging. Tables filled the center, with all kinds of different alchemical instruments, burners, vials, stills, mortars and pestles. Her eyes were drawn to the drake standing hunched over a table, looking at a vial filled with green liquid. The drake was tall, and was wearing only hide pants and an apron made out of the same material. What was the most striking thing about him, though, was that he had no scales. His skin was pale white and marred with burn scars. Ikris stepped closer, one hand over his nose, and spoke. "Eternal Master," He bowed. "Your guests are here." The Drake turned his head and glanced at them. "What? Ah, right. A moment." He swirled the vial in his hand for a good 5 seconds, and then placed it on a wire-like slot that he then spun around. "Thank you, Icarus. That will be all." The Drake turned and looked at them with a smile on his face, allowing Neha to fully take his appearance in. His red eyes were the most striking thing about him, but the fact that he had no scales made him look strange to her eyes. "Of course, Eternal Master." Icarus bowed and then left the room. Eternal Master. It finally registered with her. The title that Icarus called the man. It meant that he was in the eternal realm, at the peak of cultivation. She hadn't known that. Before Neha could introduce them, the Drake gestured. "Come, let's go to the balcony. I know that some people can't handle the fumes." Neha followed after him eagerly. She had been holding her breath. Zack, next to her, was frowning but didn't seem affected. She stepped over the edge of where the wall was supposed to be and felt something pass over her, making her realize that there was a formation there. She took an experimental breath and realized that the formation kept the fumes from getting out that way. They probably pushed them out somewhere else or used them for something. The Drake stopped next to the railing and turned to look at them. Neha bowed deeply before he could speak. "Honored sect leader, I am Nehamasa Plainrunner, and this is Zachariah Gardner. We apologize for any inconvenience that we might have caused." He inclined his head in return to her. Zack hadn't bowed, and she hit him with an elbow to remind him. She had instructed him in how to act, but he seemed lost in his mind. She worried that his madness had manifested again, but the sect leader spoke before she could apologize. "I greet you in the name of my sect. I am Vitor Fa Stora," the Drake said, smiling at them. "There is always something to do for sect leaders like me, but it isn't every day that we get a visit from such distinguished guests. I can spare a time for you." The lack of titles from him, and the fact that they were alone with none of his attendants, told her that this was a more casual visit, which she had to admit made her glad. She didn't know if she could keep Zack from blundering in an official visit. "We thank you for your time," Neha said. "I was very surprised when I heard that you had arrived in our city. You've earned a lot of respect among the sects for your actions. Some of the names that accompanied you on your mission are known and respected. You've done a service to the world, and for that you have our thanks. But you've come here with my name on your lips, so I understand that you have a need. I cannot promise that I can help. I am pressed for time at the moment, but the least I could do in light of your actions is hear you out." Neha noted that while the Drake was welcoming and open, he was also in a hurry. She could only imagine what a sect leader of one of the strongest factions in the world had to do on the daily, especially if he was also an Eternal Realm alchemist. "Thank you. Our situation is time-sensitive," Neha said, cutting straight to the point. "We are in need of your service. We need a focus removal potion, one that can remove a Tier 2 path." The Drake blinked, obviously taken aback. "Why would you want one of those wretched things?" Neha glanced at Zack, who was staring at Vitor, probably intrigued by his body. She placed a hand on his elbow, snapping him out of it. She tried to decide what they should say, but, in the end, if they wanted help like this, they would need the man's cooperation. "Zack is unbalanced. He needs it." Vitor turned his eyes to Zack. "How unbalanced?" "Severely," Neha responded. "What you want might be possible, but I would need specifics. People don't understand what those focus removal items are. They cripple you. You cannot just cut a piece of yourself off without consequence, and the blasted framework doesn't warn anyone." Neha blinked. She remembered the pain, and she had known that she could have died, considering her cultivation had been high enough that she had a true body. But she didn't think that Zack would have that many issues. "His cultivation is low. Neha started, and then Zack interrupted her. 6, 2, 9, he said, telling him his tiers of power. The Drake grimaced. "Severely indeed." He took a deep breath and reached up to scratch the side of his neck. "How far has the madness progressed?" "Not far. It was a recent thing, the result of our fight with Hastur, and he drank a potion that shielded him from the madness for a while," Neha said quickly. "He gets hyper-focused on certain things from time to time, but I can keep him stable." She didn't want them to think that he was a threat. A person with his tiers of power was very powerful, and someone who was also mad? They hunted people like Zack across the infinite realm. She hadn't lied to them, but she had bent the truth. Zack hadn't reached the point where he turned malicious in his madness. He was more childlike, inquisitive, but without any inhibition. Vitor met Zack's eyes, expectantly waiting for his answer. It took Zack a few long seconds to answer. "I will not harm your sect," Zack said slowly, and she could tell that he hadn't really been listening or hadn't understood. Thankfully, Vitor didn't know him enough to be able to tell. The Drake just nodded. "Your overall tier of power is too high. Yes, I can make a potion to remove your path, but potions like this can only be used once, and it will impact you in some manner. No way of knowing what right now, but the higher overall in tier someone gets, the more integrated all of their focuses become. Your path might not feel like it is a big part of your being, but it is one of the building blocks." "We don't have any other choice," Neha said. "It is this, or let him go mad." The Drake sighed, then shook his head. "I can make it, but the cost—" "We can pay any price," Neha said. Even if they didn't have enough essence, they had their rewards from Hastur, and those were all eternal items and elixirs. They could trade them. "It is not a question of price. The ingredients are rare, and while I do have them on hand, I need them for something else. Your arrival couldn't have come at a worse time for our sect. I cannot use those ingredients on outsiders, not now. I will not be able to work on it for months, and getting new ingredients will take at least a year. We can pay a premium, trade items, we have—" "It is not about that. No amount of wealth can change what— Unless you are strong, very strong. What I need those ingredients for is a matter of strength. If you could replace what I need them for, personally—" "Anything. We will do anything that you need," Neha said. The Drake looked at them both, and then a window appeared in front of Neha, a contract request, a binding agreement between them. They would show him their screens and agree to fulfill one task for him. He would never reveal what he learned from their screens, and they would never reveal anything relating to the task he gave them. In return, they would get the focus removal potion. She blinked as she finished reading, then met the man's eyes. "I would need to know his screens anyway, if you want me to make a potion to mitigate the risks. If you agree to do one task for me, I will make it. I'll start working on it today. It will take me about a week to finish it." Neha glanced at Zack, trying to see what he thought about it. He met her eyes and then nodded. It wasn't like they had much choice in the matter. They both accepted the contract. "Yes, you will do great," Vitor said after he looked over their screens. "What do you need us to do?" Zack asked. The Drake took a deep breath. "Protection." Neha frowned, and he continued. "My brother, the sect head of Dragonheart sect, is currently in seclusion that has lasted for a decade. He is nearing the Eternal Realm, and we believe that he will advance soon." Neha blinked. That wasn't what she had been expecting, but she didn't interrupt. "When the dome opened and the wars started, they, of course, impacted us as well. We fought off several attacks by other sects, though none of those were real threats or intended as such, simply tests. No, the real problems came from the Core Word factions. The Dragonheart sect was on the border of sect lands, in the outer ring of the core and bordering several kingdoms and empires. Our northern neighbors, the collective territories, took advantage when they thought we were occupied by other sects. They attacked and pushed into our territories. We've managed to fight them off, but my brother's presence, or rather the lack of his presence, was noticed. You are not cultivators, so you don't understand, but him not making an appearance during a war like that, it made our enemies suspicious. His seclusion was a secret, and we didn't anticipate the wars that came after the tournament. Now, we have heard that our enemies have learned, or at the very least suspect, that my brother is attempting to reach the Eternal Realm. They cannot allow such a threat to manifest. My advancement had sparked at least a dozen assassination attempts, and I am just an alchemist. My brother is... We have intelligence that suggests that they will attempt to stop my brother before he can reach the Eternal Realm." Vitor Fastora looked at them with a determined look in his eyes. "You accepted the contract. I will craft and give you the potion, and then I need you to stay here and protect my brother until he advances." Chapter 36. Neha. "Welcome to our little club." Icarus gestured with his arm at the room they'd just entered. Inside were 4 other people, all warriors, looking at them studiously. Neha walked in with Zack on her arm, guiding him. He was more in his head these days, but at least his bouts of madness hadn't reappeared. She was glad of that, but she worried how much longer they had before it started again. They needed the potion to stop his deterioration, but it wouldn't just cure him immediately. She remembered how her own mind had been when she had removed her focus. It had taken her a long time to recover, and still she felt the shadows of madness from time to time. Icarus led them to a couch in the middle of the room, opposite 2 other couches where the others were already sitting. Neha sat and pulled Zack next to her, then looked at the people across from her as Icarus introduced them. "This," he pointed at a female drake closest to him, "is Kotara Fastora, our resident fire expert." The woman wore sect combat robes and had orange scales. Her eyes were like 2 ember orbs, and her claws were as black as charcoal. Her name meant that she was in one of the main 3 families of the Dragonheart sect, perhaps being even a direct descendant of the sect head. "Next," Icarus said, gesturing at the Ravzer male next to her, "we have Lys Night-Eye, our scout." The Ravzer waved at them and grinned mischievously. His fur was all black, and his eyes shone like the moon. His dark red robe was complete with a hood, as well as a face covering that was pulled down to his neck. She knew from experience that dark red was the color better for night sneaking around urban environments, as black was more easily seen in the shadows cast by artificial or firelight. His name meant that he wasn't part of the 3 main families, which meant that he was very trusted if he was sitting in a group like this. "This is Merin Fakuta," Icarus said next, nodding to a drake male with scales which looked as if they were made out of crystal. Each scale looked as if it was carved purple, blue, and white in color. His eyes were all blue, as if they were made out of marble. He is our tank. He was also part of the third sect family, which she had already assumed were somehow focused on crystals, seeing as their entire peak was covered in crystal spires. And finally, we have Hyandrin Fadora, my wife. He smiled at the female drake, and she smiled back at him. She, just like him, had metal scales. They obviously followed the same path. Everyone, meet Nehemasa Plainrunner and Zachariah Gardner. They will be helping us with our mission. Neha inclined her head and greeted them. Zach did the same after prompting. They all murmured their own greetings, and then Lys spoke up, turning to look at Icarus. "Is it true that the Eternal Master won't be making us elixirs?" he asked. Icarus nodded. Yes, he has decided that having Nehemasa and Zachariah helping was more valuable. Neha knew that Vitor had planned on brewing some kind of elixirs that would have helped his people and their mission. She just didn't know what. "Thank the heavens!" Lys exclaimed, and the others all nodded in relief. Neha blinked and tilted her head. Icarus noticed her expression and answered the unspoken question. "Our job is to protect the sect head, and while we are expecting an attack, we don't know exactly what it will look like. The elixirs that we were supposed to get were ones that would increase our main focus tiers for a short period of time. Meren and I are the sect's only evolved realm warriors, and so it would have fallen on us to use them in combat. I've used one of them before, though I was of a lower realm then. The elixirs would push temporarily both of us into the eternal realm, but it gives that power without any real practice using or understanding it. I would much rather rely on the power I know than something that I am not used to. It doesn't even last that long, and the side effects are hard to deal with. Having two more powerful individuals on our side who know and understand their power is far more valuable." Neha had never heard about an elixir that could do something like that, but such a thing was impressive. "How would the new perks work, then? Do you choose them?" Zach asked, his tone interested. "No, you just get the most likely options based on your current path," Icarus said. Zach hummed to himself, and his attention quickly waned, his eyes turning back to their blank stare. It wasn't good, she knew that, but at least he wasn't trying to set them all on fire to see how the essence interacted. "So," Meren leaned forward, "you guys fought with a dome leader, right? What was that like?" Neha saw that all of them were looking at her expectantly, eager to hear what she had to say. With a glance at Zach, she started telling them the tale. Neha rushed through the hallway and into the garden of their temporary home. She had sent Hero with the other young sect warriors to train. He could learn a lot from the way that the sects taught combat with a weapon, and while both she and Zach had taught him, having a real teacher wouldn't hurt. She needed the privacy. A week had passed since they agreed to fight and protect the Dragonheart sect head. They had gotten to know the other members of the team that were in charge and in the know. They didn't know what kind of an attack they could expect, so they were, for now, just watching the city. They didn't think that their enemies would make a full-blown attack against the city with their armies. Such a troop movement would be noticed. Instead, they believed that their enemies would send a smaller assassination team. Meren, Icarus, and his wife Hyandrin were tasked with protecting the entrance to their sect head's inner sanctum, which was in the Fastora Peak. Neha was to keep watch throughout the main pagoda that housed the sanctum. With her ability to blend in and move through the dimly lit corridors with ease, she could ambush any attackers trying to get in. Lys and Zach were to be positioned down in the city, where they could watch for any attacks and quickly respond, as they had ways of moving quickly across distances, Zack with his wings and blink, and Lys through his own means. They also spread a lot of misinformation, so the enemy shouldn't be able to know which peak housed the sect head, and they had other teams pretending to protect other sanctums. For now, their protection had been calm, with no sign of anything strange. Today was their day off, though, and also the day that she had been waiting for so long. Vitor had delivered on his promise, and had given Neha the elixir that would remove Zack's focus. She found him in the garden, sitting on the ground and staring ahead with a blank expression on his face. She was worried about that, but there wasn't much that she could do. The others just thought that he was standoffish, but they didn't realize that his mind was probably occupied by something else. This reminded her of the early days, when he struggled to keep up with everything else around him. The scale of how time passed outside of the prison Hester had him in was something that she couldn't quite grasp, but it had obviously affected him greatly. She sat down next to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Zack?" She tried to rouse him, unsuccessfully. She shook him gently and called him again. It took her a full minute until he blinked and looked around, and another half a minute for him to realize that she was next to him and wanted to talk with him. "Neha," he said slowly. "What is it?" "We got it, finally." She offered him the elixir. He tilted his head in confusion, and then, once he took it, she saw him read its window. A few seconds later, a glimmer of understanding appeared in his eyes, and he nodded. "Ah, I should remove my focus, shouldn't I?" Zack asked. Neha nodded, her heart breaking a bit. This would stop any further progression of his madness, but the damage that was already done was going to have to recede slowly. Still, this was all that she could do. That, and to remain by his side and help him, just as he had helped her. He uncorked the elixir and downed it quickly. He closed his eyes and then shivered. She could see something flash beneath his skin, then fade as if draining away. He rolled his shoulders and opened his eyes. "Ah, there," he said. "How do you feel?" Neha asked. He hummed. "Not much different, I guess. There is a hole inside me where my core used to be. It is disconcerting. I didn't realize how much its presence was there until now." Neha nodded. It was the same with her. "You aren't unbalanced anymore. In time, you'll get better," she said, trying to reassure him. But he just smiled at her. "In time," he murmured. "Yes." He opened his mouth to say something more, but then closed it and turned back to just staring ahead, his eyes glazing over once more. She sighed and stood up, leaving him to it. He had told her that he had been contemplating how to improve his skills with time, and she encouraged it. It was better than everything else that could happen. She walked out of the garden, leaving him alone, while keeping her shadow sense on him. Zack. Drinking the elixir had removed his path. There was pain, but it was in the past, already swept away by the river of time, and only the ripples of the pain's impact remained. He heard Neha speak, and he responded. That part of him which had looked beyond what the river of time had solidified. What drew his attention from the river of time was not the pain, but the absence of something, the missing core and conduits, the hole inside of him. For a moment it brought clarity. He saw the past few months, his obsession with time, clearly at last, and he realized the danger, the madness in it. He hadn't had an episode in so long. He had thought that he was fighting against the madness, that he was resisting, that his attention on time was helping him. Now he realized that he had been wrong. He hadn't eluded the madness. It had consumed him instead. Time, his focus on it, his need to understand it and shape himself by it, was madness. He was in the middle of an episode, only Neha able to pull him out for moments at a time. His body was moving on autopilot as his mind tried to make sense of a thing that might never be sensible. He opened his mouth to tell her, to ask for help, but he felt the small glimmer of clarity slipping, and then he was back on the river, the moment of clarity forgotten once again. He was sitting on a piece of wood, both young and old and rotting and growing at the same time, a cycle of life and death, of passage of time. It was his, he knew that, crafted by his mind to help him stand on the surface of the river. The scape that he imagined, the idea of time, was more solid now. His will shaped the image for him. The river was wide and powerful, and he rode the wave that was at its head, at the end of the river, charting the way forward in a blank scape ahead. Behind, he saw a world coming into being, though not immediately. It was shimmering into existence far behind. Mountains and forests, cities and people. It seemed as if the world took time to solidify before the state of things was written in stone. He wondered what time really was, or how he could grasp it. It touched everything that he knew, all essence around him, other people, their actions. All was impacted by time. Therefore, it made sense to him that time was one of the bases of existence, of reality itself, at least this one, the real realm. He wished that he could enter the ethereal realm to test things, but it was still somehow locked away from everyone. He understood that this was all inside of his head, his own understanding of time. To him it was a river of time, for others it might be a ball of string, or a tapestry woven on the wall. Understanding and will shaped the essences, the aspects, and how people could use them. Zack's time blade was not his own understanding of time. It was borrowed, stolen from the shade that he had killed for it. That had been one clue that led him to create this scape inside of his head. It had helped him, had given him clues and context about how to infuse the ideals of time into himself, his skills. He needed to find out why time fought him, why it refused to let him create skills infused with it from the start. Something was nagging at the edge of his understanding, but he couldn't grasp it, not yet. He needed more time. So he focused all of his being on what he needed the most. He contemplated time. It was all that mattered. Chapter 37. Attack. Neha walked down the corridors of the Fastora Tower, the pagoda at the top of their peak, the home to the Fastora family. She wore their sect robes, orange and black in color, and she was in a female drake form. Over the last 2 weeks, she had been introduced to the regular guards and given the ranking of commander. She didn't have any real authority, of course. It was all for show. Her job was to patrol the tower, moving around the different floors randomly while on the lookout for any signs of attack. It was a boring job, but they had signed the contract, and in her mind it was worth it. Zack was still prone to spacing out, but at least she hadn't seen his state worsening. Being away from him for extended periods of time worried her, but there wasn't much that they could do. He was down in the city, on the walls, ready to respond anywhere in the city in case of an attack. She had convinced him to use one of the charges on his ring of true recall up in their guest house, too. If he needed to return to the tower, he could do it in an instant. She glanced at her hand and the bracer that she wore, given to her by the sect. It had 7 communication formations on it, each housed in a crystal, and each paired with another crystal. Each of them had one that any of theirs could connect to, and then 6 others that connected to 6 of theirs. She didn't know why it had to be done that way. She didn't understand formations. She pressed a finger on one of them and spoke inside her head. "Zack?" she called. He didn't respond immediately, so she sent her voice again. His answer came after the 3rd call. "Yes, Neha? How is everything? In the city, I mean." "Calm. Slow." "Are you ready?" Yes, of course." "You didn't answer my call immediately," Neha told him. "You know that you need to pay more attention." "There was no danger. It is different." She sighed. It was as if he could sense when some outside influence was dangerous and when it was not. She had seen him react to danger nearly instantly, but anything else, it took him a while to stir. There wasn't anything that she could do but hope that it would get better, that it was part of his madness and not just who he was now. "Just be careful. An attack can come at any time." "Time flows as it wills." Neha pulled her finger away from the crystal. His responses had gotten more and more weird of late, especially when concerning time. But if his obsession with time was enough to keep his madness at bay, she would tolerate it, even accept it. The floor beneath her feet trembled, and she frowned. One of her crystals flashed a moment later, and she answered the incoming call. "The city is under attack," Icarus said. "Make your way to the sanctum." She didn't answer, knowing that he would have to let everybody else know, too. She started running down the corridors, heading to the outer rings of the tower. She reached an open section which allowed her to see in the city, and she paused. 3 massive airships, or more like flying palaces, were floating above the city itself. Bombs fell from the gaps in their hulls, and lines of fire were falling to the city. They couldn't have gotten so close without being seen, so she assumed that they had either teleported close or gotten here by some high-tiered stealth capabilities. How didn't matter. What did was that they were here. Their attacks were lighting up the sky beneath the 3 peaks, directly over the city, as their bombs and fire impacted the shield beneath them. No attack had yet breached it and fell on the city, but the shield was blazing with light, turning night into day, painting everything in the dancing shadows. The city's defenses started firing back, hitting the flying palace's shields. "Zack, where are you?" She touched his crystal. "On the walls." His answer came quicker now. "I'm on—" She paused as her shadow sense caught something in the tower. The movement of the guards, the rush down the hallways she expected as people passed through shadows. A part of the tower just went dark, though, even to her senses. And then there was movement, leaving the empty spot in her mind. It didn't take her long at all to realize that the attack on the city was a feint, a distraction. The enemy had teleported directly into the tower, and they knew where their target was. Or at least that their target was somewhere in the tower. She felt 3 teams leave, heading in different directions, each having 4 people. One team quickly dispersed as they encountered guards. In the 2 seconds since her shadow sense detected the intrusion, they had arrived and blasted through the tower. They were quick, powerful. She felt guards dying. "It's a distraction, Zack. The real attack is in the tower," she sent, and then repeated the same thing to Icarus. She started running. One of their groups had split for some reason, each person running through the tower on their own. She melded into the shadows with perfect shadow meld, my presence as shadow, and headed straight for the closest of the intruders. Varney was part of the main attack team and tasked with causing as much damage as possible in the tower, while the rest struck at the sect head. He didn't know everything about the attack, but he didn't need to in order to execute his part of the plan. They couldn't let the Dragonheart sect get a second Eternal Cultivator. They were already one of the strongest factions in the world. Another Eternal Realm Cultivator would just increase their power, and someone like Ritor Fastora, who was already a monster, a high ranker? No, the Collective couldn't allow it. Already the Dragonheart sect had pushed the other factions around them too far. They had all but cornered the market on alchemy with their eternal sect leader, and the wars had barely touched them while the rest of them had survived, but with scars aplenty. They couldn't let the threat rise, not with the world tearing itself apart. The sects were planning something. They had obviously orchestrated their wars just to make everybody else think that they had weakened themselves too, but they knew the truth. They were waiting to strike. He found a squad of sect warriors heading his way, their weapons raised. He grinned as he triggered his perks, then his ability. He flashed through the hallway, the air sizzling as it electrified. He reached the end in a flash, and then thunder followed, cracking the walls and vaporizing the guards. He was a level 470 Lightning Lord, and there wasn't much that could touch him. He was perfect for the hit-and-run tactics that their plan needed. Sow confusion and distract from what the others were doing. That was him. No one and nothing could touch him. Pain pierced his back a split second before he felt pain in his neck. He lost feeling in his body, and the ceiling was moving, his head falling back. What? I can't feel anything. A power? An attack? The last thing he saw as his head fell back to the floor was a shadow standing over him. Tarkash fired a wave of stone spikes at the group of guards running toward him. They shrouded themselves in shields of fire, the main path of their sect branch, but they were all only in the heavenly realm. Their shields couldn't protect them against his attacks, not when he boosted them with his perks. The 4 guards died, and he glanced behind to check on the others. They were deep inside the Fastora Peak, beneath the tower, in a large cavern-like room with streams of lava falling into pools at its sides. At the end was a large door, leading to an area where the Dragonheart sect head was currently in seclusion. Or at least that is what they were assuming. The fact that the main team was currently battling Merin Fakuta, as well as Icarus and Hyandrin Fadora, meant that they were probably right. Their battle was shaking the cavern, and his side was winning. He could tell. The only question was how long it would take them to get through. Barely a few minutes had passed since their arrival, and they didn't have time. They were few, and inside the heart of the sect. The cultivators were powerful, these ones more than most. Tarkash wanted to help the rest of his team, but his job was to make sure that they didn't get flanked. He needed to keep the sect warriors from overwhelming them, to buy time. His sense suddenly flared, and he turned around, his staff raised high and ready to fire his abilities. An intruder had just appeared, walking into the cavern. He nearly fired when he saw a Damacy man walk into the cavern. "Varney?" Tarkash asked. "What are you doing here? You were supposed to distract above." "I cleared the lower floors," he said as he kept walking toward him hurriedly. "I figured I should help here." That wasn't part of the plan, but when Tarkash belatedly realized that something was wrong, he was too late. Lightning flashed, Varney's movement ability, and then he was in front of him. Before Tarkash could react, a black dagger the size of his forearm cut across his throat. He felt weaker as he stumbled back, his staff coming down as he fired. A spike rose from the ground where Varney stood, but the man just stepped back, his body turning dim as if it was just a shadow of itself. Then he dropped into his own shadow. Tarkash reached up with a potion to heal himself, triggering his defensive perks. His skin turned to stone, and the ground around him rippled and shook as he triggered an earthquake. Before he could drink the potion, Varney appeared in front of him, attacking with 2 daggers. He sent spikes at him with his staff and then stumbled forward as a pair of hands grabbed his left hand and pulled. His eyes widened as he saw another Varney next to him, pulling him off balance even as the first one was impaled by his spikes. Then a flurry of strikes hit the back of his neck, cracking stone. There was no time to use any of the perks that might have saved his life. 2 daggers pierced his stone skin and sunk deep into his neck. With a twist, his head was separated from his body. As his head flew through the air, tumbling around, he saw a third Varney standing behind his decapitated body, rising from his shadow. Lyria was getting frustrated. It had been 3 minutes since they'd arrived, and they were yet to accomplish their mission. They were supposed to be in and out in less than 2. The first issue was that they had been dropped on the wrong floor, though, of course, they had allowed for such miscalculations. Using spatial abilities to breach into a protected area was hard, and they had known that even with all of their planning, they might not reach the targeted location. Still, the second phase had gone smoothly. They had separated, and her team found their target, the sanctum. They had assumed that it would be protected, and they had known the most likely people that they might encounter. They had prepared for that. But even still, the 2 metal-scaled drakes were annoying. They were tough, but they were slow. Lyria and her team might not be able to kill them quickly, but they could slow them down and otherwise ignore them. The main issue was that there wasn't much room to maneuver, as the 3 were protecting the entrance to their sect head's sanctum. Meren Fakuta was the biggest threat. The man was nearly unkillable, and they just didn't have the time to continue this fight. They had planned for this, but the reality was different. They might be able to win and get by them, but soon others would arrive, and then they would be overwhelmed. Their mission was to get as close to the sect head as possible, to secure his death. Getting into the sanctum was preferable, but not necessary. They had no time. The ground shook, and Lyria blinked away from a swipe of Icarus's axe that nearly cut her in half. She turned and looked for the source of the earthquake that nearly killed her, and saw Tarkash die, killed by Varney? 3 Varneys? That wasn't right. The Damacy man was supposed to be above them in the tower, and he couldn't be in more than one place at once. She might not know what was happening, but it didn't matter. They had no more time. She disengaged from the fight, leaving the rest of her team to keep the 3 defenders occupied. As 2 of the Varneys turned to her and stepped in her direction, Lyria pulled an object out of her storage. The large metal chest hit the ground with a loud noise that grabbed everyone's attention. Her team saw and knew what she planned. They used their greatest powers and sent the 3 defenders back, getting space for themselves. She saw them pull out spatial arrays, and she did the same. She glanced at Varney, or the person wearing his skin, and showed him her teeth in a wicked grin. Then she placed her hand on top of the metal chest and triggered the array. A moment later, the array twisted space and sent her away, as far away as possible. She did not want to be anywhere near the Dragonheart sect. Neha saw the Ravzur woman touch the chest and then disappear along with the rest of her people. She didn't know why they would retreat now, but she could guess. The chest lit up, lines spreading all over it. In a corner of her eye, she noticed Icarus running toward it, his eyes wide and filled with fear. His wings beat, sending him forward. Neha could step through a shadow, get close to it faster than he could, but there was nothing that she could do either. She felt the power building. She thought about Zack, about what he was going to do without her. Her hand reached for the crystal on her wrist. Her mind reached for her True Link perk. She had an awareness of him, but they couldn't talk through it. She didn't have time to use the crystal. The reaction engine triggered, and the world ceased to exist. Chapter 38. Shuzhen Ji Shen. Time. He had always felt like he had an infinite amount of it. Time was a certainty, something that he would always have more of. It wasn't until he escaped the prison that he had realized just how precious it was, and how cruel it was, too. Decisions that he had all the time in the world to make before now had to be made in minutes, less sometimes. He couldn't keep up, not with the way that the infinite realm flowed. It was too fast. He was out of place, out of time, and it didn't care at all for him. Neha was the only thing keeping him anchored, allowing him to at least function somewhat. There were things that he couldn't grasp about this world, the way that they lived their lives so carelessly, the way that they practiced such casual cruelty, killing each other, as if life was worth nothing at all. Since coming back, Zack had killed only twice, and both had been taken. He regretted that now. His anger had overwhelmed him. He had seen the connection they had to Hastur, and just reacted with no time to think. But that was not who he was, who he wanted to be. And yet, everywhere he looked, everything he heard and saw of this world, all of it just disappointed him. He couldn't understand how they could bear to rid the world of something as unique as life. There was something outside of themselves that brought so much chaos. And yet that was what they were doing, fighting wars and seeking power through violence. There was a world filled with mystery and riddles, and they looked only at blood. If only they had more time. If they had lived for longer, contemplated their existence. But all of their lives were lived at such a quick pace that Zack felt as if they had no time to truly consider their actions. He looked out at the city before him, the people walking around, living their lives, mingling, talking with each other, reacting to stimuli outside of themselves. It was alien to him, but he was learning. And yet, time was all that interested him. Even when looking at the city, seeing so many people, all he could think about was how much time they had. So few of them were immortal, and few of those who were not even tried to strive and become immortal. They acted as if they had all the time in the world, but their entire lives were but fleeting moments to him. He felt himself closer to time here. There was something about the city, the way that it was built, the monuments that stood proud, the world given form of art in all things. It called to something in the back of his mind. It made his imagination, his perspective on time clearer. It was in the art of the city. Something was given to make it, an essence of people who molded it. The river of time was there, behind his eyes, always, but closer now. "Zack, where are you?" A voice called among the noise of the city, piercing through his mind. It didn't draw his attention, not in the way that it once could. A part of him that was always vigilant, that looked for threat and flaws, it answered. "On the walls." A pause, then, "I'm on—" The world turned white, and the roar of the river of time inside his head lessened, for a moment. 3 large objects appeared in the sky, and a rain of light and fire fell onto the city. The shields above him lit up, and he saw the flaws in them, the points where they were weaker, where the attackers could break through. They didn't have the same knowledge, and so their attacks were random and futile. The shields held. "It's a distraction, Zack. The real attack is in the tower," the voice spoke again, but it was a distant thing now. The noise of the river of time was growing, thundering in between his ears. The crystals on his wrist flashed, people trying to get in touch with him, but it wasn't that he was ignoring them, as he wasn't, not really. It was just hard to pull his mind from the topic of time, the attack, the noise of it all. It pushed him down the recesses of his mind. His skill was overwhelming his control for a single moment, and it sent him spiraling back down. There he saw. Every action, every event, it all built up the river of time. He could see it. The once calm river had become a wild and foaming thing, and he was riding on top of it. So many actions, so many different choices, all of them influencing the path of the river. The edge of the wave was in front of him, close enough to touch. It was time, charting a course, creating the present and the past. There was no future, just a wasteland in front of him. That was how he saw it. Slowly, oh so slowly, he was starting to understand. He was mad. Oh, yes, he knew that. And he didn't care. Madness was obsession. It was drive. It was need. And he had to learn the truth behind time. All else was secondary. Life, death, the attack on the city, the mission, the contract he agreed on. Nothing was more important. The world around him seeped away, and only the river remained. The timescape inside of his head was getting clearer by the moment, and in that it was also getting more chaotic. It confused him. Images overlapped inside his head. One moment, the timescape was a river charting a course, creating the past behind it and going into an unknowable future. The next, it was not a river at all, but a string being pulled from a yarn. Then it was a tapestry woven, each action a single string. Then it was a delta, a field of countless streams, each splitting off in different actions. All of these different ideas, different scapes, they were fighting him. Time itself was fighting him. He couldn't understand it. All of these different images, none of them were what he thought that time should be. It wasn't anything that he had ever considered. Inside the prison, where he spent most of his life, there had always been only one path, one riverbed, one timeline, time flowing forward without end. He was getting closer to understanding, and then his mind went blank. The timescape was banished, and reality returned. The day turned into night, and Zack turned his head as the silence reigned. The peak was gone. An expanding white ball had swallowed its top. The middle was cracking, white light piercing through the stone as it crumbled, as it fell toward the city. The 3 objects in the sky flashed away in far less spectacular displays of light, and the first falling rocks hit the top of the city. The shields flashed and failed, and death reigned on the buildings below. A moment, or a second, 2 seconds? He didn't know. Time was slippery to his mind. A boulder, smoldering and filled with cracks, was falling toward him, threatening to flatten him and the wall he stood on. There was a hole inside his mind, and even without looking, he knew that his true link perks would be gone. Neha was dead, and he felt something that was familiar, though he didn't remember when he had felt this last, an emptiness inside his heart, Loss. He knew the word, even though he didn't remember. Neha had told him of his past, or what she had known of it, and this, it felt familiar enough that he knew what would follow. Grief, pain, rage, then acceptance. He had gone through this before, but his mind didn't remember. His heart, though, it knew. How easy it would be to accept it, especially now when he had so many years under him. Neha. He had known her for such a short time, a fleeting moment. The two of them had something once, love. He didn't understand it, hadn't understood it, not until now. She was there for him. She helped him, guided him, was a bridge between this world and his old and tired mind. He had learned about her, gotten to know her, had taken her presence for granted. In his old and tired mind, he never imagined a time when she wouldn't be there. And now, there was the pain of loss. Ah, this is what she was talking about. Love. It hurt, and it made him angry. Rage boiled inside of him, wrath at their careless disregard for life. How many had they killed here? How many would die from the fallout when that ball of glowing light expanded to its fullest? He saw no flaws in it. He saw nothing, no essence at all. It was the collapse of order of the entire world, as if it was anathema to all things that he understood. It was a blank spot inside his head, a hole that swallowed everything. And they had killed Neha, and Hero, too, the young child who was his responsibility, a young seed that had so much to learn, that could grow to shake mountains. And for what? To stop someone else from reaching the summit before them? Pitiful children and ignorant fools. He could kill them, make them pay for what they had done. He could find all of them and end them, try to lessen the pain, the sorrow. Oh, how easy it would be to move on, to remember and avenge. The world itself would tremble before his will. They would perish, die as all things must at the end of time. No. He thundered inside his own mind. The world was his to do as he willed, yes. He could feel his madness trying to twist him, to force him to disregard all things as inconsequential, to accept that Neha was gone forever. But it was his willpower that could shape the world itself. It was his right. He had earned it over more than 5,000 years of life of aimless existence, thousands of years of carving words into stone. The framework wanted him to play by its rules. It denied him power over time. It denied him the right to create skills touched by time, and time itself refused him, fought him. So be it. His time blade formed, and his will slammed into it. Rewind. He felt the blade strain under his willpower as he faced the river inside his mind, as he urged it to move. He heard the blade cracking from the weight of his will and time. A wave exploded out of him, and the river slowed. The boulder that nearly reached him moved back, time rewinding. 100 meters, then 200, more space than he had ever influenced before. And not enough by a long shot. The time around him whined at him. It tried to reassert itself. The river splashed around his mind, and the weight of it pushed on, uncaring for what he wanted. It felt as if time itself felt affronted that he would dare try and play with it, as if it looked down on him. The boulder came again. The peak above it had now crumbled. the city pelted with debris. The glowing sphere of light expanded and filled the sky, a sun of empty light. He smashed his will into the world around him, seeking, crafting a skill to turn it all back. His will stopped. A wall denied him. The framework. It stopped what he knew he could do. He opened his mouth and roared, a bellow of such might that he felt his throat tearing itself apart. The air rippled with his willpower and voice alone. He pushed as he had only pushed once before, and for a split moment, even the framework buckled under his will. Something flashed in the corner of his mind, skills that could do what he wanted, created by his will. Perfect remembered moment. My text distorted. Perfect projecting space. Text distorted. Evolved to I turned back. Text stricken. The framework slammed down on top of him. The power of it sent him to his knees, the ground cracking. His head filled with white noise, and what he tried to grasp slipped through his fingers. He was denied. What he could do was taken from him once more. There was no skill shaped by time for him. It stood in his way once again. He turned his eyes up at that empty sphere of light, projecting his anger onto it. Anger at the framework that thought it could keep from him what he had earned. Hate for the foolish, petty monsters who knew nothing but wanton killing. Wrath at his own weakness, the madness in him. Death was falling. Only a few seconds had passed since the peak was destroyed, since she had died. And he knew that there was no time. The scape inside his head was shaking, and behind where the river carved a path, he saw a city with 3 peaks destroyed, an image of it building as if out of sand. A moment in time, solidifying. No, time is part of the world, and my willpower shapes it. The framework didn't want to give him skills touched by time. Fuck it, then. No skill. Nothing but will and aspect, then. Let it try to stop him again. He threw himself into his mind, into the heart of his understanding of the aspect of time, the behemoth that kept moving, uncaring for anyone or anything. And yet, time had potential to be anything, and he saw it now. The changing images vying for supremacy. Each of them wanted to be the only scape of time. The aspect of time was what the understanding of others shaped it to be. A river delta with an infinite number of streams. A string drawn from a yarn. A tapestry. But Zack didn't want that. His understanding was different. Parallel rivers? Timelines? Grand design? No. There was only one river in his mind, a slow behemoth, the river that charted the course into unknown. In the real world, he pulled out 2 potions and downed them together. Eternal elixir of aspect enhancement and eternal elixir of pure willpower. Time and willpower together. Power exploded inside of him, and the timescape trembled. His other ideas about time grew fainter, and time screamed at him as it tried to refuse him. He pushed anyway. This was his realm, his, to decide what it was going to be. And then a pressure built, opposing him. He could feel thousands of different wills opposing his own, felt their surprise, disbelief, horror, anger, hate, even pleading. They acted as if he was going to take something away from them, as if they had some greater right than him. Some were strong, great, and powerful, and others weak and barely having an understanding of time. They tried to fight him, each with their own understanding, each trying to force the timescape into a shape that they believed should be right. There were thousands of wills, each pulling in its own direction. All of them were so young. He understood, then, that even the oldest of them made up just a small part of his entire life. He had spent more than 5,000 years contemplating time. He was old, and they were young. This entire infinite realm was younger than he was. All paths, all focuses, all things that they created were just at the start of their journeys, barely having been discovered. And Zack's will was singular. His willpower was greater than theirs. They were disjointed, each standing alone. My will reigns here. His voice thundered across the scape of time, a nebulous place inside his mind, and yet not, for it was elsewhere, too. Time touched everything everywhere. It was a realm entire, both of form and not. The aspect of time. The timescape calmed, and a singular image rose as one that was supreme. The river of time. At its front was him riding the first and only wave through a wasteland, life and the past blossoming behind him. Yes, this was what Zack wanted time to be. One time stream, one that could be adjusted slightly. No future, no fate, no countless parallel timelines, only one. He turned back, looked at the moment in the past that the wave had already passed. He sunk his will into the river, into the wave all the way down to the riverbed, and he pulled. He ripped it out of the ground and forced it back, through time. The water churned as if it was boiling, foam rose, and the world trembled around him. The barely formed past crumbled as he pulled the river back. Moments not yet solidified fell as if they had never existed in the first place, as he erased them from reality. A small portion of the river, water riding the first wave, flowed forward, escaping him, missed even by his willpower, but without the weight of the river behind it, it just fizzled out, a piece of the timeline that never happened. He opened his eyes, and the real world shook around him. Time bowed its head to him, and he felt it deep inside. His will had given it shape. In the real world, the glowing sphere of light was gone, and the destruction and death never happened. All was as it was supposed to be. Notifications blared inside his head. Congratulations! World first feat accomplished. New titles available. Sage of Time. The First Tao, Way of Aspects. The Way of Time. And So It Was Again. Titles. Sage of Aspect. Time. Gain complete understanding of the core concepts of time. Plus 15% to all stats. Sage of Time. Perk. 500 Immortal Essence. The First Tao, Way of Aspects. Be the first in the world to give shape and form to an aspect of essence. Harness and create the way of an aspect. Plus 5% to all base stats. 1,500 Immortal Essence. The Way of Time. Establish a way of time, formalizing the rules of the aspect. Plus 10% to all base stats. Formalization of time, world change, 1,000 Immortal Essence. And so it was once again. Your achievement, drive, or effort is recognized. Plus 100 to base intelligence. And so it was once again. Grand perk. 10 Celestial Essence. And so it was once again. Grand perk. Once per year, turn back the world's time. The amount of time turned depends on your understanding of time and willpower. The crystal on his wrist flashed, and a voice spoke through. "Zack, where are you?" Neha, still alive, or alive once again. Zack turned his eyes to the peak and triggered his ring of true recall, returning to their guest quarters. There were intruders in the tower, or there would be. Chapter 39. Re-attack. Something was wrong. She could tell. The hairs on her body were standing up for no reason she could discern. Zack didn't answer her call, and, already on edge, she triggered her true link, Zachariah Gardner. Her awareness of him blossomed inside her mind, and she realized that he was closer than he should be. He was in the tower. She touched her crystal and attempted to call him again when the space next to her twisted and he was there. She blinked, surprised. He had just blinked to her through the walls. He wore his simple tunic and trousers, but she could see a strange outline around him, his telekinetic armor. She opened her mouth to ask him what he was doing, but before she could even ask anything, the floor beneath her feet trembled, and she frowned. One of her crystals flashed a moment later, and she answered the incoming call. "The city is under attack," Icarus said. "Make your way to the sanctum." She turned to Zack, and he shook his head. "It's a distraction. Focus on your sense. Someone is about to attack the tower," he said, his voice clearer than she had heard him in months. Something was different about him. There was something almost like a field around him, but not a skill or a perk. She didn't have the time to ponder before her sense caught someone moving on a floor beneath them. "I have them," Neha told him. "Point me where," he said, then pointed down. "Ride in my shadow." She had no reason to doubt him, and they were short on time. She stepped behind him and then melded into his shadow. A moment later he was moving, his will spreading out around him. It was stronger than she had ever felt, from him or anybody else, stronger than it had been even against Hastur. It washed over her, but it didn't hurt or smother her, though she was sure that it would have done that to anybody else. It was controlled, and she could tell that it was doing something. Then it pressed down on him and the world, and she felt something snap into place. He had just created a new skill. She recognized the sensation. Then their speed increased, and she could feel his skill affecting her, too, inside his shadow. The world around them was passing by so fast, and everybody else was moving as if they were passing through water. A haste skill, she wondered, but there was no time. In barely a few seconds, they'd arrived on the floor where the intruders were, and she pointed him in their direction. They were in a large round room, a crossroads, with half a dozen corridors leading elsewhere. They arrived quickly enough that she saw the glowing blue ring that had brought them here close. Pieces of art that the ring had manifested in were on the floor, cut apart where they had touched it. A spatial portal of some kind, she thought. There were 12 intruders, all obviously high-tiered and powerful. They already had sentries, and they noticed Zack's arrival. Immediately they attacked. A human male wearing robes and holding a large staff pointed it, causing almost 24 spikes of stone formed in the air and flew at them. Zack raised a hand, and she felt his will reach out. The spikes stopped in the air in front of them, and then were crushed as if squeezed by some invisible hand. The dust and crumbling earth fell to the ground. Before another attack could come, Zack spoke. "This will not end the way you think it will," he told them slowly. "Return home. There is no honor in the deaths that you seek to cause." The intruders didn't answer. Instead, they got ready. A Ravzur woman standing at the back of their group, near where the portal that brought them here closed, spoke an order. "Varney, deal with him," she said, then turned and gestured to the others, and groups started splitting up, getting ready to head down other corridors. A Demacy man grinned, lightning sparked around his body, and the entire corridor was filled with light. Shadows were banished, and her sense lessened, but she still saw out of Zack's shadow. The man flashed across the room, small blades extended from his forearms, stabbing at Zack. Before she could even figure out what happened, Zack sped up. The blades shattered, and Zack had the Demacy by the throat, squeezing. As the Demacy man struggled, lightning flashed around him and tried to hit Zack, and by extension her, but it was stopped by Zack's telekinetic armor. Zack turned his eyes to the rest as they started moving, spreading out and heading down other corridors. He raised his arm, and she felt his will bending the world again in a familiar manner, creating a skill. The air shimmered at the entrances of every corridor around the room, even the one behind them. One of the intruders tried to get through and hit a solid wall. It was a strange wall, though she couldn't tell exactly why. She had a sense of it. Some of the shadows had been caught in it, but they felt almost frozen, but without any cold, somehow solid. A few intruders tried to blast their way through, but their attacks were futile. Finally, they all turned to look at Zack, just as the man in his hand stilled. Zack dropped him on the floor behind them, and she saw that he was unconscious but still alive. Then their enemies attacked. Zack's will was so high, so powerful, that he felt like he could stop the world. And perhaps he could. He didn't, of course. He focused only on the task at hand. Time was still rippling around him, around this entire area, perhaps the entire world, as the river settled into a new path. He could feel it, and he wondered if others could, too. He had created 2 skills shaped by time, easier than ever before, and both of high rarity and tiers, thanks to his Sage of Time, which gave bonuses to anything linked with time. He hesitated to do any more. He realized just how far his madness had pushed him, his obsession with time. His mind was clearer now, and he knew that all of his skills related to time wouldn't be the most optimal. Related, synchronized, yes, but they didn't need to all be about time. That would have made his image— he didn't know what, but Neha had some ideas herself. Her skills were mostly about shadows, but there was more there. Movement, space. 2 skills, no more for now. It was unfortunate. The potion wouldn't last for much longer, and with it he could push himself all the way to the top. He knew that. Time came easier, though perhaps he could squeeze out another skill or 2. But there were other things to concern himself with now. He had cut the others' escape routes by creating a new skill, Perfect Field of Frozen Time. He hadn't really put walls there, but rather had just stopped time in the entrances, making it impossible for anything to get through. They could still blink to the other side or go through the walls, but he didn't think that they realized that yet. Then the invaders attacked. 2 blinked close to him, a female Demacy and a male Ravzer, one wielding a spear and the other a halberd. There were too many of them for him to truly relax, even though he was certain in his strength. He didn't truly know his strength, to be fair. He had fought only a few times, and he didn't think that those instances should be used as a measure. What he knew was what Neha had taught him, what she had counseled him, and that was that anyone, no matter their power, could die to a knife in the back. So he didn't hesitate, and he didn't hold back. He moved, pulling out his sealing blade of learning, and, with perfect greater parry, deflected the halberd, while using his frost blade to do the same for the spear. He was faster than they were with his new skill, perfect accelerated movement, my time slower than theirs. but still, he felt as if something was wrong, as if his body didn't move exactly right. The spear user used an ability, and her body twisted mid-air, and then the spear thrust forward a dozen times, hitting his telekinetic armor. Spear against will, and his will held. He tried to swing and cut her hip, but missed, his hand moving a moment after he wanted it to. He grimaced, finally understanding that it was his stats. He leaned his willpower on his body and evolved his skill. Perfect, tireless body evolved to perfect, tireless body, my body under my will. A new perk was being formed or given, and he leaned on the framework, getting what he wanted. It didn't even resist him. Perhaps it would have already granted him what he needed. Regardless, he felt his movement improve as he dodged an attack from the Ravzer. Then, 2 more joined the battle, and Zack decided that he shouldn't let them overwhelm him. He started using more perks. First, with his new skill perk, for every second 2, time, or at least his perception of it, slowed while he remained as fast as he was. He felt the river of time tremble around him. For every second that everybody else had, he had 2. Last Sovereign of Terra, Phantom Avatar. He was faster than they were, and he saw more than they did. Eye-focused and saw all flaws. The flaws in their armor were apparent to him, increased with his other skill perks. They came, and he used Windmaster to send a blast of wind at them all, a moment of distraction for them, 2 for him. Enough time. He whispered to Neha as he extended his will over her, letting her enjoy some of the effects of his speed. "Don't kill," he said, and then he moved. He whispered his words so low that no one else could hear, but she, hiding inside his shadow, could. Then they moved, and she moved with him, faster than she had ever moved before. He was speeding her up, too, somehow. They entered the center of the enemy formation, and they all attacked. Powers, weapons, everything came at them. These were high-tiered people, she could tell. But Zack danced in between them, parrying, blocking, deflecting. An attack came from his side, and he whirled, blocked, then stabbed with his sword. His blade hit the armor and slid through as if there was no resistance, exploiting a flaw in the armor, cutting right through the Demaci's leg. Others tried to take advantage, but they were slow, and he was using his telekinesis to trip them up, push them into one another, buying time. A female Ravzer in the back suddenly blazed with light and fired a fist-sized orb of red energy that made the space around it tremble. It flew at Zack, but he stepped to the side and her world twisted. They were somewhere else in the room, the Ravzer woman raising her hands at Zack's back. She fired the orb, and it hit Zack, but there were 2 of them? 2 of her as well? The orb passed through, swallowing the Zack and Neha that were fading away, pulling them into itself. It hit a wall and swallowed the wall, pulling everything around it as if it was an implosion, crumbling all in its path. Zack used his perks and attacked those closest to him in their confusion. She saw him use Dazzling Strike to blind, then cut off a Demaci's arms at the elbow. Then he used his Double Aspect Strike, a blade that sent a gust of wind, struck, and threw a Ravzer into a wall. He was disabling them. A strike to the head strong enough to concuss, a cut that severed the lower spine. These were classers, all of them flesh and blood. Some had perks and powers that let them heal, restore themselves, but Zack was relentless, attacking again and again. Then a Demaci appeared behind him, fast, his spear glowing with ominous dark light. He stabbed at Zack's back, and she felt that he wasn't going to be able to respond in time. 2 others had occupied him from the front, another 2 he was holding with his telekinesis. Perfect, unseen stab. She rose from his shadow and stabbed the man in the stomach with Ilui, her left hand grabbing the spear. The man's surprise was evident, but he was stronger than she was. The spear kept going, and she used primal channel, channeling the power of one of her monster forms that was heavily strength-based. She pushed the spear out of the way as she stepped out of Zack's shadow fully. Then, with greater partial shift, she changed her arms and legs for more strength and dexterity. With primal strength and primal blow, she struck, kicking. She broke the man's knee, shattered it, then stabbed him in the stomach, cutting out to the side and disemboweling him. A difficult wound, but not instant death. A healer or a powerful enough potion could save him. She turned around as Zack battled half a dozen of the others. If they weren't in the relatively small room, it would be more. As it was, they were forced to fight him like this, a handful at a time. She used her circlet, and suddenly 2 more Zacks were in the room, fighting, attacking. She guided them, but they were as strong as Zack was, if without his powers. Zack took advantage of the distraction and moved, blinking through the room, his will billowing out and crushing half of them in an instant. His telekinesis forced them to the floor that cracked beneath them. Only 3 were left standing, and she saw the Ravzer woman who gave orders before put her hand out, and a large metal box appeared beneath her hand. She moved to touch it, and her hand flew off as Zack blinked next to her. The world twisted, and he opened a fissure into another realm. Wind blasted out, sending everyone but him and the box that he was bracing with his leg flying away. He closed the fissure and put his hand on the box, then stored it in his storage. Everyone else was down. She stood with her Zack illusions, staring at those who were on the ground but still able to fight. "No," Zack said, his eyes staring straight at the woman who had pulled out the box. Neha didn't know what it was, but seeing the look on Zack's face, she could guess. The walls that kept the other corridors sealed fizzled out, and sect warriors spilled into the room. Icarus arrived first. He looked at the downed invaders, then at Zack. Before anyone could say anything, a notification blared inside her head. They had been defeated. Zack had made sure to disable as many of them as possible, and the rest he held down with his will. They couldn't match it, though some tried. One of them was a skill user, fairly strong even. He let his fields of frozen time down, and the sect warriors arrived. The world around him settled. He felt it, when time finally accepted the change, when the present caught up to the future that never was or would be. Icarus looked at him and opened his mouth, and then, new event, the Gates of the Forgotten. The Gates of the Forgotten have opened around the city of Dragon's Peak and allowed the ancient beings of forgotten worlds to pass through. Their goal is to destroy the city and all in it, a punishment for what would never be. Kill all of the great forgotten and survive the attack from their forces to gain great rewards. Attack arriving in 15 minutes. Great forgotten still remaining, 3. Ah. Zack looked around and knew that everyone had gotten the same message. It seemed that there were more consequences to turning back time than he had anticipated. Chapter 40. Behind the Curtain. Overseer Jamia walked down the hallways of Framework Control. Her gait was hurried, and her mind occupied with spiraling thoughts. The cause was familiar to her. Once again, she was being called down to Control because of an irregularity. There had been millions of years without any issues, and now this was the second time in a span of just a couple of decades. It concerned her, and the fact that the one who called her was Controller Marg Har, the same one who had called her last time, was what made her anxious. Marg Har was in charge of looking over and transporting the Earth iterations, And after what happened with the last one, she had looked into the 8th and 9th iterations. Both were aberrant. Not to the same degree as the 7th had been, thank the heavens, but there were still irregularities, problems that she didn't need. Already she was trying to figure out what to do with the 8th iteration. The arrival area had been taken over by forces thralled to the dome, and she couldn't just drop them there. She had considered many different avenues, dropping them somewhere else in the core, or even the frontier, or even beyond it. None of these choices were acceptable. The first 3 iterations had been chosen specifically. Their aptitude scores and the ways that their old worlds had been shaped by the framework had been designed to create people who could thrive and survive a wild, infinite realm. The first 3 iterations' rankers had been shaped to be the vanguard, to carve an area of safety. The second 3 had their old worlds pushed in the direction that would result in people with powers designed to support a growing civilization: farmers and cattle tenders, monster tamers and herbalists. They were supposed to nurture and help the others create more factions, to specialize them. And that had been a success. The years following the arrival of the 4th, 5th, and the 6th iterations had seen the great expansion of territories, the exponential growth of populations. The last 3 iterations were supposed to be focused on crafting and advancing the understanding of the rules of infinite realm, the sciences, to push the world into an industrial revolution, into advancement. Safety, then expansion, then advancement. That was how it was supposed to be. The crafters of the current infinite realm had reached high, but they had only scratched the surface of what was possible, of what would be possible. They lacked the tools and the rewards that the last iterations would bring from their old worlds. The understanding and sciences grasped at some things and missed others. The might of power ruled still. Of course, there had always been exceptions to the rules. The Cthulhu had pushed further than expected, and the knowledge that all iterations brought was put to use. But even they didn't have all that was required, as their best and brightest didn't make it into the infinite realm. And just as there had been aberrations in the infinite realm, the same was true of the iterations themselves. The 7th, the monsters that had survived to the end, the death of a world. It wasn't planned, but freedom of choice and outcome was allowed. Now she had to place the 8th iteration, and she was trying to figure out a way to satisfy her objectives. They had to arrive in a place of relative safety. Their knowledge, cultivation paths, skills, and classes had to survive for long enough to be introduced to the larger population. Dropping them into taken territory would be just as good as killing them. Dropping them anywhere else in the core would be the same. Wars still raged, and they would get trampled or conscripted. She still didn't know what the best solution was, and there was no hurry. They were nominally supposed to arrive at set intervals, but that wasn't set in stone. She, as the overseer, had a lot of leeway as long as she worked toward the final goal. She reached the control room and put all those thoughts out of her mind, preparing herself for a new headache. Marghar sat at his console, all 6 of his limbs working tirelessly.
"What is it, Marghar? And please don't say Earth again,"
Jamia said as she came to a stop next to him. Marghar turned his elongated head and grinned, showing his razor-sharp teeth and forked tongue. Who was once the aspect of greed, shook his head at her. Not Earth, but related. Jamia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Aside from being in charge of the Earth iterations, Marghar was also tasked with keeping watch on the rankers who still survived in the infinite realm.
"Tell me."
"You remember the 7th's 2 rankers?"
"I do,"
she said slowly, already getting the feeling that she wasn't going to like any of it. "Here, take a look," Marghar said. Jamia read through the prompt that he made appear in front of her. She noted who it was, Zachariah Gardner. He had been the weaker of the two, but not by much. Both had been monsters, achieving what shouldn't have been possible on the old worlds. They probably didn't know or understand it, but the requirements and feats that they had accomplished on Earth colored all of their advancements in the infinite realm. They got better perks more easily. They gained unique evolutions and advancement options because they had accomplished feats that no one else in the world had or ever would be able to. It was not their power on arrival that had made them unique or monstrous. It was the potential of what they had done on Earth. As she read through everything now, she saw just how fast he had advanced and how far he had come. Midway through the report on Zachariah, she turned away and asked Margar for a report on Riun Nacht. She read and saw the both of them were advancing fast and were gaining more power per advancement than anybody else in the infinite realm, which could all be tied back to Earth. The experience and its effects on them were long-reaching. "Their advancement is interesting, but not really a problem," Jamia told Margar. They were taking advantage of the early infinite realm environment, advancing faster than they intended people to advance, but not by much. But this was the environment that they had created for them, and it would remain as it was now until the defeat of all domes. It didn't matter. Others had more years, and some would be stronger than they were. "That's not the issue," Margar said. "Read Zachariah's report to the end." Jamia frowned and turned back to the first report. It didn't take her long to find what he wanted her to see. "Sage of aspect, time the first Tao, way of aspect a grand perk," she said, reading the list of his latest achievements out loud. They had been granted to him just a few minutes ago in Infinite Realm time. 2 of those were surprising, but nothing really too out of line. A grand perk was possible for anyone, with the reason most didn't receive them being because they didn't put themselves in situations where they could gain them. It wasn't always about combat or effort. Sometimes it was just about state of mind or overcoming something. It was a boon from the framework, a mark of distinction. She could see someone like the Earth 7 rankers gaining that. The Sage title, though, was straining against the norm. Jamia's job was to oversee everything, but she didn't follow the Infinite Realm that closely. She was working on other things, the design and implementation of things that were not yet introduced into the Infinite Realm. She didn't have the time to look after the baby universe. The Infinite Realm was still in its infancy. Its people had barely scratched the surface of all that was granted to them. They didn't understand the depth of what they could achieve. But that would come in time, in thousands, if not millions, of years. But she still was kept appraised of any notable developments. The Sage accomplishment was one such, as only 2 other people in the young history of the Infinite Realm had achieved it, and only one was still alive. The Sage of Bone had gone mad and died hundreds of years ago, and the Sage of Frosted Moon, who had gone further than anybody else had in the Infinite Realm, had gone to the lands far beyond the domes, where he sat under the frost moon and cultivated his power. Only very few exceptions existed, the best of the best, those who understood the core principles behind their chosen aspects, the parts that could not be changed by will or anything else. So, while someone achieving it so young was not only unlikely, but downright incredible, it was not quite out of the realm of possibility. The ranker was a monster, just as he was when she had first learned of him and the other. She had placed them so far apart, away from the rest, because she didn't want them to kill each other. They were monsters, but they were necessary. What they had was necessary, and she could see that they had been passing on their understanding and knowledge, as was intended. No, what was impossible was the third of his achievements, the first Tao, way of aspect. That should have been impossible, and twice as impossible for an aspect such as time, which was so powerful and highly contested. Their tamest predictions put the timeline for the creation of the first way of aspect somewhere between 10 and 20,000 years from now. Time enough for understanding, for contemplation, for immersion in an aspect. It shouldn't have been possible, no matter what. She dug deeper, looked, tried to find the cause of it all. It didn't take her long. Hastur, a dome leader, a being brought into existence by the will of the Three itself, a creation with a sliver of their intent. It had tried to punish Zachariah. It had succeeded. She looked through, saw the records of Hastur's thoughts and conclusions, why it did what it had. It was created from the stories of Earth, a being meant to influence and shatter the minds of mortals. But these people, they were not mortals. Any ordinary mind, a mind of a mortal from a world without the framework, would have buckled, but Zachariah was beyond that. He endured, and while he suffered the punishment, he had also gained something in return. The will of Hastur had constantly pushed on Zachariah's, a will from a being that held the essence of mind and time, a being that had been created with an understanding of time beyond any other being in the infinite realm. Hastur was ancient at his real birth, beyond ancient, a being beyond such concepts as time. The punishment, the pressure, it had imparted part of that understanding to Zachariah. That, coupled with the sheer amount of time that he experienced inside his punishment, the time that allowed him to contemplate everything around him, to sharpen his willpower, it had led to this. A man, a being with willpower far beyond what anyone else had, not beyond his years, no, for his mind and soul had experienced all of that time. He had the willpower of someone who was thousands of years old, put into a world where even the oldest were just over 1,000 years of age. Couple that with the potion he had gained as a reward, allowing him to push his will higher still, and you got what they had assumed would take them 10,000 years at least to accomplish. That wasn't even an assumption. What she read here made her more sure of that than anything else. Zachariah's 5,000 years were compressed, and he had spent it all alone and had not come out of it unscathed. It counted for more years of a more ordinary life, thousands of years more. Nevertheless, he had done it, and the first way of aspect was established. The first replacement for the role that she and the others of her kind had fulfilled in the old universe. Not only had it come too soon, but it would change everything that was to come. The others that contemplated time would understand what had happened. That knowledge alone would spread, and then push others to focus on trying to achieve the same thing. Most would fail, but a few might be able to get close. This was breaking away from their plan, and a voice whispered inside her head, and she froze as she listened. A moment later, she bowed her head in understanding. A feat had been accomplished, one that surprised them all, even the deal-maker and the three. An answer was required, and yet it had still gone against what they intended. So, a punishment and a reward.
"Good work, Margar,"
Jamia said.
"But we need to answer. I need you to prepare an event."
She explained what she wanted, and Margar blinked. I can do that." He nodded. "Do you want me to choose, or—"
"I'll see which of them want to volunteer,"
Jamia said, and then the space twisted around her, and a moment later she was somewhere else, an empty space filled with a blue mist. She reached out with her mind and hand, sifting through the likely candidates. They had to be old, powerful, A good challenge. Out of countless choices, she narrowed it down to 12. The mists curled up as she brought the old ones out of stasis, their shapes taking hold. These were the ones that had refused the bargain, but who had accepted reality. Their power was too high for the framework to waste them through other means, and so they remained here, in stasis, to perhaps be used in the future if they changed their minds. The old universe had cursed them, lamenting that the world was broken. It wasn't. In many ways, the universe itself had been unable to live up to what the three expected. It had been a learning experience. The 12 woke up, and she saw eyes glowing out of the mist, shaped like their old bodies. Then she spoke to them. "You have a second chance now to change your answer. I have need of you." Jamia started. 4 closed their eyes, refusing to even listen, and she sent them back to stasis. 8 remained. "I have a task for you, one that will probably mean certain death." She had no illusion as to what would happen to them. They were going to be a challenge. They might rampage and kill many of the chosen, but the entire infinite realm? No. Even if the dragon's peak fell, there were billions of people in the infinite realm. Eventually, they would fall too. A voice sounded out of the fog, old and respectful, 2 cold blue eyes of endless frost staring at her. "And what do we gain in return?" "No matter the outcome, I will grant your people a reward. Your willing champions will be pulled out of the infinite realm, no longer serving as feed for their growth, and your people will be granted access to the second stage no matter their current standing." 2 more closed their eyes. Either the reward was not high enough for them, or else they simply didn't care for their people. "That is a reward for our people, not for us," another voice said, and she looked in the direction of the pair of dark green eyes that felt like a deep forest, the voice arrogant and filled with the sound of grinding earth and crackling trees. "If you survive, I can grant you access to the current framework in this stage, a new life." It was unlikely to occur, but it might make some of them risk it. "If we survive," a third voice added as 3 more eyes closed, unwilling to listen further, leaving only 3. "Yet you have said that it is unlikely," the third voice, haughty and rumbling, continued. She turned toward the tall shadow where 4 eyes glowed with primal orange fire. "I can grant you partial rewards depending on your success. If you die but don't experience true death, I will grant you rebirth and an existence based on your performance." "We still risk a true end," the green-eyed shape said. "What existence is this that you value it so?" the blue-eyed shape added before she could. "We are needed. This proves it," the green-eyed shape answered. "Remain where we are, and there is always a chance for freedom." "Freedom? Bah!" the orange-eyed shape argued. "There is no true freedom for our kind. We are forgotten by all. Even our own kind knows nothing of us. They came too far after us. We are but stories to them, twisted and filled with half-truths." Jamia let them talk without interfering. They were right. These were the beings that had existed in the universe before the first version of the framework, when power had been unbound and unguided. They had lived and died long before the 3 had implemented the framework. But they were remembered, and their souls preserved when most of the others hadn't been, because the 3 saw worth in them. Their kind had failed the test, but there were avenues still for survival, for the granting of the mark of chosen. "Still," the blue-eyed one replied, "this is a chance. Just accepting will grant our descendants the mark." The others didn't answer, and silence filled the area for a long while. Jamia thought that perhaps she would have to choose another group and try again when they finally spoke. All three of them agreed. And with that, their contract was made, and she pulled the three out of the world of forgotten souls, preparing to send them into the infinite realm. Chapter 41. Siege. Everyone was rushing to the walls. The airships that had attacked the city were long gone, their infiltrator team locked up and probably forgotten. They had bigger things to worry about. Everyone in the city, and probably in the entire territory, had seen the message, the event. Neha knew that such things were rare in the core. They happened more often in the unclaimed territories, or those that were poorly explored, places where secrets still remained. The territory that was the heart of the top sect in the world was anything but unexplored. She glanced at Zack and saw him staring down into the dark clouds beneath them. The mountain they were on had a pretty steep face, but it was covered in trees growing out of its side, a forest going around the mountain below the peak. She knew there were lower peaks nearby, 7 in total, if what she overheard Icarus say was true. He had already sent scouts down the mountain to watch, to try and locate the gates. The countdown on the message indicated there were only a couple of minutes left. When it hit 0, the gates would open and monsters would spill out. They didn't know where they would come from or what they were even facing. The sect was on alert, even more so than before. She had seen people in the city taking up arms, from children to the elderly. The walls were filling up, a sense of urgency thick in the air. The attack from the collective had been expected, and people had been put in place. This was different. This was a total mobilization, something that made her think of the Empire and what she had seen there. The night was coming to a close, the moon growing steadily brighter. The dawn would come soon. They didn't need to stay in the city. They had accomplished what they had come here to do, and they had fulfilled their part of the bargain. They'd fought off the attack, the assassination attempt. No one was even paying attention to them now. Icarus was organizing the defense, and others were spread out along the walls. She even saw Vitor Fastora walking along the walls with his attendants and bodyguards, handing out potions and creating checkpoints where he placed big crates filled with healing potions. The sect was preparing for a siege. "Zack," she whispered. He didn't react. His eyes still just looked down at the clouds. She put a hand on his elbow and continued. "We could leave, Zack." She was trying to decide herself. Her whole life she had been a victim of circumstances. She led her people to the infinite realm and failed them. She lost herself in madness and turned away from everything she ever believed in. Then she saw a glimmer of light, and as a warden she felt like she started to make things right. Then that, too, fell apart at no fault of her own. The world seemed set against allowing her to help. Deep down she feared that remaining would only make things worse for these people. "This is my fault," Zack said finally, and a piece of her felt right. He felt the same way that she did. He blamed himself when it was the fault of the world itself. "It's not your fault. You can't take the framework's work on yourself, too," Neha said. "No," Zack shook his head. "This really is my fault. It is angry at me, despite me proving my worth. It relents because it must, and still it found a way to punish me." Neha froze for a moment, then closed her eyes. Oh no, not now. He was clearly in one of his madness bouts. "Zack,
I need you to look at me, to come back.
Zack turned and met her eyes, making her close her mouth. He had a sad smile on his face and clear eyes. I am clearer now than I have been in a long time, Neha. I know what it is now, and though I can still feel the madness in the back of my head, I've accomplished what it wanted me to, and I didn't break for it. The madness wants me to learn, and it will push me again as soon as it finds something else to latch on to. And when it comes again, I'll have you. He smiled deeper and put a hand on her cheek. For a moment she saw the old Zack peeking out of his eyes, the one who loved her. He turned his eyes away, back to the clouds beneath the walls. This is my fault. I saved you all. I changed what happened, and this is the response. His words sounded like those of a madman, but his eyes— he must have seen her confusion because he touched her hand and made a couple of his windows visible. She read through them, each making her doubt reality more and more. Sage of time, way of aspect, and so it was again, she whispered slowly. She had never seen or heard about anything like that before. You died. He turned his eyes behind at the city. The people in the city died. The collective attacked, and before anyone knew what had happened, they had succeeded. Neha remembered him coming to the tower, the things that he said. The pieces started to fall into place. Their weapon activated. The reaction engine, Zack continued. She had seen the metal box that one of the intruders pulled out, that Zack had taken, and she had forgotten about it. Everyone else probably had too, as the event had begun almost immediately after. The blast destroyed the tower, and the debris from the crumbling peak fell on the city, killing everyone. You died. Zack closed his eyes. For a moment I felt anger, grief. For a moment it felt like that was reality, and that it was as it should be, that it was part of life, that I was going to be alone again. And then I woke up. The world is what we want it to be, Neha, and I will not lose you. I will not let it take anything from me ever again. I will not let it or others play with lives so wantonly. I turned back time to just before their attack, and I changed things. This event, it is a punishment for that action, though I don't know why the framework cares. Regardless, even if it wasn't my fault, you told me that we are protectors, are we not? How could we leave? He had turned back time for her, and for everyone else who died, she was sure, but she didn't remember, not like she did when he used his time blade. Even now, after she had read his grand perk and knew that he was telling the truth, it was hard for her to really believe it. She could feel his will, just standing next to him, stronger than it had ever been. She was certain that he had used his potion, the one that he had received as a reward. Was that how he accomplished it? She wondered. You're right, she said at last. We should stay. She didn't know why she had even considered leaving. They could help, could save people. It was what they did. But Zack, this isn't your fault. He gave her a doubtful look. No, listen to me, she told him. You saved lives. If you hadn't done what you had, then they would be dead. The city, me, everyone. You saved our lives, and this event, even if people die here, you have still saved some. Don't put blame on yourself for things that are outside of your control. The framework will always do as it wills. Nothing we do will change that. After a second, he nodded, accepting her words. The timer on the event ticked down. By now it was nearly 0. The city fell quiet, and they waited along with everyone else in silence. The timer reached the end, and everyone held their breath. Seconds passed, then turned into minutes, and nothing happened. There was no bright light to announce the opening of gates, no attack. Then her crystal chimed, and Icarus spoke. "I lost contact with my scouts," he said quickly. "Do either of you sense anything?" Neha glanced at Zack and passed the question. Her shadow sense had an extensive range, but not enough that she could feel anything further down the mountain. Zack's sense was more powerful, but its range was situational. He saw flaws, and how far he could sense depended on what was happening around him that influenced how those flaws were presented. Zack narrowed his eyes and gazed into the darkness below. If there was something moving down there, eventually the ripples of disrupted air would get high enough for him to notice that something was wrong. The flaws in perfect movement of air currents would alert him that something was wrong. But with the city so close, with so much movement up here, "There is too much senseless noise," he said, voicing what she had thought. She touched her crystal to respond back when Zack frowned. "Wait," he said. The temperature is dropping below us, and quickly." Neha blinked, then told Icarus that. Suddenly Zack turned around and looked at a section of the wall across the city from them. "Neha, how does the shield around the city work? When we came in, I remember seeing people coming into the city with no issues." She frowned, but answered. "It doesn't stop living things, or most of them don't. I don't know the specifics. Every system is different, and this one is formation-based. It probably has conditions that an array one can't have." He opened his mouth to say something, but then a horn sounded from the direction he was facing, and sounds of battle came from the distance. She saw flashes of fire and light as people started fighting tall shapes on the walls that she couldn't quite identify from this distance. Zack straightened and turned around back to their side of the wall. "They're here," he said as a screech came from below the walls. The clouds parted, and flying shapes rose out of it at high speed. They were big monsters, most the size of their airship, with a couple that were larger. She removed her filters and looked at them. Frost Wyvern, Tier 10. Some were higher tiers, others lower. A few were greater frost wyverns, and were of epic rarity. The beasts were mostly white, with some being pale blue, large, with 2 clawed feet and wings for arms. Their necks were long and heads smaller and narrower, but arrow-shaped, like many similar monsters that she had seen before. But that wasn't what immediately caught her eye. It was that they were armored and that there were figures riding on top of them. She looked at one of the armored riders that she couldn't quite identify at a glance and saw their windows. Ancient Yeti Warrior, Tier 11. Ancient Yeti Grand Priest, Tier 13. Ancient Yeti Great Warrior, Tier 12. There were many different types and rarities, but she knew that the real danger was that these were smarter and better equipped monsters. Zack grimaced and then stepped back just as a glowing ice arrow the size of her entire arm smashed into the wall. The wall was unharmed, the reinforced red stone shrugging off the impact, but they were pelted by ice shards. She dashed into Zack's shadow as he used the wind to divert the shards. The wyverns flew over the walls, some going into the city, while others attacked the wall itself. Fire arrows and techniques responded, and she saw one of the wyverns get hit by a dozen arrows, then release a death cry as it tumbled down along with its rider. The airships above the city opened fire, killing scores. The wyverns had to get close to the wall to fire, as otherwise the city shields prevented them from getting through. A wyvern carrying a basket-like contraption flew over the wall, and yetis jumped out of it, landing on the wall. 3 of them rushed at Zack. Their armor was made out of tough furs and leathers, and they carried large two-handed clubs that seemed to be made out of bone. One of them rushed forward ahead of the others, using a power of some kind that made him double in size. He swung at Zack and missed as Zack moved out of the way. A moment later, his large sealing blade was in his hand, and he swiped, cutting the Yeti in half. He rushed at the others, swinging and killing them, too. A moment after they fell, he stopped and just looked at their dead bodies. "Zack?" she whispered from his shadow. "Such a waste," he said. "They are forced to do this, to be monsters, and there is no way to save them." Neha had told him what she knew of what he had told her before, about monsters and the framework. Some of that knowledge involved things that he had learned in the ethereal dungeon, others they had uncovered together. She knew that he wanted to help people, to protect them. He hadn't killed any of the attackers on the tower. They had captured them. But monsters, even those like the Yeti before them, there was no trying to help them. The framework didn't allow them any other choice but to try and kill them. He shook his head and opened his mouth to speak. The start of his words was drowned out by a roar that echoed off the mountain peaks, and both of them looked across the city to the 3rd section of the wall. Large shapes flew up in a blaze of fire, larger even than the Yeti's wyvern mounts. They were red and black in color, light reflecting off their scales, with 2 sets of wings on their backs and 4 limbs. Horns curved back over their heads, and 4 eyes glowed in the night. She watched as dragons fell upon the city, spewing fire, and winged drakes flew up to meet them. Chapter 42. Yingji Nushen. Everything was happening so fast. The wyverns were flying over the walls, dropping troops and throwing jars that exploded in blasts that froze everything they touched. Zack was fighting on the wall, killing the monsters that were trying to take it. They couldn't really do anything for the flying monsters, as both she and Zack lacked a solid ranged kit. They had tools that allowed them to close the distance, but they were limited. A sound of cracking stone turned her attention back behind them. In the distance, she saw one of the walls explode as massive roots pierced through the stone and then stabbed into the city, destroying buildings. Shapes rode the roots, sliding down them and into the city. Screams and battle cries joined the flashing of gemstones, but the wall had fallen, and the monsters were in the city. Neha's crystal flashed, and she tapped it to hear the message. "The eastern wall needs aid. If you can, even though this isn't your fight, I beg of you." Icarus's voice came through, and she looked up. She saw him in the distance, fighting with the dragons in the sky, his wife Hyandrin next to him. Those drakes who could fly were fighting, the airships having their attention split between the dragons and the wyverns. There was no one left to provide aid for the eastern part of the city. The Fa Kuta branch was fighting alone. Zack created a whirlwind around them, sending any monsters flying away, and then he touched his crystal too. A moment later, he turned to look down at his shadow, where she hid. She could tell that Icarus had repeated the same message to him, too, by the look in Zack's eyes. Icarus was the highest-ranking warrior in the sect, and he had the command of their forces. If he asked for help, then he believed that the situation in the eastern part of the city was deteriorating quickly. From the way Zack was looking, she could tell that there was no question as to if they would help. "Go," he told her. "I'll hold this side of the wall. You help there. Protect the people." She worried about leaving him alone, even with all of his strength. The Great Forgotten were yet to show themselves, and none of them knew how powerful they would be. Still, she stepped out of his shadow, and with one last look she jumped off the wall, running and keeping to the shadows to keep her speed increased. In her mind, she felt him being left behind through her true link, and took solace in the fact that she would be able to feel him at least. She didn't argue, because when all things were said and done, she agreed with him. This was what the two of them had decided about who they had wanted to be. She shifted forms into that of a monster, a shadow stalker, a cat-like monster that was big, strong, and fast. Running on 4 legs, she was faster than she was on 2, and in this form she was harder to detect in the shadows. She ran through the streets quickly, jumping over barricades and the people waiting behind them. She saw children holding bows, elderly people with weapons that looked like they hadn't seen use in decades, and all sorts of people who weren't warriors. The closer she got to the wall, the louder the sounds of battle got, and she could already tell that she would find the monster long before she reached the breached wall. She turned a corner and saw a group of 3 sect warriors, 2 drakes and a Karora, fighting a big monster. It was tall, taller than the drakes and even Neha's Ravzur form. It towered over them, nearly twice their size, 4 meters tall at least. It looked as if it was wearing armor made out of brown and green bark, with an antlered helmet, but Neha realized that it wasn't actually armor. Ancient Leshy Grand Druid, Tier 14. The monster raised its hands, and roots exploded from beneath the cobbled stone, wrapping around the 2 drakes and pulling them to the ground. The Karora swooped down, his long lance pointed straight at the Leshy. The monster swiped at the Karora with his 2-handed wooden mace, smashing the Karora out of the air and sending him flying into a wall with a sickening crunch. Arrows tipped with crystals hit the monster's back, fired by warriors on top of buildings. After a moment of delay, they exploded, sending the monster stumbling back. Crystals exploded out of the ground as spikes, cutting the roots that held the 2 drakes, and they rose. Their 2-handed axes made out of glowing crystals rose high, and they jumped forward, then attacked. The Leshy roared as they chopped at the bark, its skin, cutting deep. It attacked, and one of the drakes threw his hand out. Chi left his body, and a wall of crystal formed just in time to block the attack. Arrows and their axes killed the monster, and she continued, heading toward the fighting. She turned another corner and saw 2 smaller monsters pursuing a small drake child who held a bow with a snapped string in hand. The monsters had the same general appearance as the other one, despite being smaller, but they had no antlers, and their bark was paler green, almost as if it was younger. One of them gestured, and a nearby tree bent. Its roots lifted out of the ground, sending stone and earth flying. The girl stumbled, then fell and rolled across the ground. The 2 monsters approached her, each carrying a wooden, club-like weapon in hand. One of them raised it, and Neha stepped through the shadows. Still in the body of a shadow stalker, she lunged out of the Leshy's shadow. Ilui was covering the claws on her right paw as she attacked. With primal bite, her jaws closed over the monster's head, even as her claws bit into its shoulders, keeping it in place. The head crunched beneath her teeth, all her buffs for attacking from the shadows and, when unseen, making her attack that much more powerful. She pulled, ripping the head off. In one smooth motion she launched herself from the first monster as the second turned around, and mid-air she shifted into her unique form. Ilui changed to a dagger, and another appeared in her other hand. The monster tried to respond, but she was faster. With perfect lacerate, my strikes tearing apart, she struck. Her daggers ripped the front of the monster open, lacerations filling its body, and its green sap-like blood spilled out. She underestimated just how thick the monster's bark-like skin was, and while she did do damage, it didn't die immediately. It took a step back, and roots exploded out of the ground, trying to catch her. She twisted out of the root's reach and evaded the monster's club by bending her spine back unnaturally, her flexible body not even complaining at the strain. She danced away, then threw the dagger in her left hand at the monster's head. It blocked with its club and obscured its own vision. She pushed back in with primal charge, her leg muscles bulging and throwing her head forward as a new dagger appeared in her hand. She saw the flaws in its defenses with her perfect fatal flaw sense, my sense, critical sight, and she stabbed her left dagger in the monster's forearm, then twisted and pulled it off balance. As it tried to recover, she stabbed with her right hand straight through its chest with primal strike, which made her hand blur forward. She stabbed at what seemed to be the monster's heart, or core, and activated Dark Heart Dagger, draining 10% of its highest base stat. It had been a long time since she had done that. It made her vulnerable for a few moments, but with her shadow sense, she was sure that she had the time. She kicked the monster's corpse to the ground and looked around. She found the child on the floor looking at her with wide and terrified eyes. "Run," Neha said, and snapped the child out of her indecision. The little drake scurried away, and she made sure that there was nothing in the direction the child was running in. This was the edge of the combat, so she doubted that anything would attack, and there was a barricade in the direction the child was running toward. Neha turned around and headed further out, seeing the dead in the streets, warriors and not. There were broken barricades with impaled corpses on top of their spikes. Most of the barricades this far out were wooden, and it seemed that the monster had turned them against the defenders. The word had to have traveled down because most of the ones in the city she saw on her way were made out of piled boulders and crystals. Everything was happening so fast, and as she reached more fighting, she saw a group of non-combatants throwing jars that exploded on impact, setting the monsters on fire. They screamed as they died, though it didn't kill them outright. As the monsters tried to take the people down with them in death, Neha rushed in, finishing them off and saving the people running away. She wondered how these monsters would fare against the other sect branch. One of them was focused on fire, and she saw a few drake warriors with smoldering scales fighting on top of buildings, but too few and far between. This was the section of the city where people seemed to mostly follow a path focused on the crystals. Was the fact that they attacked here by design? She didn't have the time to think about it. She lurked in the shadows, killing any monsters that crossed her way, following the screams of fear and saving people. A calmness settled over her, and a sense of righteousness. She had always been a protector. It was all that she had ever wanted to be. To help people, to keep them safe, was her purpose. Every time she came upon a dead body in the streets, she felt her heart wrench just a little bit more, and she pushed herself to move faster, to save more people. She had the power. She had to help, to protect. It was right. She saw children hiding beneath a building tipped on its side, nearly fully collapsed. She rushed over and ushered them out, then escorted them out, as far as she could until she was sure that they could run the rest of the way on their own. More and more monsters spilled into the city, and she realized that her fighting them wasn't doing anything but slowing their advance. Once she saw no more survivors running, she moved deeper, heading toward the fallen wall. Crystal dome of protection. An ideal. She sensed it ahead and hurried forward. She reached the wall, or rather, its ruins. A massive area was filled with rubble and roots that had crashed through the wall and into the city. Crystal spikes stabbed through the roots, keeping them in place, but beyond them she saw the battle. The giant hole in the wall was filled with monsters climbing over the roots, getting into the city by avoiding the battle that was taking place in the center. Dead warriors by the hundreds were sprawled over the rubble, painting it in blood. Bodies were crushed beneath roots or impaled by branches of blood trees that grew out of the corpses. One of the blood-red trees rose to the sky, each of its dozen branches impaling a body, their stomachs open and innards hanging out. To her horror, a few of the bodies were still squirming, still alive. In the center of the rubble-covered plateau stood a towering monster as tall as a few of the buildings not yet torn down, antlered head covered in deep red bark that was weathered with age and splintered in parts. Roots grew out of its feet, anchoring it in place as it tried to attack with them. Some stabbed into the ground, only to come out somewhere else and try to stab at or grab someone. In one hand it carried a large wooden axe, which it used to swipe at the defenders on the ground, pulverizing stone with each swing. The other hand had been grown in the shape of a shield that the monster used to protect itself. She looked at its window. Ancient Forgotten, Glar-Ad, Conqueror of 10,000 forests, Emperor of 1,000 roots, Blood Druid of the Somber Call Grove, Tier 23. Flashes of memory came to her, images of Hastur, a monster beyond any that she had ever encountered. She had done nothing against it. She had helped, all of them had, but she hadn't killed it, hadn't harmed it. What could she do against a monster like this? The hundreds of dead bodies in front of her were a testament to the monster's power. Even though she saw the wounds on its bark, the bloody sap trailing down like dark red streams, it wasn't enough. And yet they had killed Hastur, a small group of them. There were people as strong as they had been down there fighting it. She saw the group fighting, Drake warriors holding crystal shields and weapons, standing in front of the monster and trying to protect their people. Flying Korora were throwing exploding jars at it from high above as the monster fired wooden spikes at them. Parts of it were on fire, though the blood-red bark didn't seem to burn all that well. She recognized the drake in the middle of the formation as Merin Fa-Kuta, his crystal scales glowing with blue and yellow light, and giant spires of crystal forming a dome above him, his ideal, perhaps. Great spiraling shards of crystals floated above them, protecting them when the monster tried to attack. He was one of the Dragonheart sect's strongest warriors. The others around him were strong too, but they worked together as a team, and they were holding the monster here, keeping it in place, buying time for the city to prepare. Her shadow's insight blossomed in her eyes as she peered into the monster's shadow. She saw insights in the flickering shadows cast by the burning light and glowing stones. There was a forest, soaked in sap and the blood of animals, trees growing out of corpses, and a being sitting on a throne growing out of stone, deep green eyes peeking out of red bark. The tree was so tall that it covered the sky itself, once green and blue, turning into red. And then it was gone, but she knew that it was an insight into the being she looked at, a monster, a conqueror. Her perfect capability awareness, my awareness, true measure, told her that it was powerful, not as strong as Hastur, but what did that matter when so many were dead all around it? Power was relative. What kind of power someone had for the situation they used it in mattered, not just how much raw power one had. Neha steeled herself and made a decision. She melded into the shadows with perfect shadow meld, my presence as shadow, then moved. She sneaked closer, preparing her attack. She changed Ilui to a longer blade, a stabbing weapon, then started preparing. With Shadow Stab, all attacks she made while undetected dealt 200% more damage. While in the shadows, her shadow fighting increased her stats by 15%, and Shadow's avoidance increased her speed by 25% when touched by Shadow Essence. She activated her perks. Primal Blow, increasing damage by 5 times. Powerful Strike, increasing damage by 3 times. Primal Strength, always active when in her unique form, increasing her strength by 45%. She had used pieces of monsters for this form for that exact reason. She got closer and closer to the towering form, using shadows to keep herself hidden, crawling by corpses and broken buildings, as all the while the sect warriors fought and died. She steeled herself against looking, keeping only the monster in her sights. Her passive perks increased her stats further, and once she got close enough to the monster, hiding among the many roots writhing around its leg, she acted. She stepped through a shadow and came out in the shadow of its antler, on its shoulder, just next to its eye. Out of the shadow she stabbed forward with perfect unseen stab, my stab, from the shadow, hitting at the exact point her fatal flaw sense told her to. Ilui, in long blade form, struck through the opening in the bark, at a deep green eye blazing within. A roar exploded out of the monster as her blade sunk through and hit something hard behind the eye, and red, almost black sap-like blood gushed out as she pushed her blade in through whatever it was she hit. Her perfect danger sense, my sense, shadow aura, flashed around her, and a dozen lines made out of shadow appeared in her vision, showing her an attack that would impale her. Her perk, Shadow Anticipate, activated, and her body seeped into the shadow to avoid an attack that she didn't see. A spiked root missed her from behind, and then the monster's face exploded in roots, lashing out. With of shadow's stride and illusion, she twisted mid-air as she fell out of the sky and into the protection of the shadows. The roots that intended to stab her changed direction as she evaded them. One lucky one slammed into her, slapping her away. She flew through the air and struck the ground 100 meters away from the monster. She hit hard, breaking bones even with her high stats, and immediately activated rapid regeneration before reaching for a potion. As she healed, she heard a voice like thunder. "Chosen, you dare, wretched insects. You stand before greatness. Die, and let your corpses nourish the forests." A sound of tearing filled the air, and she saw the monster rip out the roots that held it rooted in place and start to move. One eye was gushing dark blood, while the other glared at the ground where the sect warriors prepared to meet it. Neha stood and readied herself to move when she heard a whimper behind her. Her sense caught movement, and she turned. A broken piece of a building, a slab shakily leaning on another, hid something beneath. A group of children, 3 of them, were hiding in the ruin, which was threatening to collapse. Her eyes widened as she saw their state, the crystal-tipped spears pointing at the entrance to their little hiding place, green sap leaking from one of them. Monster forgotten, she jumped forward, rushing to them. But then the ground shook, the stone finally gave way, and the slab collapsed on top of them. Through her sense, she felt them get crushed, and she froze. Her head turned around to see a growing cloud of dust and rubble as the monster stomped and crushed warriors beneath its feet. Crystal boulders smashed into its shield, and spikes tried to stop it, but it cleaved through them with its axe and bashed them away with its shield, sending them away to crush buildings further in the city. Everything slowed for her, and she stopped. She hadn't protected them. She should have done that first. She should have gone around the battlefield and made sure that there were no other people hiding away in the carnage. But she hadn't. She had seen the monster and thought herself some great hero going to slay the great evil. They loved her on her homeworld. She had led them, and they had died for her. These children, hiding in the shadows, had died too, and it made her heart ache. When she was a child, she had always loved the dark, the shadows. Her people weren't nocturnal, but she had always hated the day and the sun, and loved the night, skulking through shadows, looking out and knowing that they hid her. The light burned, it revealed, but the shadow hid you, it protected you. In its embrace, she had always felt safe. She wondered if those children had felt the same way, if they had hid there, thinking that the shadows would keep them safe. They should have, but the world was cruel. A part of her wanted to let herself feel the blame, to curse herself, but Zack's voice echoed inside her head. Be better tomorrow than you were yesterday. They were supposed to protect, to keep the innocent away from harm. And the only way she knew how to do that was with shadows. She felt the faint shadows around her, cast by the ever-dimmer moon above and the burning light of torches, of glowing gemstones. Something moved deep down inside of her, and the sense of safety that shadow should provide grew more intense. Shadow hid you. Shadow held you. Shadow protected you. And then something changed deep inside of her. Something new grew, stretching to fill all of her, and she reached for it. Grasp of shadows. She felt them all. Her senses expanded to touch more shadows, and her power rose. On instinct, she knew what to do. She faced the monster and commanded the shadows to rise. Everywhere around them, from beneath the rubble where the light touched through cracks and gaps, from behind warriors or the dead, from beneath the trees and buildings, from behind the monster itself, a shadow rose as a physical thing. Grasping arms rushed across the battlefield and caught the monster, pulling, gripping, holding it. It roared, yelled things that Neha didn't pay attention to, and moved. The shadows were too weak to do more than slow it down. They were tearing apart. Grasping hands wrapped around its weapon, trying to pull it down, and the monster swiped the axe across the ground, shattering a crystal spire and killing a drake warrior. Fire rained down on it from above, but spikes exploded out of its body and killed 2 Karora in the air and forced the others back. Neha grimaced, then let her image out. It tired her out, and it wasn't strong, but she let it help her now. The shadows around her grew deeper, stronger, and the monster slowed more. Crystal shards hit it and embedded into its bark. It roared, roots exploding out of its body and flying in her direction. The shadows rose, reaching forth with grasping hands that caught them and protected her. Still the monster moved. The shadows, made by the flickering fires and glowing stones, by the moon that was now a sun shining the light of dawn, were not strong enough. She needed more, a deep shadow with no hint of light, the highest tier possible. She pulled an orb out of her ring, as dark as night itself, filled with swirling shadow. A moment later, she used the Peace of Night. The fledgling dawn was extinguished, and an eclipse filled its circle. The night fell fully, and the shadows darkened. The grasping hands elongated, wrapping themselves around the monster, pulling it down to its knees, tightening around its throat. She moved, melding into the shadows and disappearing from sight. Then she stepped through her shadows. Her range increased, it lost sight of her, and that allowed her to trigger unseen death as she came out near the monster again. Her first strike was increased by 1,000%, and she felt her new power boost it further. A large gash opened up the monster's front. Then 2 more copies of her appeared, and she started cutting, all 3 of her, carving lacerations into the monster's body as it was unable to move. It roared through its bindings, but there wasn't anything that it could do. Hundreds of roots exploded from beneath the ground, and the blood trees around them moved, but her grasping hands caught them all, holding them at bay. The sect warriors joined her attack, chopping at its legs, its arms, anything they could touch, as crystals smashed against its bark, trying to impale it. She moved around its body, getting behind it to keep herself from getting hit by friendly fire. She cut up the monster's back, and dark blood gushed out. She mounted its back and started chopping through the center, her sense guiding her toward a fatal flaw at the core of the being. She struck her blade deep, feeling the life drain from the monster with Iloui's perk. She stole its stats with dark greed and kept cutting deeper and deeper. Crystal tips exploded out of its back as the drakes managed to punch through from the front. And then, when she and both of her illusions were soaked in dark blood, she focused all of her will and made one last attack with her perfect lacerate, my strikes tearing apart, cutting 3 long gashes along its back filled with carvings. A moment later, she activated that skill's perk, Life Rend. Blood exploded out of the monster, thick like sap and dark as night. Like a fountain it gushed out, and the monster stilled. Still held by her shadows, it died on its knees, impaled by crystal spears from the front, and with every cut she made in its body, more blood exploded out. Neha fell to her knees, her image shattering around her, and taking away most of her will with it. The warriors pushed the monsters around them, more coming in from the city, throwing the attack back to the hole in the wall. With a tired mind, she pulled up her notifications and looked at them. Herald of the Shadow's Embrace. Unique. Reach at least a combined power level of 9 tiers and embody an ideal. Plus 1,200 to intelligence and wisdom. Plus 5% to all stats. Grasp of Shadows. 100,000 greater essence. Grasp of Shadows. Title perk. Once per 3 months, for 10 minutes, all of your shadow-related powers have their effectiveness increased by 15 times. All shadows in the range of your farthest-reaching skill come under your control, gaining physical form and substance, and are able to be moved and shaped based on your will. The durability of the shadows is equal to their tier and your intelligence, with Tier 1 shadows being equal to 10 times your intelligence, and Tier 9 shadows being equal to 90 times your intelligence. Merrin approached her as she finished reading, his crystal scales muted and drained, blood covering his armor. He looked at her and nodded, and after a moment she nodded back. But before either of them could speak, the sky exploded with brilliant orange light, and there, on the other part of the wall, a massive dragon spread its wings as flames haloed its form. Chapter 43. Unexpected. Zack cut down another of the Yeti attackers as Neha rushed away. The spirits of the old masters were singing inside his head. He had never felt more in tune with them than he was now, as if he could breach the gulf of time between them. He danced, one hand holding a sword almost as long as he was tall, and the other having been changed into his fire blade. The Yetis were flying above, dropping troops, but he could see already that his actions on the wall were not accomplishing much. The defenders were doing more than he was. There were thousands of them on the walls, fighting upon them and firing at the sky. More still were on the rooftops behind them and in the airships above them. Without flying into the sky, Zack was fairly limited in what he could do. He debated using the ability that gave him wings to fly and attack faster, but there were so many of them, and even if he killed them quicker than the sect warriors, he wouldn't be changing much. This side of the wall was holding. In the distance where Neha was heading, he felt something. A force far more powerful than anything else he had felt since Hastur, something that had breached the walls and entered the city. A part of him had wanted to go with Neha to help and keep her safe, but another trusted that she could fight her own battles. He feared more that only one had shown itself. There were 3 walls and 3 great forgotten. There were powerful people around him on the wall, fighting alongside him, but 2 of the great forgotten were yet to show themselves. Far behind him, the sky was filled with fire as drakes battled dragons. This was a response to his actions, even if it wasn't his fault. People were dying, and he needed to prevent as many of them from falling as he could. He was slow, he understood that. In battle he could react quickly, but that was instinct, and he acted before he thought about what he was doing. His mind didn't think fast enough to make decisions in any type of reasonable time frame, so he cheated and bought himself time. Perfect mind training analysis. The world shuddered around him. Wyverns flew above him, and the battle took shape. The sect warriors acted in unison. Individuals rose above the others, stronger and better, but the rest supported them. It was a strange way of combat to him, but he saw how it would play out. The sect would hold this wall if things remained as they were. Behind him the sky would fill with fire, but the airships and winged warriors of the sect would prevail. He could see the flow of battle. The last part of the wall, where Neha had been sent, one of the great forgotten was there, he had no doubt. He couldn't tell what would happen there, as he didn't have enough information for it, but he knew much. There were millions of people in this city, tens of thousands of warriors on the walls, and even those who were not warriors could fight. The city would not fall. They were fighting to save lives. More things changed as he ran through different scenarios. Then he introduced two variables that he had no information about which he could only speculate. Two shadows appeared in the skies above the two walls, the two remaining great forgotten. One had destroyed the wall and let his forces enter the city, and so he could only assume that the others would do the same. The walls falling would mean more fighting in the streets, more people dying. His goal was to prevent as much death as possible, and so his course of action was clear. The world returned to the present, and he stepped up to the edge of the wall before taking a step off it. He fell down the mountainside, then used his aspect wings to fly down, searching for the enemy. There were only a few hundred wyverns still flying up. Thousands had already reached the top, but he guided himself in their direction, hoping to find the gate that had brought them here, and, perhaps, the Great Forgotten. He didn't even attack the enemy. Instead, he flew past them, too fast for them to react. He punched through the clouds, and there, in the distance, he saw a glowing light and headed in that direction. On a small plateau, he saw a bright ring, a gate. He landed near it and looked up at the light. There were no monsters coming out of it, and he assumed that all of them had already gotten through. A thin mist hugged the ground, spreading the cold over the nearly empty plateau. There were a few boulders around him, but no life, no trees or grass, just stone. The mist was knee-high and swirling around the gate. In a sudden burst of movement, he blinked across the plateau and attacked with his sword. The great sword cut through the air, and a sound reminiscent of breaking glass echoed all around him as what appeared to be empty air cracked into 1,000 pieces of clear ice. Something moved out of the way, too fast for him to react. A sudden sensation filled him with unease. The way that power felt, it was alien to him. A chuckle filled the air as the shape landed on a nearby boulder.
"I am surprised," the being spoke. "Seeing through the mirror is impressive. Granted, such tricks aren't really my field, but still."
"Not his field," the monster said. The only reason Zack even noticed anything was because of the mist hugging the ground. He had only barely noticed the tiny flaw where this mirror met with the mist. If he hadn't been on guard, hadn't been paying as much attention, he never would have known that he was standing just a few steps away from the monster. He, and Zack was pretty sure that it was a he, was a yeti. Pure white fur could be seen peeking out of the bulky armor that was the color of the night. It looked like it was made out of shells, maybe carapaces, strung together in a rough but clearly masterful way. A thick fur cloak was draped over his shoulders, the air cooling around it. Zack bent his knees, ready to attack, but the monster raised his hand up in the air.
"Hold, Chosen. There is no need to fight."
Zack narrowed his eyes. No need. Every moment I let pass me by, another dies in the city who might have otherwise lived.
"Ah," the Yeti started. "But I am not killing them, am I?"
Zack paused, and the Yeti continued.
"I have not attacked the city," the Yeti said.
"You sent your forces to do so," Zack said. The Yeti turned his eyes above, at the clouds that hid the city. For a moment he nearly attacked, but something told him that the monster's attention wasn't at all occupied.
"My forces,"
the Yeti said, his tone almost sad.
"They are not mine. My armies died a long time ago. Their usefulness not enough for them to be preserved like I had. They are just memories, fabrications of the gods. They have no choice in what they do. They are like those who you encounter in your dungeons, the ones that die and live again, alive and yet not."
"And do you have a choice in what you do?" Zack asked.
"Do I?"
the Yeti asked, and Zack got the feeling that he was asking himself more than he was Zack.
"You are a monster," Zack said slowly. "Are you not bound to the framework, unable to disobey its will?"
The Yeti chuckled.
"I am a monster, though not in the way that you use the word. I am not like them, and while yes, you are correct, I cannot disobey, I do have much more leeway than they. Come." He gestured at another boulder nearby. "Sit with me. If we must fight, let us not rush into it."
"The event is clear," Zack said as he raised his weapons. "We need to survive your attacks. I will not let you delay me."
The Yeti shook his head.
"Do you wish for your death that much?"
A threat. Zack focused on everything around him, looking for anything amiss. "If fighting is inevitable, I would rather not waste time. Do not mistake me. I don't want to fight you, and I don't want to kill you. Death is such a waste. But I have a responsibility to protect as many as I can."
The Yeti smiled at Zack.
"Well, we might."
The sky turned black, and all light above them disappeared. Only the light of the gate next to them remained. Zack's true link was still there, but he knew that this could only be Neha. She had used her item, the Piece of Night.
"Ah,"
the Yeti spoke.
"And there he goes. Faster than I thought, but it seems like his plan worked. Good for him."
Zack frowned and then checked the event window. One of the Great Forgotten was dead. Neha. He readied himself to fight, readied himself for the Yeti to turn angry, but it never came. Then he paused. He had just lamented having to kill the monsters above, the fact that they had no choice but fight, and here he had a monster willing to talk. A part of his hesitation, he knew, came from what he had written on the mountains in his prison. Yeti, Ra'azel Equinar, untrustworthy, enemy. But there were so many things that he didn't understand about the monsters and how this world worked. "You are not distressed that one of yours is dead?" Zack asked slowly.
"He is not one of mine," the Yeti answered. "We are more like acquaintances who once shared a prison.
Prison? Zack asked slowly.
We are souls who had died long ago, but were deemed worthy enough to preserve for future use, such as this one,
the Yeti said. But why would you agree to that? Zack asked, not really expecting an answer. Neha had told him about the monsters that could talk, like this one, the intelligent ones. They all hated the Chosen, those like him, and even if they wanted to talk, they couldn't. The framework wouldn't allow it.
You assume that we had any choice in the matter. All we can do now is choose to do the gods' bidding, or to remain imprisoned. We are cursed to watch the world through mirrors and smoke without being able to affect it.
Zack frowned. This monster had seemed able to speak more than what he had been led to believe was possible. How can you even share this with me? I was led to believe that you were all limited, obstructed in some way. The Yeti laughed.
Even the gods make mistakes. We were never part of the framework. We lived and died long before they created it. Our power was magic, unlike this orderly and bound thing. We lived and breathed raw chaos, and we mastered it. The gods forget that we made a soul pact with them, but we are not part of this framework, and it cannot enforce its will on us beyond what we have agreed to, and we did not agree to stay silent.
So why are you here, then? You agreed to fight on the framework's behalf, to kill.
Just agreeing to do this has granted our people a reward. They were chained by the framework, forced to be monsters for your kind. With this one act, they will no longer be bound by that agreement. They will gain freedom. Blood spilled to save entire races from a fate worse than death. It is a good deal, even if they do not know me. I was but a story to my descendants, and even then, half the things they told of me were myths that never happened, or else were distorted stories. Still, they are my people.
Zack didn't quite understand, but he took the information in anyway. What did you mean when you said that the other Great Forgotten's plan worked?
We were promised rewards based on our performance, but any prolonged fight is a risk for us, a chance that we encounter something that could cause our true death. Glarad's plan was to strike at the city and do as much damage as he could, forcing the defenders to kill him quickly. He is a bloodthirsty one, but most of his attack was theater, an act to provoke anger, make them take him down before they could set up or do enough damage to kill his soul.
Zack blinked, and then before he could say anything more, a roar echoed from above, and the clouds that had been dark turned orange.
"And there goes Phil Aragor," the Yeti said. "He intends to try and win. I doubt that he will succeed, not if the city has people like you running around."
Zack grimaced. If the second Great Forgotten attacked the city, he should be there. But he looked at the one in front of him, then removed his filters. Ancient Forgotten, Ra Valim Helenos, Master of Change, Lord of Winter and Spring, Grand Magi of Enifa, Tier 24. "And you? What is your plan?" Zack asked. The Yeti grinned.
"I did intend on staying hidden, surviving as long as I could, and getting a better reward that way. I did not anticipate that someone would come looking for me," the Yeti said. Hopefully I will have done enough to be granted a new life, free, along with my people once they gain the mark. Though I do not relish losing my power and being bound by the framework, we must all make sacrifices."
There was so much that he had learned with just this short conversation, things that Zack didn't understand and couldn't understand. He was simply too ignorant on too many things, and he did wish to learn. The more he talked with this Yeti, the more he felt himself wanting to continue talking, even with the people dying above him. He realized that it was his madness rearing its head again. Learning about the framework, about the power that this being had, it was... He shook his head, trying to pull himself back. He couldn't stay here talking. The people above were fighting. He needed to go back to... He forced his mind to stop, and his will reached around him and touched time. He could feel the river halt for just a moment, but it was enough to center him. And then an idea occurred to him, a way that perhaps he could learn more. "You said that you lived and died," Zack started. "Then you were imprisoned." The Yeti nodded.
"My soul was."
"But you have a body?"
"The gods created a new one for me. They even created my old armor. It is so perfect that I can't even tell the difference."
The Yeti chuckled to himself. "Would you be willing to make a deal?" Zack asked.
"What kind of a deal?"
Zack told him.
"That is worse than what the gods will do to me."
"But it would be your choice." The Yeti's cold eyes flashed with things that Zack couldn't interpret, and then the Yeti gave him his answer. They moved at the same time, and the battle began. Chapter 44. River of Flame. Icarus flew through the sky, fighting dragons. As a child, he had always loved hearing stories about them. The sect had a large library with stories and histories of the old worlds recorded there, Drake stories mostly. He still remembered the first time he was read a story about dragons. Many on the Drake homeworld had believed that they were descended from mythological beings that matched the descriptions of dragons. When they had come to the infinite realm and found real dragons, ones that were monsters that only wanted to kill, that was when most had abandoned that belief. But Icarus always believed that there was more to it all. After all, Drakes weren't the only race that had had stories about dragons. These dragon monsters were large and powerful, bearing 4 legs and 4 wings with scales shaded in different colors. Black and orange for most, but there were exceptions. These were not a type that he was familiar with, but then dragons were as varied as any other race in the world. But there were few of them that stood at the top. He had heard stories about them, the dragons that were greater than others, that could talk and were too powerful for any one person to fight. The Dragon's Peak had once been a dungeon, the home to one monster only, Garagor, the Lord of Dread Decay. He remembered stories of how he was defeated, how Icarus's uncle had led the charge with an army of tens of thousands. They'd lost too many, even many immortals who'd died a true death, but they had won and secured the future of their sect. Not all had survived unscathed, though. Icarus's other uncle had his scales so damaged that nothing could heal them, forcing him to change his entire path and rid himself of them. It was what had pushed him into alchemy. Icarus beat his wings and swooped down on one of the dragons breathing fire at an airship, burning through its hull as the crew threw techniques back at it, trying unsuccessfully to force it away. He came in fast, and the fire from the dragons was bathing his armor and scales, but that did nothing but make him feel warmer. He swung his great halberd and triggered its power. The masterwork weapon grew in an instant, so much that he could barely hold it. His will infused it with of great might and metal power, and the weapon glowed with eerie green light as he struck. His blade hit the dragon just below its neck and bit through its scales like they were made out of paper. His strike continued until he cut away a chunk of its torso along with its head, separating it from the body. Fire burst out of the hole where the neck used to be, and then the two pieces of the dragon started falling. He looked around and saw his wife, Hyandrin, flying in her evolved form, the great coatl, with metal scales. She wrapped herself around a dragon and crushed it with her body, then lashed out at another, chomping its wings off. There was so much going on all around them. The dragons were attacking the airships and the flying warriors of the sect. He saw a Karora get burned and its scorched corpse tumbled down toward the city. A wave of firepower was coming from below them, lashing out at the dragons that dared come close enough. There were thousands of them, and each was stronger than 10 average sect warriors. Only Icarus and Hyandrin could hold them off and kill them so easily, but they were all used to that. It was how sects fought. They raised powerful individuals. They didn't have generals that could boost entire armies, didn't have the discipline or the tactics. What they had was power. A white and red dragon roared, making Icarus's muscles seize up. His techniques halted for a split moment, enough for his enforcement of his body to lessen. The dragon smashed into him, piercing through his armor and chest with one of its horns. He grimaced as it pushed him through the air, his halberd slipping from his fingers. He groaned and then activated his evolved form. He grew, his body and armor increasing in size until he was 3 times his original size. His scales toughened and his stats soared. He grabbed the dragon that was still piercing his body with its horn, but was now barely hurting him at all. He squeezed its neck, crushing it, then he threw the dead dragon aside. He put his hand out and used one of his rings, which was paired with his weapon. The halberd stopped its fall, then it flew up, magnetically pulled to his hand. The large weapon now fit in his hands perfectly, and he flew, striking at the monsters around him. He used his enforcing technique again, scales as dread metal, and felt his body harden. Then he used his second technique, might of the deep metal, to increase his stats again. 2 techniques were his limit, but that only concerned techniques formed inside of his body. He pulled at the essence around him, the air and the wind, and as it moved toward him, toward his core, he forced his will on it. A dragon was coming at him from the side, and he shaped a technique in the air, a pattern of movement that unleashed his second path's base technique. The flowing blast erupted, causing wind to hit the dragon's wings and stagger it for just a split second. The technique was nowhere near powerful enough to harm it, but the pause was enough. He beat his wings, and then swiped with his halberd and skills, enforcing his attack. He cut a gash into the dragon's side as it tried to evade, and then pressed in, stabbing it through the chest. He kicked it off his weapon and looked around. An airship, one of their war vessels, had its hull ripped open, claw marks clearly visible. It was falling down, and smoke escaping from the wound in the hull, obscuring orange flames, could be seen through the windows in the all-metal ship. He saw a group of sect warriors attacking a dragon. 2 Karora stabbed it with their long-hooked halberds, pulling on its wings as a drake unleashed a hail of crystal shards at its face. 2 more drakes were flying around it, stabbing long lances wrought in a fire in its side. Then 2 more dragons swooped in and attacked before anyone could react. A dragon chomped down on a Karora as he flew by and slapped the other out of the air with his tail. A wave of fire hit the drakes, burning them to a crisp. He looked at the city below. In the distance was the breached wall, filled with the rubble of torn-down buildings. The other wall was lit up with battle, both on the wall and above it. Monsters riding other monsters, fighting airships, and flying warriors, all engaged in combat. Never in his entire life had he seen a picture like it. Never had their city been attacked with an army. Never had the walls been breached. This was a roar drowned all sound of battle, and Icarus turned to see an orange glow rise from the clouds beneath the mountain. Fire exploded as a giant shape flew out of the clouds. It was a dragon, greater than all the others around them, with red scales and orange eyes. It was larger than his evolved form, larger than Hyandrin's, than even the airships around them. It crashed through a warship, the metal hull cracking under the hit from its head. It opened its mouth, and fire filled the air, engulfing airships and warriors alike. This was clearly one of the great forgotten that the event had mentioned. Icarus beat his wings, his will wrapping around his weapon, and Hyandrin followed after him. The dragon noticed them, then opened its mouth and blew out more fire. Deep core's toughness. His ideals spread out of him, infusing him. Will of metal. Hyandrin's followed close behind. They flew through the flames and straight at the monster attacking their city. He swiped his blade and hit the monster's head. He felt the scales crack, but they held. The monster roared and swiped with claws that Icarus evaded. Hyandrin slammed into the dragon from the side, trying to wrap herself around its neck. A moment later she screamed, and the red scales of the dragon turned brighter as if they were getting hotter. She flew away, her metal scales bright as well, the heat probably scorching her skin. Icarus shaped 4 techniques in the air, sending pointless blows of wind against the massive dragon. "It is futile, little chosen," the dragon rumbled, its voice carrying across the sky. "I am the flaming heart of a dead people. My flames know no equal." Icarus ignored it and prepared his next attack. His aspect manifestation fell around him, shrouding him in a cloak made out of dread metal chi, the chi that had once, long ago, been a mighty dragon's bones. The world returned to him slowly, as the transformation of his core, of his body. The new perk did its work, and he felt his aspect change. What was once a joining of 2 aspects, imperfect, became something more, a physical and conceptual union. Once they had been the aspects of decaying flame and dread metal, and then he had joined them, forming the aspect of dread decaying flaming metal. For a long time he had sought, had tried to find a source, a plane of the aspect that he had possessed, and found nothing. He relied on the core aspects that he had sources for, the corpse of the dragon that he had killed long ago, deep beneath the mountain. Now he felt his core connected to something more, a plane of aspect that resonated with his. His aspect changed, and as the perk name told him, it was a true aspect. Dread decaying flaming metal became decaying lava of dread, and something shifted. His perks altered, and the way that his aspect impacted them changed. It was the same effect, only more solid, greater. Hytor Fostora felt drained as he stood up in the dim light of the rivers of fire floating around him. Notifications in the corner of his eyes drew his attention, and he pulled them up, reading them slowly. Once he reached the last one, his entire demeanor changed, and he exploded into movement, through the great door and out into the cavern, empty save for 2 warriors that looked at him with surprise and hope. They yelled out at him, and he crashed into the wall with a flowing blast of flaming river. His chi exploded out of his arms, a gush of liquid metal that glowed with an orange light. It melted the stone, and the effect spread, even the rock decaying and crumbling beyond the burns. He smashed out of the mountain and into the air above his city, only to see war. A wall had fallen. Airships and warriors fought in the skies, dragons and wyverns intermingling with them. In the distance he saw a massive dragon, its wings blazing with fire. He saw Icarus and Hyandrin fighting it, their bodies covered in burns. Icarus's armor was melted in places, no better than many of Hyandrin's scales. Ancient Forgotten, Phil Aragor, Lord of Flames, Emperor of Dark Mountain, Scourge of the Sun, Tier 25. He beat his wings, and the scales of glowing metal shifted and the air shook. A group of 5 wyverns came at him, yetis glowing with light attacking from their backs. With barely any effort, Hytor threw his hand and a technique at the attackers. A wave of liquid fire, orange, red, and black, flowed through the air and over them. Their bodies melted, skin first revealing bones that followed a moment later. The flesh decayed and burned simultaneously near impact, causing pieces of the monsters to peel away before falling listlessly through the air. Techniques filled him, increasing his stats and making his scales glow deeper. A dragon came at him, and Hytor backhanded it. The heat of his scales melted the dragon's scales off, and he didn't turn to see what happened to it. He was enraged at the sight before him, at the attack on his city, his sect, his people. There was no room for hesitation, for holding back, especially with him feeling so drained from his advancement to the eternal realm. The great dragon saw him coming, and it blazed with heat, forcing Icarus and Hyandrin away. Hytor dove straight in, triggering his evolved form and his ascended state just as he hit the heat wave. His chi spilled out of his core, draining him, almost too much. His body grew, transforming into that of a great dragon equal to the one before him. A body made out of liquid chi shaped around him as he slammed into the enemy dragon. He saw the panic in its eyes a moment before Hytor's jaw closed around its neck, burning through its throat. The dragon fought, jerking violently, but all that he did was spread Hytor's liquid more. The decaying lava of dread covered the dragon, burning and melting through. Not even the monster's heat and fire were Hytor's equal. From his wings he unleashed techniques, waves of chi that melted layers of scales, that burned the skin beneath. He engulfed the monster, pouring himself over it, and in it, through its wounds. Its thrashing sent a rain of Hytor's chi in all directions, bathing the dragons that tried to come to its aid, as well as the sect's own warriors, sending them through the air. Some would burn through his own city, melting stone beneath him, but the quicker he ended this fight, the more people he would save. The monster opened its mouth, trying to speak, but its vocal cords were long gone, melted along with its throat. It couldn't breathe, but it didn't die. And then Hytor saw the fear in its eyes turn to terror as it realized the dread decay burned the flesh, but it touched the soul as well. The burning might not penetrate very deeply, but the decay did. The soul of the monster withered as its body died. Slowly, as the two of them tumbled from the sky, the monster died a true death, and before long they hit the side of the mountain. Hytor threw the remaining slag away and spread his wings, looking as his warriors laid into the remaining monsters. He roared, and the sect roared back. He had returned from his seclusion, and he had achieved his goal. He was in the eternal realm. Chapter 45. Aftermath. Hytor Fastora sat in a comfortable chair, his wings folded through the holes in the chair's back. His brother, Vitor, sat across from him. The room was small, a comfortable and private meeting room draped in curtains of gold. The formations in the walls and the floor guaranteed absolute privacy. He had been in seclusion for longer than he had anticipated, more than a decade. It didn't feel like it had been that long. The passage of time had been a nebulous thing to him with how focused he had been on his contemplation. He had been trying to figure out his eternal inspiration, and had used his skills to focus on a single thing to the exclusion of all else. His meditation room had been set up to keep all other concerns outside. His body could sustain itself on heat and certain metallic minerals, which formations had been set up to provide. He had felt drained by the advancement, and the fight had left him dangerously weakened afterward, but they had successfully defended their city from the event. He had never heard about an event like this, especially not in an already claimed and conquered territory. He hadn't asked many questions, but instead let his brother fill him in on what had been happening during the time he had been in seclusion. "So, the collective made their move," Hitor commented. Vitor nodded. "They learned about your absence and thought they had an opportunity." "You should have told me the moment the dome was opened, the moment so many high rankers had died," Hitor told him. His brother sighed. "I made a mistake," he admitted. "I didn't see the immediate danger. And, if I am being honest, I didn't think they would fumble so much. I believed that the classers would deal with the incursion. Instead, everyone turned on each other. And then, the third iteration, everyone underestimated the dome's power, and by that time even we had disagreements and wars." "Why? How did the council allow that?" Vitor grimaced, his eyes glancing around them for a moment as if he was trying to make sure that they were alone. "It shouldn't have happened, but some elements went against our agreements, against their own nature even. We have suspicions as to why." Hitor narrowed his eyes. There was something that his brother wasn't telling him, but he didn't press. There was too much else that he needed to hear. "These taken and the remaining dome monsters are a problem," Hitor said. "We cannot let them continue to fester in the core while these idiots continue to fight their stupid wars." "The wars have calmed down, but I agree. They are not treating them seriously enough, especially not now that they know that the Dome Leader is dead. They are all ignoring the issue. When something doesn't impact them directly, it's as if it doesn't even exist." Vitor shook his head. "The word is still spreading about the third iteration's refugees, though we've managed to keep such knowledge restricted to the sects. The monsters coming behind them are an issue, but the other sect heads have agreed to send help to the frontier and deal with them." So many issues. It almost felt like they were being buried beneath a mountain of problems. The Dome Leader being dead was good, and the third iteration coming to their borders was complicated. Hitor had stood by his people during their war, though the cultivators had been neither numerous nor strong back then. They had still fought them, though, if not as hard as some others had. It didn't matter now. It was a small issue, anyway. Most of the refugees were moving north along the border, claiming their own territories. That might bring them into conflict eventually, but it wasn't a concern at the moment. "The collective," Hitor said, returning to the previous topic. "What do we know about the attack?" "The 3 airships that attacked were advanced array craft, too advanced for what the collective could build. They teleported in, and airships with that capability are rare. They were not new ships. Signs of wear were visible on them. From the information available to us, only 5 or maybe 6 factions have access to such ships. 3 are engaged in an all-out war with one another and could probably not afford to spare their ships. The Exalted Empire's ships are very distinct in their make, and I doubt that they would care to help someone like the Collective. That leaves 1 or 2 options. The manufacturing factions that build them and sell them to the other factions. The Collective would not be able to afford them, even if they were second-hand, so someone either gave the ships to them or provided the funds to buy them." "A sponsor," Hitor said. "Most likely," Vitor agreed. And there is one more thing. Hytor tilted his head. His brother hesitated, but then started speaking. Their attack team infiltrated the tower through our wards. Hytor grimaced. That shouldn't be possible. It was a portal, and I don't know of anyone who could achieve such a thing, except for perhaps one person. Who? Vitor met his eyes. In the tournament city, the dome monsters were brought in through a portal that bridged an insane distance. It was done by one person. Hytor was surprised. He would assume a new type of array or a formation, not a person. His brother continued. We don't know much about them, only that they are a member of the Unchained, Vitor said. We've never had issues with the speaker, Hytor said slowly. They are known to sell their services from time to time, and opening the dome and attacking the core changes things. Who knows what they are planning? And there is more. More. Icarus just told me that the attackers in the tower were stopped by two guests of the sect, Vitor said slowly. Hytor knew little about the two, only that the sect respected them, and that they were part of a group that killed the dome leader. It was something that Hytor respected a great deal, especially with what he'd heard about the rest of the settled territory's actions. I'm aware, Hytor said. Before they were disabled, one of them pulled something out of their storage, a box. Icarus believes that it was a reaction engine. Hytor's eyes widened, and his hands gripped the table. For anyone to bring such a thing into his sect, he should destroy the collective just for that alone. Where is it? One of the guests, Zechariah, has it, Vitor said. Hytor's first impulse was to try and get it, but he knew that the two had been responsible for killing the other two of the event's boss monsters. His sect was indebted to them. How did the collective even get their hands on it? Hytor asked. You said that the Unchained stole the one that Golden Feather was entrusted with. Did they sell it, or? I doubt it. They used theirs to assassinate the high rankers. I don't know which one it could be. 11 were made. 2 were used centuries ago. The Exalted Empire keeps 4, and Awiran's was stolen and probably used. Erasmus uses his as a deterrent. He would never actually get rid of it. That leaves 3. 1 unaccounted for, 1 with the Halios Kingdom, and 1 given to the monks. Could this be the one that was lost? Hytor asked. Either that is the case, or else someone has it in for us, Vitor answered. If they could secure this one, it was a lot of bargaining power. He was still miffed that Awiran had managed to convince the others to be granted one for safekeeping. He was never going to understand how she managed to do that, though she had kept it safe for a long time. We need to talk with our guests, Hytor said. Of course, Vitor said. Just be aware that they are not weak, and that they have earned a lot of honor and respect through their actions. When the world itself turned its back, they were the ones who fought the threat to us all. They also have done more than they were obligated for our sect, as my contract with them was only to keep you safe against the collective. They had no need to remain for the event. Hytor tapped his claws against the stone table, then nodded. He watched as the two entered the small meeting room, a human and someone who looked like they had a true body made out of parts of other races. He studied them as they walked in. Neither wore anything resembling sect clothes, but he had expected that. Even after being briefed, Hytor remained knowing very little about them. Prior to their names appearing across the world after they had killed the Dome leader, no one had known anything about them. The human man was apparently a 7th iteration ranker. He had a hard time believing that, especially when looking at the man. There was an air of power around him, and Vitor had told him that the man had gone down the mountain and fought one of the Great Forgotten on his own. The woman wore a black tunic and pants, modest and not at all impressive. The man, on the other hand, carried a sword on his hip. It didn't have a scabbard, but it was hung on a hook on his belt. It was wide and had a curved T-shaped tip, and at the base there was a round hollow that had a pale blue and yellow light suspended at its center, with lines trailing out of it and touching the edges of the circle. He had his thumb hooked around the handle, but obviously not in any threatening manner. Hitor was surprised that he had been allowed to enter with a weapon on his person, which probably spoke a lot about the trust that he had earned in the sect. Hitor was not about to dishonor his sect by acting distrustful himself, and besides, meetings without visible weapons were just symbolic in a world where spatial storages and awakened objects existed. Vitor introduced him, and both of them inclined their heads. It was not a full bow, but still respectful enough to someone whom the sect owed a debt. They were both also extremely powerful, if what his people told him was true, and his skill confirmed their stories. "I wanted to give you my gratitude personally for your actions both against the invaders and the monsters," Hitor said, then bowed his head just enough. "You will always be friends of the sect for what you've done." "It was the least anyone should do," the man, Zachariah, said. "Not everyone would agree with you there," Hitor replied. The man shrugged. Hitor cleared his throat. It didn't seem like either of them were big on talking, so he continued. "Aside from thanking you, I wanted to talk with you about the intruders. Your swift actions have saved the lives of my warriors, and I am beyond grateful for that. But I've been told that, before you disabled them, one of the invaders pulled out something, a metal box, out of their storage." "The reaction engine," Zachariah said. "So you know what it is?" Hitor asked. He hadn't been sure. Few people had ever seen one in person, though most knew what they looked like from the stories. He had hoped that a ranker wouldn't know. "I do." Zachariah nodded. "You want it?" "These things are very regulated. We have rules in place for them, agreements between all of the major and minor powers in the world. Just having it makes you a target, and leaving it in the hands of individuals is—" "I won't give it to you," Zachariah interrupted. Hitor stopped. He saw Ikris shuffle on his feet, and Vitor look at the two with narrowed eyes. "I understand that you were the one that stopped them from using it, but it was brought here to be used against my sect. If it has been activated, then—" "It was," the man interrupted again. He saw the woman, Nehemasa, glance at him with a frown. "It was activated," the man finished. Hitor blinked. "I assure you, if it was, then we wouldn't be having this conversation." Zachariah glanced at Nehemasa. For a moment there seemed like something passed between them, and then she sighed and nodded. Zachariah turned his eyes back on Hitor. "The only reason I am telling you this is because I was responsible for the event that the framework threw at you. The deaths of these people are on my hands," he said.
"We've been over this."
Nehemasa tugged at his hand.
"You are not responsible for what the framework does."
Hitor exchanged a look with his brother, not understanding anything that they were talking about. He had been told that the man had been severely imbalanced. Had his madness progressed so far? Zachariah met her eyes and then turned around, looking at the other three people in the room, Hitor, Vitor, and Ikris. He nodded to himself, almost as if he made a decision, and then took a step closer to Hytor. The reaction engine fired. It destroyed this peak. It rained rubble on the city, and then it swallowed it as the blast expanded. Neha, Icarus, the two of you, all of you died. And then I changed things. Changed things? Hytor asked slowly. As an answer, the man simply waved his hand and made a window visible, showing a perk. And so it was again. Grand perk. Once per year, turn back the world's time. The amount of time turned depends on your understanding of time and willpower. Such weapons. The fact that anyone would even consider using them. The man spoke, but Hytor barely heard him as he read through the perk. I am not comfortable with allowing anyone I do not know to hold such a weapon. It took Hytor a few minutes before he could answer. Hytor remained in the meeting room as Icarus escorted the two out. Turning back time, Vytor said. How could someone arrive in the infinite realm a handful of years ago and become that? Hytor asked. I don't know, Vytor said. But I don't think that we should push this. We don't want them as enemies. We owe them our sect, Hytor added. Even with the event, he saved far more lives by causing it. The fact that they used it, I know, Vytor said. I need you to send out messengers. Call a summit, Hytor said slowly. It seems like too many problems have festered without anyone doing anything about them. What are you thinking? Vytor asked. The core cannot be allowed to remain as it is. I'll see what the others think, but perhaps we will need to involve ourselves directly. Vytor didn't respond. Instead, he just nodded. Keep an eye on those two. Hytor gestured at the closed doors. Keep them close. Help them with anything they need. People that powerful are better kept as friends than enemies, and if he is going to keep that box, it would be best if they become close with the sect. I'll see it done, his brother said. Things were changing, and Hytor wasn't about to let the sects fall. Chapter 46. Rule.
No.
Celia shook her head. There is no reason not to, Kiriel Elhan said, raising his voice as he stood up.
We are guests here. How can you even suggest something like that? Celia asked.
You were gone for a long time, her uncle, once her father, said. Things have changed. Our people have claimed territories they—
You shouldn't have done that,
Celia interrupted, voicing the same thought again.
That was not part of the agreement with the Twilight Melody sect.
They've done well for themselves, he said slowly. But they are still just a frontier sect. The others understand that we can guide better than they can. I don't know why you still refuse to do anything about it. You could take over the sect without even needing to fight. No one would dare say anything otherwise. Celia closed her eyes. He was always like this, always looking for advantages and always using her to leverage them. She had no doubt that he had been pushing the others, filling their heads with ideas. Many of the immortal cultivators that had come with her were old, most of them crafters, those who didn't want to stay and serve another sect.
We've been over this. Ryun will come back, and I have no interest in taking over his sect.
She cursed inwardly as she felt Ryun somewhere in the distance. He didn't want his return to be known, so she had kept her mouth shut. After his short visit, he had been running around his sect and then headed somewhere away from it. She resisted the urge to actually ask him where he was going, though they did talk from time to time, just not about sect topics. She wasn't about to be the one to bring it up at this point. It felt like it would be a defeat in some way. The man was so frustrating sometimes, and yet she couldn't deny that she had missed talking with him. She enjoyed their conversations too much, talking about ideas and concepts that most people couldn't even understand. She had never had anyone who could really follow her thoughts in the same way that he could.
If he is too weak to hold it, he doesn't deserve it. That is the way of sects. You know this, daughter, Kirill said.
Niece,
Celia corrected him. The sect was gone. They had surrendered, and with it the structure that was at the core of Zhenxuan. Regardless, she still didn't want him calling her that. She suffered his presence because they shared blood, but,
as you say,
he inclined his head barely, and she could clearly see the sneer that he thought he hid from her.
Zhenxuan is gone. We ran instead of fighting. The people are not happy.
Sects in our service turned on us. There was nothing left to fight for,
Celia told him.
Of course there was. They think that we are weak, even these frontier bumpkins. They don't know our power, so they think that they can tell us what to do. You never should have made the decision to leave Zhenxuan. We should have fought. You and Erdania could have killed them all.
That, she interrupted again, is not the way of the sects. And I had no intention of ruling through fear, of killing so many. That is not how sects fight wars.
Perhaps she could have done something, demonstrated her power in a way that they would have seen and accepted, but she had seen it in their eyes, the greed, the desire to take. They would have fought her, and even though she knew that she could have fought them and won, she didn't think that she could have done that and kept them alive. Killing so many would lower her honor, her name. She would never do that. Kirill turned away, but she could see that he disagreed. He never truly understood what sects stood for, what honor and obligation really meant. He had always cared only to climb higher, to take more. He had used her for it, her talent, her power, since a young age. He had exploited her, and she hadn't known better. It wasn't until she was noticed by a warrior from the Hajan branch that it came to a stop. That was when she understood what obligation meant. The best of sects were meant to rise, to hold power and inspire, but they were also there to make sure that people like Kirill never rose higher. It was her weakness that had allowed him to climb on her name. She didn't have the heart to throw him away, because, despite him being petty and small, many in his family, a family that she'd used to be a part of, relied on him, and despite everything, she had never been able to just cut him and that family off. Erdania always told her that she had a soft heart. "You don't know Ryun," she added after he didn't say anything.
"I know that you and your partner have something with the child. You can persuade him to give you more power in the sect. Our people have been part of one of the greatest sects in the world. They are not satisfied with this."
"I'll talk with them," Celia said. "We are not here to cause issues. We are here to recover, to build something and perhaps take our sect back. We can't do that through the means you imagine. We need support, need people who are willing to follow us."
In truth, Celia wasn't even sure that she wanted to go back. Her old life seemed so small now after all that she had seen and done. There were dangers in the world that were greater than what the average person knew or cared about. The world needed people to look toward those threats, to prepare for them.
"Your name was seen around the world," Kirill said. "You killed the Dome leader. That should be enough for everyone. I say we should march on our home now, stand and demand their service."
She sighed. People like him never understood. They were like the classers, who thought that with power came the right to rule. Her great-grandfather had taught her that no matter what, she should always remain true to the tenets that were the foundations of the sects, that they mattered more than anything else.
"Zhen Xuan will never be made whole again," she told him. "You must realize that."
He met her eyes, grimaced, and then left the room.
"You allow them too much freedom," Erdania said. "They don't deserve it. They leech off you, use you as a way to wield power." "I know,"
Celia sighed as she sunk into the couch.
"I can throw them out of the sect. Well, whatever we are now, at least. All you have to do is say the word,"
Erdania said. She had thought about it for so long. She never had the courage to do it. She always held hope that they would get better. And she just couldn't. Erdania would never do anything to hurt her, though she had threatened to. She put up with them because she knew that Celia didn't even know how she felt herself. 300 years of life, and she was still confused about the people who used to be her family. She hadn't been a part of their lives in any meaningful way for a long time, and yet she still felt like she owed them for being alive in the first place.
"It's fine."
Celia shook her head.
"I don't think they will actually do anything. Riki told me things,"
Erdania said slowly.
"The things that the people are saying."
"They wouldn't just try to take over the sect," Celia said dismissively.
"It isn't the sect way."
No matter what, she still believed that most of the people who had come with them were good. They could have stayed in their homes and served someone else. Instead, they had come along, honoring what Zhen Xuan once was. She had faith that they wouldn't break the rules of hospitality, that they wouldn't stoop so low.
"You put too much trust in them,"
Erdania just said. Celia sighed again.
"They need to know that Ryun is back, that he is ascended,"
Celia said.
"That would make them understand that they are not being subservient to someone weaker than they. They think that it is insulting, that they have to show respect to a raised immortal,"
Erdania said. Celia knew that, and she understood. Onrush was a fine leader, from what Celia had seen, but everything would be so much easier if Anatolian was in charge. The fact that she stood aside, some saw that and thought that Anatolian herself didn't think that she should follow. She had heard whispers of so many different things that she didn't even know what the truth was. Some even thought that Anatolian was just a facade, a lie, that the real woman was dead, and that the Twilight Melody sect was trying to use a dead woman's name to advance itself. Celia knew that that wasn't the truth. The issue was that, no matter what, they weren't a sect anymore. They were just a group of cultivators taking shelter in someone else's sect. They were obligated to conduct themselves as guests, and Celia was aware that they hadn't. They've broken the spirit of their stay by taking territories. Celia didn't know what she was going to do about that. Reparations had to be made, though she didn't know how to approach even bringing that up.
"We've been summoned to consequence,"
Erdania said after a few minutes of silence.
"By sect leader Onrush Kesh."
Celia blinked.
"We should go alone, and we need to make sure that the—" "Too late already," Erdania interrupted. "Kiriel intercepted the messenger. Everyone knows by now. Besides, the invitation was for more than just the two of us. She wants to speak with everyone important."
Celia closed her eyes in frustration.
"Was that why he came to see me?"
"Probably," Erdania agreed.
"A gathering like that would be a good place for you to try and make a move, to demonstrate your power and try to take over."
"How are they all such fools?" she asked, and Danny didn't answer. Celia already knew the answer, of course.
"Is Ryun back?"
Danny asked. Celia opened her eyes and looked at a wall, sensing Ryun far in the distance.
No, but he is heading back. Perhaps everything will go well. If Ryun is there, they will see that there is no dishonor in staying here as guests.
Celia grimaced.
I think that Ryun plans on talking with us soon.
Oh? Danny asked.
I'm not yet able to get any full read on him, but I think that he wants to ask us something important. Think he's going to ask us for a spousal contract?
Celia turned to look at her and saw her grinning, obviously teasing.
No,
Celia shook her head.
I doubt he even knows what that is. So,
Danny started, now serious.
Something about the sect, then? I think so,
Celia said. She had an inkling of what it could be, and if she was being honest, she didn't know how she was going to answer, or how everyone else would. She met Erdania's eyes again, then spoke.
Why haven't you advanced yet?
Danny shrugged.
I've waited for a long time. I can wait some more.
Celia hated that she was holding her back, but a part of her understood.
Besides,
Danny started again,
I am rethinking my advancement.
How so?
We've always known what paths we would take, which aspects. Now, there is no more Zhenxuan sect, and for the first time in a long time I can make a decision on my own.
Celia blinked, and then realized that Danny was right. Their paths had been laid down in front of them, and they were good paths. She herself had always intended on taking the kinetic force aspect as her second one, joining it with her sanguine silver. It would make her forged objects that much more powerful. Erdania's path had also been intended for kinetic force. With her density and the ability to grow larger, she would be able to punch that much harder. But they had other options now. Then she realized that there would be issues with trying to follow their old paths. The sources of their aspects were in Zhenxuan, and they no longer had access to them. It seemed that Danny was right. There was much for them to think about. Chapter 47. The Sect. Naira walked through the gardens with Onrush, their fingers entwined. The cold coming from Onrush's hand was uncomfortable, forcing Naira to channel scorching mist chi through her conduits to prevent her hand from going numb. Something had drastically changed about Onrush, and Naira hadn't yet asked what exactly had happened. The physical change alone was incredible. The white lines crisscrossing her skin were reminiscent of the cracks that she saw in Ryun's skin, only Onrush's didn't mist how his did, and they were more delicate, more fine. The cold of her body was another new thing, too. Onrush had come back from the Midnight Rain sect and sent her off without explaining. It made her think that something had happened at that sect, that somehow Onrush had improved her true body. The more worrying thing was that she couldn't feel any of Onrush's power. Still, she trusted Onrush enough that she had agreed to her request and didn't press on the issue. She had spent the last few weeks visiting her family as part of their, though mostly Onrush's and Tali's, plan to fix the issues that had been plaguing the sect. She had gone to her parents and siblings and given them Onrush's message. It was a lot to ask for, she knew, and her parents hadn't given Naira a response. She had gained a lot of respect with her family and the people who had come with them. After her fights against the generals and the defense of the city, the people looked up at her. And still they wouldn't tell her anything. A part of her was hurt. They considered her part of the Twilight Melody sect more than an Orn. That hadn't been the case before, but since they had arrived, her family had been able to see her place in the sect, see that she really was a sect leader. Still, she had passed on the message and the invitation. She would find out their answer soon enough. Now she turned her attention to Onrush. Their deal was for her to tell her about what happened once she returned, and she had been patient.
So, "Are you going to tell me what happened?"
Naira said after a while. She did enjoy the silence, spending time in each other's company, but she was also curious.
"Ryun," Onrush responded.
Naira blinked.
"That doesn't tell me anything."
Onrush chuckled, then looked around the garden. A few warriors stood guard above them on the walls, and children were playing in a corner. Then she pointed them out of the garden.
"We should go somewhere more private."
She wanted to ask why, but she held her tongue. Onrush led them through Consequence's palace, and then down the stairs into the meditation and training rooms. They had several newly built, some even with weak sources. Most were fire-based, as they had been installed by the previous owner of the city, but Onrush had added a few more, at a significant cost to the sect, but they were worth it. She led them to one of the large empty rooms which most used for private team training. The fact that they were underground added privacy, as some people wanted to keep their abilities hidden, and there were also formations in the walls that prevented spying as well, though they weren't high in tier. People who really wanted to look in would be able to, but it was sufficient for their purpose now. Once they were inside, Onrush turned around and spoke.
"I have to show you something."
Naira frowned as Onrush glanced up at the ceiling.
"This should be high enough,"
Onrush said.
"High enough for what?"
Naira asked, not following at all what Onrush was trying to say. Onrush's eyes sparkled with mischief, and then she removed her robes, storing them in her storage. A moment later, she started to change. Chi flooded out of her, and still Naira couldn't sense it. Onrush grew, her chi transforming into a large shape that quickly solidified. Naira's eyes widened as she took in Onrush's new form. She was covered in red fur, streaked with white in the same patterns as those that were covering her skin before. She was tall, almost touching the high ceiling that was at least 2 stories above them. Her feet, her paws, actually, were freezing the ground where she stood, and frost crystals were spreading across the stone. The air around her was misting, her sense noticing the drop in temperature around her. Her claws were white, crystallized in the same way that Ryun's fingers were, only Onrush's were made out of absolute cold chi. On 2 of her fingers, just behind where the claws peeked out of the fur, were rings that had grown with her body. Her eyes were pale blue orbs that instilled a sense of cold in Naira's bones. And then 3 shapes flew out of her back, 3 diamond-shaped constructs obviously made out of chi. They looked like shields at first glance, and all 3 were floating in the air, not attached to anything. Each was the size of Naira's entire body. Naira took a step closer, and Onrush dipped her head low enough that she could touch her.
"You're beautiful,"
Naira said as she touched the soft fur. It was cold, and she had to channel more chi through her entire body as she felt her heat being sapped, but it was worth it to touch her. Onrush closed her eyes, and Naira marveled at her. She couldn't quite believe her eyes, that a giant red-white wolf stood before her.
"The evolved realm?"
Naira whispered.
"That's what you meant."
She realized that Ryun had to have raised her again. But when? She had assumed that something had happened in the sect that she had gone to visit, but instead... And those 2 rings, too, they were powerful. She could tell just by looking at them. Did Ryun give her those, too?
"Yes,"
she said, her voice deep and growly.
"He is back?"
Naira asked. Onrush nodded, then returned back to her ordinary form and told her everything. Naira couldn't quite believe everything that Onrush had told her about what Ryun had done for her, about what had happened in the Midnight Rain sect.
"Where is he now?"
Naira asked after Onrush finished her story.
"Why is he not announcing his return?"
The sect needed him back. His presence would have done a lot to stabilize things, though she had to admit that Onrush had been doing an admirable job of that. She had dealt with another sect, and though no one knew quite what had happened with her, there were whispers. If Naira could no longer sense Onrush's power, neither could anyone else close to her in Tyr. People were curious.
"He's doing Ryun things," Onrush sighed. "He is going around the sect, listening, getting a feel for what's going on."
Naira shook her head. It was such a Ryun thing to do. Something else occurred to her then.
"Is Tali with him? Is that why she's been absent?"
Onrush looked tired all of a sudden.
"Probably. The two of them are... I don't know if scheming is the right word. I don't think they care enough to keep secrets. They're just... I don't even know." "Is he going to be here for the gathering?"
Naira asked. It was what Onrush had sent her to her family for, and she knew that she had invited Zhenquan's people as well.
"I don't know," Onrush said. "Last we spoke about it, he wanted me to take charge. I guess I lead the sect."
It had always been that way, but both of them had always known their limitations, except now those obstacles were less. Naira had gained power and had the respect of her people. She could even level and evolve her class again, though she hadn't done so yet for many reasons, the main one being that the ethereal realm was still barred from everyone. Not even she could access it, and much of her class was meant to be used with it. No one knew what was wrong, and so no one knew if it was permanent. She couldn't risk picking a class that would be crippled. Still, she was stronger now, a sect leader who had influence in the sect as well as among their guests. And Onrush was in the evolved realm now. She had entered the upper tiers of power, and that alone would sway many to her. The core of the Twilight Melody sect, what had used to be Black Viper and Last Ember sects, were loyal to her. They knew her and respected her power. They also understood her relationship to Ryun. The newer people who had joined them were different. They were here for protection that the sect provided, and for the name of a high ranker that had slain the Dome leader. They followed her because they saw her as an extension of Ryun. She was that, of course, but any decisions that she made were weighed, not immediately followed. This gathering was meant to change all of that.
"Do you want him there?"
Naira asked.
Onrush started. "He and I have talked a lot about it. I will always lead the sect, and this is my burden to bear, my problem to solve."
Naira nodded. She would do as much as she could to help, but it was, as was said, Onrush's burden to bear. All she could do was support her as best she could. Onrush stood in the middle of the forest, away from the city. The moon was above her, its pale light bathing the world in shadows. She didn't have to wait long for Ryun to arrive. Naira had returned a few days ago, and so she had been expecting him. This time he hadn't woken her up in the middle of the night, at least, but instead had just sent a simple message on a slip of paper to her office, saying to meet up at the same place as last time. She recognized Tali's handwriting, so she assumed that she was back, too, or that she had written it for him in advance. She wasn't sure if he even could write. His difficulty with reading certain types of documents was already something that she knew she couldn't deal with. She relied on her sight too much.
"So, was it a productive trip?"
Onrush asked. "It was," Ryun said. She wasn't talking about the Midnight Rain sect. He had already come back and talked to her about that one before, though he had said frustratingly little. She had hoped to learn what the sect head Repesh wanted with him, but Ryun was tight-lipped about it. No, what she was referring to was his most recent trip around the sect's territories, and, more precisely, their northern territories, where their Empire guests resided.
"And what did you learn?"
Onrush asked. "Many interesting things," Ryun said. Onrush glared at him as she began to feel frustrated.
"I do need to know, Ryun. If everything is going to go according to plan, I need as much information as possible."
"Well," Ryun said as he slowly walked up to stand next to her, "not all of Naira's siblings like her. Some most certainly don't approve of the two of you being together." Onrush blinked. That was not what she had asked about, but it did interest her.
"What do you mean?"
"You know, the classic, 'she is a filthy cultivator' nonsense," Ryun explained. Onrush relaxed. That wasn't nearly as bad as where her mind went initially. "But don't worry." Ryun put a hand on her shoulder. "Her parents seem to approve, so that's a big win." Onrush shuddered. Just thinking about standing in the same room as Naira's parents made her hairs stand up. They were nice to her, but she could tell that something dark lurked behind their eyes. They were powerful. She coughed and shifted her feet.
"That's not what I asked about."
"But it is what you wanted to know about?" Ryun smiled. Onrush grimaced and didn't deny it. "Fine," Ryun said after a moment. "They are split on it. I think many are expecting to talk with me before making a decision. You will need to sway them yourself." Onrush sighed. She hadn't really expected anything else. "Are you ready for it?" Ryun asked.
"I think so,"
Onrush answered. "You will do great," Ryun said. "Well, we do have a couple of weeks before they arrive. We should take the time to train your evolved form. It takes some time getting used to moving with 4 legs." Onrush suppressed the desire to refuse. She had too much paperwork to deal with, but she knew that she needed training, too. Finally, she nodded, agreeing. She had to do everything in her power to get ready for the gathering. Chapter 48. Preparation. She was still not quite used to her new body. Before, Onrush had barely noticed how her body impacted the world around her, but now it was very apparent, especially with all of her items equipped. She could take a step and crack the ground. Just moving through a room at full speed would send the air rushing away from her. When she had been weaker, it had been easier to control. Keeping herself to a few hundred stats of power was easy. Now, not so much. She couldn't even imagine what people like Ryun and Tali had to do. It had to be annoying. Though she had noticed that some of the sect's territories were much more durable than others. She finally understood why some high-tiered people rarely left their homes, and her problems were so much less than theirs. They had to be looking for and settling in territories where they didn't need to hold themselves back all the time.
"Are you sure about this?"
Onrush asked, looking Ryun straight in the eye. Tali sat on a small rock nearby, her eyes glaring daggers at both of them. "Of course," Ryun answered. "You need more power, and class is a cheap way of getting it. You are still lacking in stats. Besides, the more power you have, the more likely our plan is to work." Onrush knew that. Her stats were a fraction of his, though she could somewhat match him with all of her items, when he didn't use any boosting powers or items himself, and by matching him she meant annoying him. If she designated her armor to counter his void, there wasn't much that he could do to damage her, though he hadn't tried going fully all out, of course. If even a small percent of his fully charged techniques got through, that might be enough to kill her. But his physical attacks couldn't do much to her, and he was still adapting to his stillness. If she was being honest, she didn't see anyone really being able to get through her armor. It was just that strong. It put her several tiers above her weight class, and it narrowed the gap between her and someone who had advanced properly, like Ryun had. Still, she understood what he meant. She needed all the advantages she could get. She took a deep breath and then leveled. They had the essence, and she had already started selling some of the items that Ryun had given her. They didn't have a good enough vault to keep any of it in there, so most of the stuff was with him, kept inside his void storage. That was to prevent people from thievery-related powers to sense the items, the wealth. Most of what they earned from sales she was stockpiling in the sect interface for now, which was protected, planning for the future expansion on projects. The amount that she needed to level was inconsequential compared to the amounts that the sect had now. She reached level 240 and gained new evolution options. Class: Frostguard Knight. Description: You are the Shield of Frost, Guardian and Protector. Frostguard Knights are guardians and knights of frost who use frost to protect and control the battlefield. A Frostguard Knight fights in a group, empowering themselves and their allies. Powers: Durability of Frost. Gain plus 20% to stamina and plus 20% to the effectiveness of all cold-related and defensive powers. Your defensive ability modifiers are increased by a factor of 1.2 times. Gain plus 20% to endurance. Gain one of the following: Frost Guard, defensive ability. Apply a defensive ward to any defensive object on your person, greatly increasing your defenses for 5 seconds and applying frost essence damage to attackers. Frost Blade, offensive ability. Apply an offensive ward to any bladed weapon on your person, increasing its damage for 15 seconds and making it do increased frost essence damage. Fortitude. Gain plus 30% to base endurance. Class: Grand Frost Lady Knight. Description: A warrior of frost, excelling at using the cold to control and defend. The Grand Frost Lady Knight is both a warrior and a leader, a master of frost and defense, deft in protection and masterful in command of the battlefield. Like the lesser evolutions of this class, a Grand Frost Lady Knight is fully capable of dealing great damage if allowed the time to set up properly. Powers: Grand Frost Defender. Gain plus 20% to stamina and plus 20% to endurance and strength when in cold environments. Any defensive powers are 15% more effective. Your defensive abilities modifiers are increased by a factor of 1.5 times. Gain plus 20% to endurance. Gain one of the following: Grand Guard, defensive ability. Apply a defensive ward to any defensive object on your person, moderately increasing your defenses for 50 seconds. Grand Rally, support ability. For 3 minutes, increase the stats of nearby allies and yourself by 10%, clear any low-tier terror-related influences, and bolster their mind defenses by 15%. Fortitude. Gain plus 30% to base endurance. Class: Undead Bane Knight. Description: You are a warrior standing against the curse of undeath. An Undead Bane Knight is a warrior specializing in dealing with the undead. They gain increased damage against the undead and special powers to help them defeat them or prevent them from rising entirely. Powers: Bane of Undeath. All damage against the undead is increased by 25%. Your stats are increased by 15% when in the presence of undead. Undeath Mark. Most undead killed by you cannot be raised again. Gain plus 10% to endurance. Gain one of the following: Death Ward, defensive ability. Apply a defensive ward to any defensive object on your person, increasing your death-related essence resistances for 5 seconds. Holy Ward, offensive ability. Apply an offensive ward to any weapon on your person, increasing its damage for 15 seconds and making it do increased damage against undead. Insight and Might. Gain plus 10% to base wisdom and base strength. She dismissed 2 of the choices immediately. They weren't particularly good evolutions, which she wasn't surprised by. One was a bit of a sidestep instead of an evolution, and the other was a completely different branch, which she had no interest in. She could see how she got them, but only her direct evolution mattered. She showed them to Tali and Ryun, both of whom agreed about the choice. "You should take an ability," Ryun said. Onrush had been picking the base stat boost for all of her evolutions, and those choices had borne fruit. She had gained a lot of stats from that. But she could see what he meant. She had only 2 more evolutions left at best, if Ryun ever raised her to the Eternal Realm, and the stats that she would get from that would not even reach what she got from a single item Ryun gave her. It wasn't worth it, but more abilities, that could give her more tools, which she did need.
"Which one, though?"
Onrush asked.
"Grand Guard,"
Tali said. At the same time, Ryun answered, "Grand Rally." Onrush tilted her head at them. Ryun looked at Tali and said only, "Why?"
"Defensive abilities usually scale off of endurance or strength, which are her highest and 3rd highest stats, respectively. Besides, even with all that armor you gave her, she still needs more defense. You wrapped her up in a cocoon of eternal armor that I doubt anyone she ever came into conflict with would be able to crack open. Still, the more she can leverage those defenses, the more annoying she will be to crack open by any threats that are beyond her."
Onrush could see what Tali was saying.
"She has perks that boost her endurance and the durability of her items, but she doesn't have anything that really scales well for her real tier. Her build was poorly thought out."
Tali glared at Onrush, forcing her to look away in shame. It wasn't like she'd had any real education in class. What she knew came from Ryun and some from Naira, but that had come later on.
"It is about the numbers,"
Tali said.
"Let's say that shield of hers can take a punishment of someone with very high offensive scaling. Imagine someone with 10,000 strength striking her with perks that increased that damage 12 times. That shield could take that punishment without cracking, but how much of that force would transfer through to hit her body? It depends on the material, on her stats, on her stance and perks. A defensive buff increases her items' resistances too, which means less force will pass through."
Onrush had never really thought about how that really worked. She raised her shield, and if she blocked an attack, she blocked it. If not, then... Tali seemed to recognize something in her eyes and motioned for her to stand.
"Take out your shield. No armor."
Onrush looked askance at Ryun, but did as Tali asked. The woman motioned for Onrush to brace, and she raised her shield. Tali blurred forward and hit her shield with her fist. Onrush didn't even buckle.
"That," Tali spoke, "was a hit with all of my power. I would estimate somewhere around 8,000 effective striking power, all of my strength, some of my dexterity. You didn't feel anything, right? That is because not only does your shield absorb a lot of that force, but the way that you are standing, your brace, the stance itself, increases your effective defending power. All items are multipliers, and shields are no different. The force you can take is equal to some of your endurance added up with your strength, multiplied by the stats of your shield. The way that you stand dictates how much of which stat goes into your shield. That shield is eternal, and its durability is probably equal to hundreds of thousands of stats, likely more, and the amount that it can handle will vary depending on the angle it is struck. That crystal obviously absorbs a lot of physical force. You don't need a lot of stats to defend with it, even against attacks that your stats wouldn't be able to handle.
Onrush nodded slowly, trying to wrap her mind around all of that. She knew some of it instinctively.
I fought a man once, long ago, who had a strange power. He was a classer. I never found out what his class was, but it was something related to mathematics. It isn't a rare class, not even now. Many have similar ones, though most who walk those paths are merchants or advisors or pursers and treasurers. He wasn't. He used it to fight. He would calculate how much power an attack coming at him had in an instant. Then he would adjust his body and response in a way so as to reduce the attack's power as much as possible while increasing his own defensive ability in a similar manner. It was a unique approach.
She shook her head, her lips curling in a smile, as if she was remembering something fondly.
I tell you this to let you know that there is power in knowing these things, in preparing for it. Raw numbers can mean much, but you can always reduce them. You should always have powers that can add buffs to your strengths, and, for better or worse, your greatest strength lies in the items that you hold now. A moderate defensive buff would be around 20%, I would say, but a 20% buff on an eternal shield? That is nothing to scoff at.
I understand, Onrush said. What happened to the mathematician? Ryun asked. Tali blinked.
Oh, I killed him.
There was a pause.
What?
She asked after seeing their expressions.
Math matters, but not when numbers are too much to overcome.
Ryun shook his head. My suggestion still stands. Her items are enough to protect her from nearly anyone on her tier of power, or even above. Few will be able to get through the armor or the shield.
They don't need to,
Tali said.
If they are powerful enough to just get a couple % of their offensive strength through, that will mean her death. What does it matter if her armor can stop 1,000,000 effective power when the attack is 1,010,000? The 10,000 will still squish her insides.
Situational, Ryun said. The armor allows her to negate essence types. Though I agree in principle, I still suggest the grand rally.
Why?
Tali asked in the same tone as Ryun had asked her. Ryun's expression grew somber. Haster, he said simply. Onrush saw Tali's eye twitch.
That was one monster,
she said. It taught me the dangers of mental manipulations. It is not something that should be ignored. I am fairly confident that Onrush will be protected with the ring I gave her, but if we are ever in a war, a real war, not a sect war, we need ways of protecting our people. I've been thinking about making a list of required items for our warriors. Perhaps we should invest in getting them all mind protection items, or making mind protection skills mandatory.
You are being paranoid,
Tali said. Am I? Ryun asked. The entire world went to war the moment Haster was released. Does that not seem strange to you? He was a monster with extremely powerful mind capabilities.
You don't think that...
Tali hesitated. I don't know, but I think it's suspicious. The wars lessened, and some stopped altogether after we killed Haster.
They ran its course,
Tali argued. Maybe. Ryun shrugged. Or maybe not. Tali grimaced, then glanced at Onrush.
Fine, she said. She'll get 2 more abilities anyway.
Onrush looked between the two of them, and then made her choice. Good, Ryun said. Now on to the perks. She glanced at her screens and started leveling again. Chapter 49. Linked. Onrush made the first 3 choices for her class perks easily, both Ryun and Tali agreeing on which ones were best. It was the last perk that was slightly more difficult, as they had differing opinions. She looked at her choices again, trying to see something that might make her lean one way or the other. Grand Frost Wall. Once per day, create a wall of frost anywhere in a 20-meter range around you. The wall will be twice your height and half as thick, and 20 meters long. Its durability will be equal to 5 times your intelligence. Area of Knight's Honor. Once per week, you are able to summon a small area around you that will reveal those with ill intent. While standing inside the area of Knight's Honor, no one below your highest tier may speak words that they don't believe to be true. Knight's Stance. You may trigger this perk and enter the Knight's Stance. In it, you gain plus 30% to endurance and vitality, as well as increased balance and pain tolerance. All your defensive powers become 100% more effective, and all your offensive powers 50% more effective. The durability of your armor, weapon, and shield are increased by 10 times your endurance. You can only use 1 stance at a time. Cooldown, 10 minutes.
Knight's Stance is the clear choice,
Tali argued. Knight's Honor, Ryun said simply.
Why would she ever need that? If someone lies to her, just kill them. Simple.
Tali sounded like she couldn't comprehend why Ryun would ever even suggest the perk. Onrush understood, though. Tali was what the sects were at their core: personal strength, standing above the others by being better, stronger. Sect warriors were all about demonstrating power and using that to rule and keep enemies at bay. Ryun was learning, but he also looked at things slightly differently. Onrush was going to be leading their sect. Of that there was no doubt. They had all agreed. Ryun was thinking of her more as a leader, as someone to guide the sect, while Tali looked at her like a warrior. Neither one was really wrong, but Onrush herself was torn on the matter. She already has a stance perk. Besides, being able to force people to tell her the truth will be useful. We aren't always going to be near the sect. She will have to make decisions on her own.
If someone dares lie to her face, then that is her failing.
Ryun glared at Tali. Like how you believed the lies your friend told you? Tali's expression darkened.
Yes,
she said.
It was my fault for not seeing through the lies.
Ryun rolled his eyes. No, it wasn't, he said. It was her fault. She chose to deceive you. You might have been wrong to believe her blindly, but you had no reason not to. Don't blame yourself for the actions of others. Tali looked away, and Onrush wondered if she should be here for this conversation.
I still say that she should take the stance,
Tali said. Ryun opened his mouth, but Onrush interrupted him.
I agree with her,
she said. Ryun tilted his head and looked at her. Why?
I know why you want me to take the other perk, but it would do more harm than good. Sects are not like the other factions. Perception and honor matter. My using that perk would make anyone feel like they were not being trusted. It would be an insult to their honor. See?
Tali pointed at Onrush.
She understands.
Ryun closed his eyes for a few seconds, then nodded. It is your choice. All of this is. Onrush gave him a smile, and then picked the perk. She brought up all of her choices and looked through her new perks. Grand Night Focus. You gain plus 25% to endurance, strength, and intelligence while wearing armor and a shield. Grand Lady's Insight. Gain plus 15% to intelligence. Grand Frost Burst. Once per day, you may force all frost-related essence to detonate, dealing damage equal to its durability plus 7 times your intelligence. Knight's Stance. You may trigger this perk and enter the Knight's Stance. In it, you gain plus 30% to endurance and vitality, as well as increased balance and pain tolerance. All your defensive powers become 100% more effective, and all your offensive powers 50% more effective. The durability of your armor, weapon, and shield are increased by 10 times your endurance. You can only use one stance at a time. Cooldown, 10 minutes. It was a good spread of passive and active perks, which she did appreciate. Now, Ryun started once she looked up. Level again. Evolve your class again. Onrush blinked.
That would make her unbalanced,
Tali said. Only slightly, and it won't even be that much of an issue. By the time it starts affecting her, it won't matter. As soon as she fully cycles, I'm going to raise her to Ascended.
Right,
Tali said slowly, her head bobbing up and down. She looked at Onrush for a moment, then back to Ryun.
You're just going to raise her to Ascended, just like that.
Yes, that's what I said. Ryun frowned. Onrush tried to make herself as small as possible. The look in Tali's eyes was not something that she wanted pointed in her direction.
Why wait? Why don't you just raise her right now? You have Zenka's vault. You can buy all the cold-related essence you want, have her cycle, and then give her your inspiration.
Well, Ryun started, still oblivious to Tali's tone. Absolute cold isn't really cold. It is a form of essence that saps, or maybe destroys, heat. There isn't much absolute cold essence on the auction, though. I checked. We would probably need to find someone who has a source of it and has supplies of it, then make a direct deal with them.
Right,
Tali said. Besides, there is no need to raise her now. Ryun shrugged. She could still take the time to familiarize herself with this realm, cycle slowly to get a feel for her core and conduits. It matters.
Of course,
Tali said, nodding. Then she stood up suddenly, her stance clearly upset. She pointed a finger at Ryun. She seemed to struggle to find the words. She opened her mouth and then closed it. Finally, she threw her hands up in the air and her wings beat wildly once.
You know what? Fine. You will do whatever you want anyway.
Tali turned to look at Onrush with narrowed eyes.
Go ahead. Level again. Let's see what classes you will have on offer.
Onrush cleared her throat, looked at the confused Ryun and upset Tali before quickly leveling again and making her choices visible before looking at them. Class: Undead Bane Knight Captain. Description: You are a leader standing against the curse of undeath. An Undead Bane Knight Captain is a warrior specializing in dealing with the undead, and is a leader in the fight against undeath. They increase the damage of their comrades and their own against the undead, and use special powers to help them defeat the undead, or else prevent them from rising. Powers: Greater Bane of Undeath. All damage against undead is increased by 30%, and your stats are increased by 15% while in the presence of undead. Undeath Mark. Most undead killed by you or people under your command cannot be raised again. Gain plus 10% to endurance. Gain one of the following: Greater Death Ward. Defensive ability. Apply a defensive ward to any defensive object on your person, increasing your death-related essence resistances for 5 seconds. Greater Holy Ward, offensive ability. Apply an offensive ward to any weapon on your person, increasing its damage for 20 seconds and making it do increased damage to undead. Insight and Might. Gain plus 10% to base wisdom and base strength. Class: Grand Frost Lady Knight Captain. Description: a warrior leader of frost, excelling at using the cold to control and defend. The Grand Frost Lady Knight Captain is both a warrior and a leader, a master of frost and defense, deft in protection, and masterful in command of the battlefield. The Grand Frost Lady Knight is fully capable of dealing great damage if allowed the time to set up properly. They excel in inspiring the defense of those under their command. Powers: Greater Grand Frost Defender. Gain plus 25% to stamina and plus 25% to endurance and strength while in cold environments. Any defensive powers are 20% more effective. Your defensive abilities modifiers are increased by a factor of 1.9 times. Gain plus 20% to endurance. Gain one of the following: Greater Grand Guard, defensive ability. Apply a defensive ward on any defensive object on your person, moderately increasing your defenses for 1 minute. Rallying Shout, support ability. For 3 minutes, you increase the stats of nearby allies and yourself by 15%. Clear any low-tier mind-related influences, bolster their mind defenses by 25%, increase their pain resistance by 150%, and increase their regeneration by 200%. Fortitude. Gain plus 30% to base endurance. Class: Wolf Knight of the End. Description: a knight in the service of the End. Legacy class. Powers: Wolf of the End. Gain plus 50% to all stats in combat, and gain the ability to sense death. All ability costs are reduced by 20%, and cooldowns are decreased by 10%. Gain plus 20% to endurance and strength. Gain one of the following: End Block, defensive ability. Summon a defensive field in front of you to block any incoming attacks. This field reduces the damage of soul attacks by 60%. End Strike, offensive ability. Execute a strike that deals increased damage and converts half of it to soul damage. Fortitude and Might. Gain plus 25% to base endurance and strength. All of them just stared at one of the choices, not saying a word. "What is it?" Ryun asked. "I don't know," Onrush answered honestly. She never heard of a class like it. "I've never heard about it. Doesn't mean that it isn't common, though," Tali said. "I never paid much attention to how classes worked, but it is obvious why she got this one. The name gives it away." "The Wolf of the End is my evolved form," Ryun said. "It has to have something to do with the connection between the two of you. I guess, in some ways, she is your knight," Tali added. "Maybe because you share the evolved form?" "Why now, and not on the previous evolution?" Ryun asked. "Oh, that one is easy," Tali answered. "That class probably had a minimum tier requirement." Ryun scratched at his cheek. "I don't think that there is any real discussion needed here," Tali asked. Ryun glanced at Onrush and she shook her head. "No," she answered. There was no way she was going to pick anything else. "Only question," Tali continued, "is which ability she should take." "Defense," Ryun said. "Mitigating soul damage is important." Tali took a deep breath and then answered. "I agree." Onrush made her choices, then looked at her perk choices. She frowned, then spoke. "I don't have any choices," Onrush said. "I mean, I just got a perk." Both of them tilted their heads and she showed them. Deny. Once per day, send out a cone blast that dispels any powers that are on or below Tier 5.
Well, Tali started, I guess that there is a drawback to picking classes like that and tying your advancement to someone else.
She glanced at Ryun. It is a good perk, was the only thing that he said.
Level more,
Tali instructed, and Onrush did as she asked until she gained the remaining 3 perks for that tier. Absolute Cold Blast. Once per day, unleash a blast that instantly removes all heat from an area. Protection of the End. Your defensive powers are 100% more effective. End Avatar. Transform into the End Avatar. You gain plus 60% resistance to physical and special damage. Your stats are doubled and your defensive powers become 100% more effective. While this lasts, any wounds that you suffer don't apply their effects. All effects are applied at the end of the avatar state. Lasts for 5 minutes or until cancelled. I wonder what kind of class I would get now, Ryun said.
Nothing that is worth going insane.
Tali glared at him. I wasn't really considering it.
Right,
Tali said, clearly unconvinced. We should test her to see how those perks work, and find a way for her to incorporate them in her fighting style, Ryun said, changing the topic. Tali turned her eyes on Onrush with a dangerous glint in her eyes.
I have been looking forward to putting her through some real training.
Onrush looked between the two of them and prepared herself for pain. Chapter 50. Application of Power. Onrush stalked across the clearing, each step spreading frost over the grass beneath her paws. She was circling Ryun, and he was circling her in turn, both of them in their evolved forms. She was still getting used to walking on 4 feet, and to having a body that was as tall as some of the trees around her. His evolved form was slightly larger, and it looked significantly different from her own. Where her fur was red streaked with white, his was black, violet, and gray, to the point that his fur didn't really look like fur, but rather a moving mist that cracked and whipped around wildly even when there was no wind. It was the void snapping at the essence around it, trying to devour it, the sound of air and the ground disintegrating filling the clearing. The claws on his feet were gray crystals of the stillness chi, though she knew that he could change them to void. He didn't, because that meant that his footsteps left violet and black mist behind that looked like fire trying to burn anything that it touched, and it forced him to either move often or else sink into the ground as his body devoured it. Every once in a while, all sound from his direction would stop, and then sometimes come back in a rush of scrambled noise, of sounds overlapping. Other times it would resume normally. She knew that he was testing his power just as much as she was testing hers, although there were things that he couldn't control. The image of his body would often become warped, twisted, almost as if someone had frozen an after-image of him in place while he still moved. She could see him moving, but the after-image remained for a split second. That was his stillness chi, affecting the light and everything else that touched him. The void would often just devour that light, which at times made him appear just as a hole in the world, but only when his stillness chi slowed the light down enough for the void to devour it before it bounced off him. Her form was different, more natural-looking, though she had her own peculiarities. The air around her was losing heat, the ground was freezing, and a faint mist was rising around her. The cold permeated everything. If she moved fast, the warmer air rapidly cooled, which somehow made the air essence thicker, forcing the grains, as Ryun called them, to get closer, which caused small implosions and pulled essence toward her. The effect wasn't strong enough to affect Ryun, but it would probably be effective against people weaker than him. It was strange looking at Ryun's evolved form. It played tricks on her mind and eyes, her ears and nose, too. All senses that required some type of essence to reach her from him to transfer information were affected. She was forced to rely on her greater echoes sense, though even that was tricky. She couldn't actually sense echoes from him always, as those were vibrations that were created by bouncing sound off other essence, which he either stilled or devoured with void. Instead, she had tried to focus on the lack of them, on the empty area from which no echo came. It wasn't nearly enough. She couldn't tell anything but his rough position, and she could see that from the distortions around him. Perhaps if she was better, she could have used it in a way to track him completely, but she wasn't Ryun. Sometimes he would look like a painting in the air, and other times a blur of light and sound. Her only reliable way of tracking him was her greater threat sense, which would inform her of when he tried to attack, though it gave precious little to her otherwise. Thankfully, she didn't really need that information, not for this training, at least. She was wearing her armor, adapted to cover every part of her evolved form, and her set ability set to void. The violet and black armor shone on her body, protecting her from Ryun's main power. Her skill triggered, and she dodged to the side with enhanced dodge. She was faster and stronger in this form, and with her armor and rings against his unarmored form she was formidable. But even handicapped and without using his mantle, Ryun still managed to hit her. Not only was his evolved form hard to follow, it was as if he knew where she intended to dodge as well, which he did, as his sense was incredibly powerful, one of the most powerful that she had ever seen or heard of. His claws raked the side of her body across her armor. This was their third bout of the day, and he had stopped using void claws on his feet. Now the stillness claws hit her, sending her stumbling. The effect of his chi passed through the armor, her body stiffening, but the effect didn't amount to enough to be debilitating. The aspect of the absolute cold was similar. Instead of forcing essence to stop, however, it removed heat, created frost that encased other essence. She knew that frost and cold were byproducts, not the real thing that her aspect did, but it was a familiar effect nonetheless. She used her perks, increasing her power and her stats. Knight's Stance and N's Avatar made black and white mist rise from her body, slipping through her armor. Frost reinforcement covered her armor in frost, strengthening it. This was the last training match of the day, probably the week, as they all had other things to do, so she didn't hold anything back, spending her longer cooldown perks. Ryun attacked again, but this time she moved her 3 floating shields in place, blocking him for just long enough. He slammed her shields away, and then struck again, sending her 2 steps to the side. By the time his next swipe came, her shields had recovered and blocked it. He opened his mouth and sent a beam of void at her. Her armor protected her, but she still dodged. Then he blasted the area with an aura of the void, which made the ground brittle and each step dangerous. She recovered by taking a hop to the side, outside of his range, and then she went on the offensive. Grand Frostfall. A blade of ice fell from the sky, and Ryun dodged to the side. It struck near him, and a blast of frost aura reached him. The void essence that made up his body crackled wildly in response. Spikes of ice erupted from the ground, then forcing him to move again just a tiny bit closer to her. She released her aura, and everything around them cooled further. Then she used Frost Ring, sending a ring of frost across the ground, freezing his feet for a split moment. He ripped the frost and the ground up, and the debris froze midair as it tumbled back to the ground. Each step they made created shock waves. The ground filled with cracks that then froze over or were devoured by void chi. Pieces of the ground, with grass still adorning it, hung in the air for moments after they touched his body, stilled in place. The clearing had turned into a small crater filled with debris. With Grand Rally, she roared, and then used Grand Frost Charge. She closed the distance and leapt as spikes of ice grew along her path. She swiped with her claws, using Crescent Swipe, and caught him on the shoulder as he dodged. Her claws parted his body easily, at least initially. It was as if she had just sunk her claws into thick syrup, or perhaps dough. It was a strange feeling, but it didn't last. Her claws stopped long before they expended their momentum, the stillness chi inside of his body freezing the claws before the void attacked and hurt her. The pain had just started when the wounds regenerated, the strange substance of his body filling up and pushing her claws out, closing the wounds. She triggered one of her anchors and used glacial shaping to freeze the area around his legs, keeping him in place, and then she spent another anchor to create her avatar of frost. It leapt and caught Ryun, its crystal claws grabbing hold of him while its maw closed around his upper leg, securing him in place further. She slammed her paw against what was now completely frozen ground, then triggered Grand Frost Burst. Every piece of frozen ground, of debris in the air, of her spikes and grand sword of ice, her avatar, all of it detonated, exploding into shards. The avatar was the closest to him, and it exploded in all directions, shards of ice ripping chunks of his body away. His leg was blown apart, and gashes filled his torso. She protected herself with her shields as everything else exploded. A wave of gray blasted out of him then, and the shards struck it. It was as if they had hit some thick layer of liquid. They slowed. The gray essence stuck to the shards and froze them into place, stilling them. But while the shards were frozen away from Ryun, they still surrounded him in a sphere. There was nowhere to run. She sensed him preparing a technique with his void chi, and knew that he was about to blast every single piece of ice heading his way. She acted before he did. Deny. His technique, the adapted version of what was her glacial armor, withered and dispersed. The shards hit him as he unleashed his final end. Half of the shards were blasted into nothingness, but the other half hit, cutting wounds into his body. She was breathing deeply, feeling the effects of the battle as she saw his body reform from a mangled mess to full health in less than a second. He even grew a new leg. "That is so unfair," she growled in defeat. She had nothing left that she could throw at him, nothing that had any chance of working. Ryun tilted his head, but before he answered, someone started clapping.
"Wow,"
a voice from above said. Onrush raised her head and saw Tali, her wings beating slowly to keep her in the air above them.
"That was pathetic."
Onrush winced, even though she knew that it wasn't directed at her. Ryun growled up at her. "I want to see you try and fight after your entire body has changed into a liquid goo." Tali stuck out her tongue at him. Onrush blinked as the woman slowly descended. She landed on a small upturned piece of dirt and tisked at him.
"It's your own fault,"
Tali said. "I'm not complaining about the body I have," Ryun started. "I just want some
"I don't mean about the body,"
she interrupted him. "What do you mean?" Ryun asked.
"You were unimpressive in all 3 of your matches today,"
Tali said. Onrush agreed. This was the only time that she had done any significant damage, but the other 2 bouts hadn't been too different. Sure, Ryun wasn't using his mantle or his skills, but he still felt lacking. A part of it was probably because of her aspect. They had talked after their first match. Since she was protected from his void by her armor, he had hoped to rely on his stillness more, but the effects weren't what either of them had expected. Their current thoughts were that the 2 aspects were somehow related, if not in a material way, then at least in concept, which made it easier for her to deal with it. Regardless, if he had used his mantle or really tried, she was sure that he would have been able to win. But then, that wasn't the point of their matches. "And you already know why that is," Ryun said.
"Of course I do."
Tali grinned at him. Ryun growled, then changed, dismissing his evolved form, and Onrush did the same. They walked over to Tali, through the ripped-out ground of the destroyed clearing.
"The reason, Ryun, is because you are not leveraging your strengths, and you are still fighting like you did before."
"Like I did before?" he asked.
"How did you win fights in the past? What is your victory condition?"
Tali asked. Ryun frowned. When he didn't answer immediately, Tali pointed at Onrush.
"Look at the girl," she said. "She is all defense and crowd control, freezing the area, annoying her opponents with the cold. Defense, shields, and armor. That you gave her that armor is still a travesty, a waste in my opinion, but at least it makes her nearly impossible to crack if she knows where your main damage comes from, as you've seen today. But what else does she have? Her stats are abysmal without her armor. She has no real strength or dexterity scaling attacks."
She nodded.
"So she has two victory conditions. She either harasses her opponents enough and give her allies a chance to take them down, or hopes that they are so weak against her cold that she just hurts them outright, perhaps by doing what she did to you just now. She prepares the battlefield, freezing as much of it as possible, placing a few key assets around, which she failed to do properly, mind you."
Tali gave her a look which made Onrush want to squirm.
"She should have made sure that you were right next to as many of her ice spikes as well as that giant sword of hers, not just her avatar. Not doing so gave you too much time to react. Nevertheless, that is her big attack. It takes time, preparation, and her opponent being willing to stay in the affected area and that they miss what she is doing. You shouldn't have been hit by that, but that is another conversation. But after this, she is done. No more damage to take anyone down. You survived, and so you won."
Onrush grimaced. It was true. If her full attack didn't kill her enemy, she probably would lose shortly after. But she wasn't that disappointed by that. Not everyone could just throw out attacks that cracked mountains all day.
"Myself?"
Tali placed a hand over her chest.
"I am all area denial, control, and destruction. I use the sky to keep my foes at a distance, or to violently expel them, and bond to bind them in place or dissolve them. Simple."
Her expression turned serious as she looked at Ryun.
"So, what is your victory condition?"
Ryun paused. Blast their face with void? Onrush chuckled, and even Tali's lips curled into a smile.
"And that works as well as you've seen against someone like her."
She nodded at Onrush. "That is eternal armor, Tali. I doubt that I will ever meet anyone else as capable," Ryun added.
"Probably, but don't be so sure. If you become famous enough, people will hire assassins that counter you perfectly. It is the way of things. They might just raise people designed to kill you. 100 or 200 years is nothing for some of the old bastards in this world to see their plans through."
Ryun looked thoughtful, scratching at the side of his neck. Onrush spoke. He usually overwhelms his opponents with power, either physically, with raw stats, or with powerful techniques." Tali nodded.
"Yes, but that worked against those weaker than him, against people with lower stats or builds that were at a disadvantage against his. What will high stats do against someone like you, Onrush? And you are a poor example. You have defensive perks from your class, as well as your armor, abilities, and even the defense from your techniques. You have no attacks that scale with physical stats. Even if you put everything into strength and dexterity, you will not even dent that armor. Yet you still fight like you could. You still fight like you can fight someone with your body, but you can't. Not anymore.
Ryun narrowed his eyes.
How much chi did you spend to keep your body solid enough to hit her with all of your strength?
Tali asked. Ryun's expression changed. It was a handful of hits.
A handful of hits, Tali repeated. It is wasteful, is what it is. The higher your strength, the more chi you need to keep your body from splashing over your target. You spend all your chi and you die. You are a regenerator now, Ryun, a full, insane regenerator. You need to think like one. You need to train yourself to fight a lot more like a mid to long-range caster. You put your stats into wisdom, perhaps vitality if necessary, and just blast everything in sight. You kill them before they do enough damage to you and drain your chi, and you win.
It isn't that simple, Ryun replied.
Of course it isn't,
Tali agreed.
You are going to need to rework your entire approach to fighting, your style, everything. But you are young.
Her expression softened.
You've obtained your power so fast that you never really had to adapt to each stage. I've had to change my style several times over the centuries to accommodate new things, new aspects.
You're right, Ryun said after a pause. You'll help me?
Of course,
Tali said with a smile. Then she turned to Onrush.
But first, I think that we need to prep her a bit more. We don't want all of your plans to fail just because you weren't sure enough in your power. I think that I can fill in for Ryun for a few days until he figures out what he wants to do. Let's see how you hold up against me.
Onrush suppressed the desire to groan at the evil glint in Tali's eyes. It would only make things worse. Chapter 51. Choice. Celia looked up as they passed through the gates of Consequence, the capital city of the Twilight Melody sect. It was a large city, and had obviously recently expanded as its outer walls didn't match what was further in the center. The entrance was made out of wood, in traditional sect style. Wooden pagodas lined the cobbled stone streets, while wooden posts loomed above, with braziers hanging from them. It was a cheaper material, especially here, where the territories were mostly forests. Banners flying the colors of the sect hung from tall flagpoles, black and violet, some with trims of gold. As the people watched them go by, some bowed, but not many. "You see, daughter?" Kirill brought his hexy mount near hers. The tall-legged and horned beast whined as he pulled the reins. "They don't even give us the respect we deserve."
Niece,
Erdania corrected him from her other side. Kirill grimaced but didn't respond to her. Instead, he leaned closer to Celia. "They don't understand what sects are meant to be. They need to be led by someone who is deserving of leadership."
"We've been over this already. The answer is no,"
Celia told him. "I know that you are fond of their sect head, but can't you see that he is failing his people? All people in the sects have a responsibility, niece. Honor and obligation." No matter how many times she tried to explain it to him, he just wouldn't see it. He didn't understand what obligation really meant. To him, it was all about power and rule.
He isn't failing anyone. Their sect is.
She knew that they had issues, that there was a lack of unity in their sect, that they had taken in too many, too fast. They were struggling to feed everyone. It looked like weakness, so she did understand where Kirill was coming from, but Ryun was here, and she was confident that if she could just talk to him, she could make him see and perhaps help him change things. They didn't need to rule the sect to do that. "The sect? What sect?" Kirill asked. "They let classers, the third iteration, settle in their lands. It undermines everything that the sects stand for." Celia didn't understand. She had some concerns, too, but she also knew the third iteration more than he did, and she knew that things weren't that simple. "Enough," Celia said, raising her voice. "There will be no more talk of this." "Leading a sect means following the voice of your people," Kirill added after a few seconds. "Sometimes you have no choice but to act for the good of everyone." Before she could retort, he kicked his mount and moved away.
"You shouldn't let him say those things,"
Erdania added once he was far enough away.
"His words matter to people because he is your blood, and when you don't lead, they look at others who do."
"I am no one's leader," Celia said.
"They followed us here because they didn't want to submit when Zhenxuan fell. I don't want to be a sect head. I have already failed once." "That was not your fault, and you know it,"
Erdania told her. Celia shrugged. It didn't matter in the end. It was how she felt. What did matter was that Kirill had been spreading things that she didn't agree with. A part of her wanted to stop him, but that would mean actually leading again, and that was something that she didn't want to do. She was stuck in this place, somewhere in between, where people looked up to her and expected her leadership, and yet she did nothing. She had to talk with Ryun. He had hinted at some things, but didn't want to elaborate the last time they met. She could feel that he was in the city, so she hoped that he would meet with them all and finally bring all of these talks of Celia taking over the sect to an end. They reached the second row of walls, the tall stone rising above them. It did not mesh well with the style surrounding it. The cold stone was imposing, but not in a way that a sect builds. Once they passed through, she saw the stone buildings rising around them, all in a style that was closer to the classer factions in the core than anything else. There was no separation for families, no room for individual expression, or at least it was not intended to have such things. She did see some personal touches, painted walls and banners hanging from windows. It was obvious that these additions weren't intended to be there. She knew that this city was once part of a sect that the Twilight Melody conquered, built by a peak heavenly cultivator stuck in his inspiration. There was a sense of desire here, of a need to be great, but no real substance of greatness. That was changing, at least, and she could see new buildings being raised more in line with what the sects valued. They reached the hill in the center of the city, of the walls surrounding a palace. It was obviously built with intent to impress, but it fell short of the great works of the sects. It was mundane, a failed attempt at evoking fear and respect. She saw the others around her notice it as well. Riki kept his gaze to the front, while the others gossiped and spoke insults that they thought weren't loud enough to be heard. Kirill stood next to two of the older warriors from Zhenxuan, both immortal and neither from a main family, but they had been respected. She could already see that her words had fallen on deaf ears. They were going to do something stupid, and she was going to let them. They wanted to use her name and her power to get what they want. They didn't listen when she denied them. Kirill was overstepping, and she could admit that she was too deeply stuck in the past to do more than verbally rebut him. Erdania would have done more if only Celia asked, but she couldn't bring herself to do that. She felt Ryun inside the building, and she knew him enough to know how he would react. Sometimes it was easier to do nothing, to let someone else do what she couldn't bring herself to do. It was time that they all learned the consequence of their actions. They were met by a sect leader of the Twilight Melody sect, one called Embesh, a farmer. She could tell by the tone of Kiriel's voice when they were greeted that he considered that an insult. Their entire party was then led to the throne room. There were a dozen of them: Celia, Erdania, Kiriel, Riki, and a few of their strongest warriors. Kiriel had made sure to pick all of the other immortals that they had. Once they entered the throne room, Celia paused, surprised twice over. First, the room was filled with people. Most were from the Twilight Melody sect, but there, near the end of the room, at the steps of the throne, she spotted the third iteration's people, Karia Orn and her husband Ender. The others she didn't recognize, but she could see the family resemblance. There were a dozen of them, just as much as there were of her own people. The second thing that surprised her was the throne. Onrush sat on it, wearing an elaborate robe of violet and black trimmed with gold. On one side stood Nyra Orn, wearing her armor and holding her spear in hand. There was no sign of Anatolian Farsola or Ryun. Celia could tell that he was in the room, but her sense wasn't as precise this close. She couldn't tell if it was just her failing or if he was actively hiding from her. Regardless, it seemed like he hadn't revealed himself to the sect yet. She wondered what he was planning. They were led forward to stand on the opposite side of the room from the Orns. They were placed on the left side of the room and her people on the right. She and the rest of her people bowed before the throne and Onrush, showing their respect, and then moved to stand to the side. Celia glanced at the Orn family and studied them for a moment. She could still see the effects of the past on them. They had suffered, had lost the empire, and had run across the world to come here. She knew that of the thousands that came with them, only a few were warriors. Most of their strongest had died on the march or on the walls before that. The Orns had lost their children, their family. Those who had come with them were mostly young, and those adults who had not or could not fight. Most of the people who had followed Celia were warriors, and while some crafters, everyone in Zhenxuan knew how to fight. Onrush raised her hand, and the room quieted down. Celia studied her now, noticing that there was something different about her. Her deep red skin was covered in white patterns that resembled Ryun's cracks, only hers didn't release any mist. An upgrade to her true body? Celia wondered. Onrush had probably advanced her second path, but also she couldn't feel anything from her. No chi, no core. That surprised her. The woman's control hadn't been anything special before. With Anatolian as a mentor, however, she had probably learned. That was good. Hiding your intentions and power from an enemy was important. Onrush looked around the room, and then she spoke. "Welcome, guests," she said slowly. "I am glad that you have accepted my invitation. There are many things that I wish to discuss with you." Celia listened in silence, wondering where she was going with it and what their plan was. "Both of your people," Onrush looked at Celia and then at the Orns, "have come to our sect in need and have been accepted as guests. We've opened our territories to you, had given you land where you could stay in relative safety. We've made available to you the resources of our sect, resources that both of you have taken full advantage of." She leaned forward in her throne, her eyes passing over them all. "And then you've gone beyond that, breaking your rights as guests." "What?" Celia closed her eyes as she heard Kiriel yell that out. The indignity in his voice, the offense. She had always known that he looked down on the Twilight Melody sect, but she hadn't anticipated him showing so much disrespect in public. "You dare accuse us of breaking guest rights?" He took a step forward. Celia was about to take a step forward to speak when someone grabbed her hand. She turned her head and saw a man wearing a hood over his head. She recognized Ryun and his cloak that masked his appearance. Before she could say anything, Onrush continued. "Have you not?" she asked, her tone even and calm. "The Orn family has taken territories outside of our borders, the same as you have. That might not break guest rights in principle, but it does in spirit." She turned and glanced at Karya and Ender Orn. "You've grown crops to sustain yourself, but also to sell to other sects, earning from our land without paying anything to us. I understand that. You don't know much about the sects, and so you, at least, could be forgiven." Then she turned to look back at Celia. Her eyes passed her and Ryun for just a moment, and then she turned to Kirill, who was standing closer to the throne's steps. "But you understand what it is that you were doing. You built a city on our territory, spurning the shelter we gave you. You cleared our forests and killed our monsters, all without asking permission first."
"Shelter? You gave us hovels and called it shelter. We are part of Zhenxuan. It was an insult. To think—"
"There is no Zhenxuan anymore," Onrush interrupted. "You lost your home and came to us for shelter. Did you think that you could just insult us to our face, spurn our goodwill, and break our rules just because you once were a part of a great sect?"
Kirill was visibly trying to contain his anger.
"Where is your sect head? Where is Anatolian Farsola? I will not be insulted by a child like you."
"I am a sect leader of Twilight Melody Sect. I am in charge of all things related to the sect. I lead it," Onrush stressed. "I am who you will deal with, and I would urge you to keep your tongue still before you say something that you won't be able to take back."
Celia knew that would infuriate Kirill, but before he could say anything, Onrush raised her hand, almost as if she was dismissing him. Then she raised her voice. "I have called you here to give you a choice. This will not continue. You will not exploit the goodwill of the Twilight Melody Sect. You have broken the rules of guests, and as such will either leave our territories to survive on your own, or—" She made eye contact with Celia, then turned to look at the Orns. "Or you will join the Twilight Melody Sect, accept our rule, and be brought in as two new families of the sect." Celia blinked. She hadn't expected such an offer, but she wondered why it wasn't Ryun who was saying this, why he wasn't here, and why Anatolian wasn't here. Such a message would be received better if it had come from them. This almost invited— Kirill placed his foot on the first step, glaring up at the throne.
"You dare insult us like this? You are a child. You are weak. We know that you've left the sect to search for people taken prisoner by another sect, and here you are, having returned without your people. Who would want to be part of a sect led by someone who can't even promise their own people's safety?" Kirill asked, this time looking back at the throne room, at Celia and their people, at the Twilight Melody Sect's own people behind him. She could see that his words were heard. He knew more than he had told her. She closed her eyes as she realized Kirill had spies in the Twilight Melody Sect. He had done more than she had believed, and she knew that Ryun was back, that he had been back for a while now. Oh, you poor idiots. They didn't know. She saw Kirill look at her with the grin of someone who thought that he was going to win, but he didn't know. "Look here, at someone who is fit to lead. Celia Hajan, my daughter, the Spear of Sorrow. We came here, followed her, because she can protect us. She has the power to keep danger away."
He looked back at the Twilight Melody sect's people.
"She doesn't want to lead you. She is much too honorable to take a sect from someone she respects. But where is your sect head? He died because of his weakness, abandoned you for decades in the hands of this," he waved back at Onrush, "ignorant child. A raised immortal who almost fell in battle to a handful of undead, who had to be saved by a legend returned from the dead, who failed to retrieve people taken from your lands, who can barely feed you, who knows not when to show respect to her betters." He turned back and glared at Onrush.
"Your daughter," Onrush started, "doesn't stand next to you, and she doesn't speak for herself. Should they all just believe your words?"
"She doesn't need to." Kiriel raised his head. "She shouldn't sully her hands with trash like you. I am enough. You are unworthy of the titles you hold. You are unworthy of the throne you sit upon. You are unworthy to lead. I, Kiriel Elhan, the Red Rain, challenge you to a duel."
Celia took a step forward, but the hooded man stepped in front of her.
"He is going to kill her," Celia told him. "If you won't let me, you need to stop this yourself."
Ryun just smiled. "You don't know as much as you think." Celia wanted to say more, but then Onrush stood and responded.
"I accept," she said calmly. "To the arena."
She waved her hands, and everyone moved back, letting her walk past, leading the way. Chapter 52. Consequences. Celia watched as Kiriel followed Onrush out of the throne room. She stayed back, frozen in place for a moment, until she felt a tug on her hand, and then let herself be pulled forward by Ryun. Erdania walked up to his other side and leaned in and whispered to him.
"Are you sure?" she asked him. "He isn't weak. He has spent a lot of time sharpening his craft. Centuries."
"Just watch," was the only thing that Ryun said as they walked. They exited the throne room in a hurry and walked to the small arena in the courtyard outside. Celia walked away from Ryun and Erdania, needing to try to stop this, no matter what they said. She found Kiriel as he was about to head inside.
"Don't do this," she told him. "I don't want it."
"It is not about what you want," he said. "It is about what we need, and that is someone strong leading us. If you won't do that, then I will. I would rather die than let myself be led by some weaklings from the frontier."
Celia could stop him, could hit him in the head and drop him to the ground. Or she could actually lead, could take control in the way that he wanted her to. He would respect that, though he would probably still try to find ways to scheme and attempt to raise his position. If she did choose to lead, then she could apologize on his behalf. But she had grown tired of tolerating him, of trying to rein him in. If she did do that, it wouldn't stop. It would just get worse. No, she would let him do as he pleased, and if Ryun was content to let this happen, then she was too. She turned away from him and walked to the stands. She found Erdania standing with a hooded figure. More people had come than had been in the throne room, including other Twilight Melody sect members. The Orns were in a corner, looking interested in what was about to happen. Celia turned her eyes to Kiriel as he walked onto the arena stage. He pulled out his combat gear, red woven robes with lines of silver that covered his body. 2 focuses appeared on his hands, one on each. He put his hands to the side and, blood chi flowing through his focuses, shaped 2 crystal blood spears that floated above his shoulders. Each was pointed at Onrush, who stood across from him. Then he stilled, watching and waiting. Kirill followed a path similar to Celia. He didn't have the same aspect, of course, as that was reserved for the main families. No, his aspect was blood, and his paths were the path of the blood shaper and the path of precision, with the duplicator class. His build was meant to emulate hers, the build of a main family, and it was lesser in every way. Still, it was powerful. Once he'd had dreams of following that same path. He had stolen a path from the main family, and only once he realized that getting away to remove his own path would be too costly had he turned his attention to Celia, giving her a path that she wasn't supposed to have, forcing her to be the instrument of his rise. That he was alive still was only because the sect had seen Celia's talent and had decided that his actions had given them something that they might have otherwise overlooked. "You can still change your mind," Onrush said slowly. "This will not go the way you think it will." Kirill shook his head. "Come, trash. Let me teach you what power means." Onrush nodded, then loosened her robe. 3 small diamond-shaped objects that looked to be shields rose from her back and floated above her. In the next breath, a mist flashed around her as she donned her own gear. A rainbow-colored armor covered her head to toe. She looked at him, and then her armor rippled, the rainbow color replaced with a deep red. It was strange armor, but Celia could tell that it was powerful. She knew what Ryun had, and she wondered, he wouldn't. And yet he had given gifts to her and Dania. Would he not do the same for Onrush? Was that masterwork armor? Eternal? She didn't know, but Ryun, he didn't act in the ways that most would. "Come, take out your weapons, or are you too scared?" Kirill taunted Onrush. Onrush took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. A shield of a different shade of red appeared on her arm, again shaped like a diamond, looking as if it had been carved from glass. In her other hand, a short sword manifested, an awakened object, Ryun's old sword. Kirill waited a moment, and then the battle started. He gestured and sent the 2 spears flying in her direction. 2 spears turned into 4 as his focus flashed. Onrush didn't move at all. She raised her shield and blocked one of the spears, and the 3 shields above her moved and blocked the other 3. Kirill's attack was stopped in its tracks as his spears broke into crystal shards, and then the chi dissipated. "You won't win," Onrush told him. Kirill growled. "You hide behind your equipment." Onrush just shook her head. Kirill attacked again, sending wave after wave of attacks. Spears flew in her direction, and she never moved. She never attempted to close the distance and attack him. She just let him attack her with no response. Celia saw how that angered Kirill. He raised his hands and blood chi flowed out, shaping a large spear, more like a giant ballista bolt. Then she saw it start to glow as he layered perks and abilities on it. A moment later he yelled out as he sent it flying in Onrush's direction. It was a powerful attack, one that would make even Celia think twice before letting it anywhere near her. Kirill was an immortal, an old one who'd had time to learn his build. While his paths weren't as good as Celia's, it could still deal incredible damage. Onrush raised her sword hand, and Celia saw chi flow out of her. The area around the flying ballista was filled with it, and frost covered the bolt. It slowed it slightly, and then Onrush moved, taking a step to the side and swinging her shield. She bashed the attack away, the construct bouncing off to the side, where it stabbed into the ground. A moment later it detonated, sending a shower of debris in all directions and leaving a crater where it once was. Kirill paused, clearly surprised. Onrush had moved fast, and the power one needed to bash away such an attack was significant. Then Onrush dismissed her sword and shield. Celia frowned as she watched.
"Will you concede?" she asked.
Kirill shaped 2 more spears above him in response. Onrush sighed, and frost spread from behind her faceplate. A moment later, she changed. Her armor rippled and grew as chi filled it, and in the span of a second, Onrush had been replaced by an armored animal form, a wolf, towering over Kirill and filling the room. Frost started to spread across the floor, reaching for Kirill.
"Evolved,"
Kirill said in shock from what they were all thinking. Everyone in the arena felt a deep chill of her chi accompany the sense of disbelief.
You, Kirill yelled. "You think that being raised to the evolved realm will save you? Let's see how you like this."
Kirill attacked. The 2 spears duplicated and then blazed with crimson light. They launched at Onrush, who didn't move at all. She just stood there, looming over everyone. Mid-flight, the spears multiplied again, and Celia knew that Kirill wasn't holding anything back, that he was using his main and most powerful attack. The 8 doubled again, then the spears flashed and disappeared. A moment later, 32 spears appeared all around Onrush and flew at her from all angles. Each spear hit her armor and shattered, not penetrating it. Still, the attack wasn't over, and the shards of the spears turned to liquid and splashed blood chi all over the armor that was the same color as the chi. Kirill roared as he raised his hands, and his focuses flashed. The blood covering Onrush's body ignited, then exploded in a wave of crimson fire. A shockwave expanded and sent some of the watchers to the ground. Cracks appeared in the floor, reaching outside of the arena. The dust settled, and Onrush stood there unharmed. Celia knew that he had lost. That was his most powerful attack, and it did nothing.
"You can't win," Onrush told him. "Concede, and we can still mend what is almost broken."
Kirill's face twisted into an angry grimace, and then he turned to look at the people in the stands.
"Look at your leader, a raised cultivator who doesn't deserve her power, who hides behind unearned armor, a realm that she didn't achieve on her own. Is this who you want to lead you?"
She understood what he was trying to say, but the fact of the matter was he didn't understand his audience. He had never really understood honor or obligation. She looked at the faces of the Twilight Melody sect's people and saw admiration, pride. It didn't matter that she had been raised, that she had armor that was powerful. She was theirs, and she had the power to stand against a cultivator from the Zhenxuan sect. That was all that mattered. When no answer came, Kirill seemed to realize his mistake. He glared at Onrush and then spoke.
"I will not let frontier trash lead us," he said softly, angrily.
Then he pulled something out of his storage, a bright blue stone. Celia recognized it immediately as a signal stone. He raised it high and then broke it. As it shattered, light shot out straight up, a blazing pillar of blue light.
"There. Now we have no choice."
Kirill turned to look at Celia, and she felt his look and words in her gut. She didn't know what he thought he was doing, but she could imagine. Something that would force her to act. But he didn't know. The poor, stupid idiot. For a few seconds, nothing happened, and then Kirill's expression turned confused. Onrush told him, her voice barely more than a whisper,
"Nothing will happen."
"And that is my cue," Ryun said, and jumped from the stands to the arena floor, killing any faint hopes she'd had that she hadn't been right. Erdania grabbed her hand and took a step in front of her, looking her in the eyes.
"Celia," she whispered, "we can talk with him. Ask him to show mercy."
Of course, Erdania had already figured things out. Celia closed her eyes. Kirill hadn't known, couldn't have known, but there were no secrets which could be kept from Ryun while near to him, and she had sensed him moving all over his sect. She had sensed him in the city where Celia's people stayed, moving about for days without visiting them. She had known that he was doing something like. She looked down at the arena and answered Erdania. She, too, knew what was going to happen. She knew Ryun and how he was. He didn't judge people on what they thought, on what they planned. He judged them on what they did. That was why he had waited for so long, why he had given Kirill all the chances in the world to change his mind. She watched as he walked over to Kirill, then removed his hood, which made his features change back into his own, much to the surprise of everyone watching, and then he spoke. All people make choices, and they live with the consequences of those choices. You chose to have your people go around my sect and plant formations that would detonate and cause the death of my people. You sent the signal fully believing that would happen, and now you get to suffer the consequences. A moment later, Ryun changed, taking his own evolved form, a giant wolf, just like Onrush, who walked over to stand next to him. Kirill's eyes widened, and he looked at the stands, at her.
"Celia, please."
He didn't get to finish before Ryun opened his mouth. A red mist filled the arena as it flashed around him for just an instant, and void swallowed Kirill whole. Celia closed her eyes and steeled herself, feeling a weight falling off her chest. Actions had consequences, and she had covered for her fathers for long enough. She had let him manipulate her because of that small connection of their past, choosing to forget the beatings, the control, all in the service of making her strong. That he had succeeded meant nothing. He had done it all only for himself, so that he could advance his own standing when he himself was not able to rise higher. Erdania pulled her close, and she let it all go. Chapter 53. Build. Ryun sat on the grass, his expression thoughtful. Tali looked at him with a conflicted grimace, on the verge of saying something. A spread of items was in front of her, his picks from Zenker's hoard. He had spent the last month alone with Tali, training and creating a combat style for him. He had to change some things, to tweak his techniques and develop new ways of using them, and his combat style was markedly different now. The only thing that was left was to pick a gear set for himself. He had never relied on items before, but with Zenker's inheritance there was no reason not to. One of the main reasons why he had never relied on items was that his chi didn't synergize with them well, and if he was being honest, he had never really needed them. Now there were some concerns with his choices. The nature of his new style meant that he had to be careful with his choices. They had spent the last day comparing items, but now he had stored away everything that he wasn't picking. He reached for the first item, which was, of course, his cloak. Black and made out of rough fabric, it had nothing special to it, no embroidery or flourishes, nothing to draw the eye. It made sneaking around easier than ever, even with the ways that he had learned to make himself stealthy, namely by destroying any essence that gave away his position around his body. Cloak of Grand Obfuscation, plus 400 to dexterity, plus 300 to wisdom. When worn, the cloak makes your presence harder to detect. Anyone looking at you will find you unimportant unless their attention is explicitly drawn. You will appear as an average and forgettable member of your race. These effects depend on an observer's mental stats and state. It wasn't anything grand, but it did work wonders even against high-tiered people, as long as he wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary. He didn't need it for nefarious purposes. He needed it to simply walk around unnoticed. The range of his sense was large enough that he never really needed to get close to listen in. He put it inside his star forge. Next was one of his old rings. He had given his grand ring of stamina regeneration, Hansel's preparation, and halting barrier of Aegis to Onrush for the sect vault, as he no longer needed them. He couldn't increase his stamina supply any more through endurance, but he didn't get tired when he was active either. His stamina regeneration was just insanely high. The grand ring of stamina regeneration might still work for him, but his stamina regeneration scaled off of his vitality, which was high enough, and most of his regeneration came from his chi. All of those rings used endurance in some way, which no longer worked for him. They weren't necessary. The ring that he picked up was his reward from defeating Hastur, the Ring of Full Reflection. Despite finding Zenker's hoard, the ring was still one of the most powerful items that he possessed. The effect, on its own, probably wasn't that strong, not in the hands of others, at least, but for Ryun, a regenerator of his scope, it was probably the greatest weapon in his arsenal. It stored damage that his body suffered and allowed him to reflect it back at them. He had tested it out against monsters, though admittedly not any truly powerful ones. If he lost an arm, he could reflect that damage and injury back to his attacker, making them lose an arm too. If someone cut his head off, it wouldn't kill him, but with his ring it would kill them, unless they had perks that could counter that. But then, that was the reality of the Infinite Realm. There were so many different powers that he had no doubt that something out there would be able to counter him. It was still extremely powerful. He had chosen a few more rings from Zenker's stash. 5 of the rings on the ground in front of him were stat rings. They were grand rings of strength, dexterity, vitality, intelligence, and wisdom, all eternal items that gave a bonus of 3,500 to a stat, with the same ability to double their bonuses for a duration of 5 minutes at the cost of giving half the stats afterward for 10 minutes. The last ring was a simple but powerful one. Grand Ring of Health Regeneration, plus 400 to Vitality, plus 420 to Endurance. Increases your base physical regeneration by 350%. He lost on the Endurance stat as that no longer affected him, but it was otherwise incredible for him. He put all the rings inside his storage, then moved to the next item, an amulet. Will of the Wandering Drake. Reduces the quest requirements for skills by 20% when worn. Wearing this increases the effectiveness of your Tier 5 and below skills by 100%, your Tier 6 skills by 80%, your Tier 7 skills by 60%, your Tier 8 skills by 40%, and your Tier 9 skills by 20%. You may evolve 3 skills without the need to create anchors, but the power of these skills will be capped at 70% of their potential maximum and can only be used while wearing this item. It was the only item that Zenker wore that had survived his battle with Hastur. Ryun had already tested it, and while he didn't rely on quests to evolve his skills, the other bonuses were powerful. He wasn't sure if he would ever use the anchor part of the item, but it was a good thing to have. He put it away, too, and then moved to the armor. They had discussed several different options. Armor that boosted regeneration was notoriously hard to make, as he had learned in the Empire, but it was also hard to use for people like Ryun. He could survive attacks that would destroy most armor, and he had no defensive perks to boost an armor's effectiveness, aside from one, Forged in Stars, from Brightstar. In the end, they decided to go with something that would provide him pure defense and allow him the freedom of movement he needed. A full armor set that would protect him from attacks as long as possible before being damaged. Everything that it could tank for him saved him chi, and besides, he would use copies, which meant that he could replace the armor if it ever got too damaged. The armor had been in Zenker's storage, and it had been damaged when he found it. It had a repair function, of course, but those only worked outside of storage places for some reason. Ryun assumed that items with that function needed essence from the world around them to repair themselves, and that wasn't present in storage spaces. The damage had been extensive. It had had a crack across the middle of its almost crystalline plates, though it was pristine now. Ryun wondered if Zenker had used it against Haster, if perhaps it had been damaged enough that he had to switch to something else, or if it had been in his storage for longer from some other fight. In the end, it didn't matter. Ryun looked at the blue and white armor made out of interlocking plates, all of which were glowing faintly. It had been shaped for a drake's body when he'd found it, but it had equip, which meant that it shaped itself for his body when he wore it. It also had adaptive and durability. One meant that it could even change its shape in the extreme ranges, like for his evolved form, and the other meant that the natural materials it was made out of had their durability increased beyond normal. The helmet had no visor, no gap for eyes, but it was see-through from the inside. Armor of the last star plate, chest, plus 2,000 to strength, plus 2,000 to endurance. When worn, this armor increases all of your natural resistances by 50% and reduces the physical damage taken from all sources by 50%. Adaptive, equip, repair, durability. Part of the Last Will of an Aspect set. If all 5 pieces are worn, activate Last Will. Armor of the Last Star Gauntlets, plus 2,000 to strength, plus 2,000 to wisdom. When worn, this armor increases the power of all physical and special attacks by 100%. Adaptive, equip, repair, durability. Part of the Last Will of an Aspect set. If all 5 pieces are worn, activate Last Will. Armor of the Last Star helmet. Plus 2,000 to strength, plus 2,000 to intelligence. When worn, this armor increases your willpower by 50% and the power of all perception-based powers by 100%. Adaptive, equip, repair, durability, clear sight. Part of the Last Will of an Aspect set. If all 5 pieces are worn, activate Last Will. Armor of the Last Star trousers, leggings. Plus 2,000 to strength, plus 2,000 to vitality. When worn, this armor increases your willpower regeneration by 20% and reduces special damage from all sources by 50%. Adaptive, equip, repair, durability. Part of the Last Will of an Aspect set. If all 5 pieces are worn, activate Last Will. Armor of the Last Star boots, plus 2,000 to strength, plus 2,000 to dexterity. When worn, this armor increases your physical speed by 20% and increases your balance by 100%. Adaptive, equip, repair, durability. Part of the Last Will of an Aspect set. If all 5 pieces are worn, activate Last Will. Armor of the Last Star set. Last Will of an Aspect. When all 5 set pieces of armor are worn, you gain the Last Will of an Aspect buff. Last Will of an Aspect. While this buff is active, the armor is immune to all heat-related effects. The wearer is immune to all special movement restriction effects, and the wearer's mass is counted as if it has been increased by 2,000% when effects impact them. The stat bonuses of all pieces are increased by 100%. This effect warps time and space, reducing the effectiveness of any related powers around you by up to 60%. You can activate the last will of Ka-You, which inflicts the high gravity of a stellar core on everything around you, dealing Tier 9 gravity essence damage and reducing the speed of everyone impacted by up to 50% based on their stats. The damage depends on the density of essence around the wearer. The biggest draws were that it was extremely hard to damage, despite the fact that Zenker had fought something that could, in fact, damage it. The armor would provide him with protection, letting him save his chi, and with Brightstar's bonuses, it would be even stronger, if he managed to reach his next bond level with Brightstar, of course. Next were 2 weapons. One was a reward, just like his ring, the focus of indomitable might. He had played around with it a bit and learned how to use it. With the ways that he and Tali had tweaked his techniques, it had proven itself very good. The last was a short throwing javelin. Despite not having used them for a while, it ended up being the best weapon for what he had based his new fighting style on. Javelin of True Throw, plus 400 to dexterity, plus 360 to strength. When held, this javelin allows you to mark your target. When thrown, the javelin is able to curve anywhere within 90 degrees in a cone in front of it, prioritizing any marked targets. Increases accuracy by 50%. It was simple, but it didn't need to be anything better. It was a disposable weapon, a masterwork, but still disposable. It was exactly what he needed. He would, of course, copy it and use copies for his use. He wouldn't want to destroy the original. He put it in the Starforge, too, and then turned to look at Tali. He had given her a few more items, in addition to the gifts he had granted to her before, a weapon and a ring, masterwork and eternal, respectively. They were going to need them, he felt. They had both been invited to the gathering of sect heads. Both of them were allowed to bring one person with them, a second, who would be put under the same oaths as they were. Tali had already chosen her second, Lesametrius, which surprised Ryun. It seemed that she had a bit more of a soft spot for the Ravzer than she had let on. Ryun was under the impression that he annoyed her. Ryun was still debating about who to take, but it would probably be Erdania or Celia, as he didn't want to put more things on Onrush's shoulders. He had given them some time after what happened. Both were in consequence, talking politics. He had left everything in Onrush's hands regarding the sect. She had demonstrated her power, and he had shown everyone that the two of them were more than a sect head and sect leader, but that they were family. People hadn't missed that they had the same evolved form. It was now her turn to make her plan into reality, to restructure the sect. He had given her his thoughts and opinions, but ultimately it was her time to shine. He had his attention on the gathering, which was going to happen soon. They still had some time before they had to leave, enough for Ryun to test his powers and gear in a real situation.
"You are not still thinking about doing this?"
Tali asked. "Of course I am," Ryun said. She shook her head, but Ryun had already made his decision. "You ready?" Ryun asked. "Can't wait," Brightstar responded.
"You are insane,"
Tali grumbled. Ryun saw her point. Who in their right mind would burn through a wealth of items such as what Zenker had? Well, Ryun had never relied on items, and he had already given out what he had wanted. A few powerful items he had also put aside for the sect, for any people who had yet to rise and prove themselves. Many legendary and mythic items, aside from what he had already given to Onrush, had been set aside as well. But in Ryun's opinion, those items weren't the real wealth that Zenker had. It was the essence crystals, the reagents, the potions and elixirs. The items were powerful, but not all were useful for everyone. In the end, they were his now, and this was what he needed. He started pulling items out and feeding them to Brightstar. The awakened forge exclaimed in excitement with every item that Ryun let it consume, learning more, taking something from it. He didn't know how much Brightstar was going to need, but he kept at it, feeding dozens of items of high rarities to it. It was why he had taken Brightstar in the first place. Being able to improve their bond through resources had always been a draw, especially since the Starforge hadn't been an object created for him. Then, finally, he felt it, their bond increasing. He skimmed his notifications and saw that they had been right. He could finally store eternal items in his forge. Forged in Stars, Bond Perk. Any item worn by the user gains plus 80% to its durability. Starforge, Brightstar. Armory of the Stars. Grants the user the ability to store up to 16 items into the Starforge up to eternal rarity. Each item placed in the forge will be replicated and stored alongside the original to a maximum of 16 copies. The rate of replication is common rarity, 1 per 30 minutes, uncommon rarity, 1 per 2 hours, rare rarity, 1 per 8 hours, epic rarity, 1 per 24 hours, legendary, 1 per 48 hours, mythic, 1 per 72 hours, relic, 1 per 96 hours, masterwork, 1 per 120 hours, eternal, 1 per 144 hours. Any item stored in the forge is granted equip and repair while in use by the user. The item copies will last for 30 minutes outside of the forge if they are not used by the user. Star Improvement. Any item placed in the forge for longer than 7 days will gain bonuses based on rarity. Common rarity, plus 5 to all stats and plus 10% to its durability. Uncommon rarity, plus 10 to all stats and plus 12% to its durability. Rare rarity, plus 20 to all stats and plus 14% to its durability. Epic rarity, plus 30 to all stats and plus 18% to its durability. Legendary rarity, plus 40 to all stats and plus 20% to its durability. Mythic rarity, plus 50 to all stats and plus 22% to its durability. Relic rarity, plus 100 to all stats and plus 24% to its durability. Masterwork, plus 200 to all stats and plus 26% to its durability. Eternal, plus 400 to all stats and plus 28% to its durability. Anvil of Stars. Allows you to pull out the Anvil of Stars from the Starforge scape. Items made on the Anvil of the Stars gain plus 20% to their durability and plus 100 to one stat based on the materials they are made out of. Like before, the bond level improved the previous perks. A part of him wondered if he should just continue, see if he could reach the last bond level, but something told him that he shouldn't.
Such a waste,
Tali said. Not to me, Ryun told her with a smile. And it wasn't. He immediately entered the Starforge scape and placed all of his items in the empty slots. The two of them were on their way to a territory some distance away from the sect, a territory filled with dangerous monsters where they could both unleash their power and train. He needed to have his gear copies ready for it. Once he was done, he stood up and spoke. We should hurry. We don't have much time. They had to head back within a week, if they were to make it to the gathering in time. Visibly resigned, Tali beat her wings and took to the sky as Ryun shaped steps and followed after her. He couldn't wait to try everything out. Chapter 54. Territory. They floated, or at least Tali did, while he stood on a disk of void chi above the territory, looking at the landscape. It was a small territory, nested high in the mountains, a valley with a river splitting it in half, with a small forest glade surrounded by jutting stones on one side. On the other side was an ascending series of small plateaus covered with vines and shrubbery. Large, round openings on every cliffside led into caves, which themselves led deeper into the mountains. Some, they suspected, led into the under. The main monsters of the territory were spider types known as Haxa. There was a queen and a bunch of smaller males nesting in the forest, killing and feeding on the birds that nested higher up in the mountains, above the valley, when they came down to drink from the river.
"You sure you want to test things here?"
Tali asked. Ryun didn't turn his head from the territory below. The report said that the highest monster the scouts saw was only a Tier 18 masterwork Haxa queen. He did know that there were dozens of monster nests. He could even feel some of them far down below them in the burrows that covered the forest. Hidden in bushes and beneath tree roots, they waited to ambush their prey, but even if each nest had a masterwork monster, he didn't think that they were very dangerous. The male Haxa, according to the report, were mostly legendary, but on lower tiers of power. Haxa were spider-like creatures, in the sense that they wove web-like constructs. Theirs were a bit different, though, as they hardened over time and became their nests. They were also more territorial monsters than most. Each nest had a single queen and hundreds of male spiders that protected the nest and scrounged for food. In a way, they were more ant than spider-like, but by sensing them, Ryun felt like they looked more like spiders, in a vague sense, at least. They had 8 legs, with their bodies being covered in sensory hairs. The difference was that they were less insectoid and more mammalian, with larger muscles and bones instead of the carapace. Their heads were a strange triangular shape at the front of their squat bodies that had just a single long fang at the tip, which they stabbed into their prey and used to drain them. There were many of them, which was why Ryun thought this territory was a good testing ground. Tali shook her head.
"Not that," she said. "I meant the other thing."
Ryun blinked and then realized what she was talking about. He pulled an object out of his storage and looked at it for a few seconds. "What are you thinking?" Ryun asked at last.
"This is a high-tier territory," Tali said. "It won't be easy."
"I don't need easy."
"Sure, but you're not yet as comfortable with your body and fighting style as I would want you to be," Tali told him.
"I'm not going to that gathering without refining my power, and besides, battles have a way of teaching me more than anything else." Tali crossed her arms over her chest.
"We should have more people here. We don't know what type of scenario it is."
Ryun didn't comment. Still looking at the townstone in the palm of his hand, he thought about his decision. The scouts had attempted to claim both this and surrounding territories. 3 had been scenarios, or at least they thought they were, as the scouts never returned. Sometimes a cluster of the territories would have similar claiming quests, so they assumed that this territory was no different. It was, however, the most dangerous of the territories, which probably meant a more dangerous test. A shriek made Ryun turn his eyes above, to a mountain towering over them that he couldn't see. A large bird was flying in circles, probably having been disturbed by the 2 of them. The speed and ease with which it moved made him wonder how strong it was. The territory they were in was high tier, meaning that the essence it was made out of was of higher quality and tiers. The air was denser, harder to move through, and its gravity was stronger, too. There was so much essence that it was hard for him to see far into the distance with his eyes. He often described his sight as looking through a fog or mist, and now the mist was much denser. It didn't matter much, as he could still see with his skill. Still, the monster above had to have some really high stats to move that fast through such dense essence. Tully was right in a way. More likely than not, this scenario was going to be a difficult one. He remembered the last and the only scenario that he was part of, what now seemed so long ago. It had been hard, yes, but the Twilight Woods wasn't such a high-tier territory. This one was. Regardless, he did want the sect to grow, to expand, and while Onrush was dealing with the politics and agreements, he had to help somehow. And besides, he had been looking for a new place to call home, somewhere away from other people where he didn't need to constantly hear their spoken words. A remote mountain valley? This was perfect. And there was still the matter of training, of challenge, both for himself and for Tully. He glanced in her direction. "I'm still inclined to do it, but for now," he put the town stone back into storage. "I should start clearing monsters." Tully waved her hand in a manner that he had come to understand meant for him to get on with it. Blue and yellow scales covered him as he equipped the armor of the last star. He didn't see the color, of course. Tully had to tell him. To him the essence was that of a strange metal that he hadn't seen anywhere else before. He was told that the armor looked like a dark black-blue sky filled with stars. Next he equipped his focus of indomitable might in his left hand. All the rest of his gear he had already been wearing. He dismissed his disc and began falling, picking up speed rapidly. Less than a step away from the ground, he halted his momentum and came to a full stop, then touched the ground lightly. Already he could feel the spiders react. The webs that were spread all over the forest reacted to his presence, the tiniest of air vibrations announcing his arrival. He hadn't bothered to hide, and that disturbed the monsters even more. He felt them moving, thousands of feet, all heading their way. "They are coming," Ryun said, not raising his voice. Up above, too far for sound to reach, Tully responded. "I'll watch from up here," she said, and while he hadn't heard her, he sensed her words. The thousands of monsters stirred as they noticed an intruder in the heart of the forest, and chittering noises filled the air. His sense became murkier. There were too many monsters, more than they had assumed, it seemed. Is this just one hive, or several? He wondered. The range of his skill narrowed significantly as more and more chaotic movement came to life. He didn't move, didn't try to find a better position, didn't try to gain some distance to lessen the load on his skill. That wasn't the point. He could sense far enough. The first spiders crawled out of the burrows, dozens of them at a time. They were the size of dogs, with 8 legs and tiny hairs covering all of their bodies. Each was squat, with longer, bent legs that ended in long claws made for digging through the ground. Ryun prepared himself as they came, and pulled on the essence around him. The air moved, and the essences of nature, of shadow, and of everything else that surrounded him moved too. He wasn't reaching for anything particular. He just pulled everything as he settled into a breathing form. Months spent trying to figure out how to control unbound essence around him, experiments, both alone and with Tully, had borne fruit. He didn't need to breathe. In reality, he actually couldn't. It was more of a mental state that was aided by the motion of him breathing air into his body. It served the same purpose. As he opened his mouth and inhaled, while his body didn't have lungs, it mimicked the body of a human on the surface and just beneath. He had a throat, but the walls weren't flesh. They were void and stillness. He had tested things with Tali and others to figure out how things worked. He still had a mouth and a throat, a hollow going halfway down his chest that held air. When he talked, his body reacted, and the walls of void and stillness vibrated, affected the air, somehow mimicking what vocal cords did to produce sound. It was an essence reaction that he didn't understand, but it just showed how different things were in the infinite realm in reality. The effects were the same, they just didn't happen in the same way. Everything was essence, and reactions could seemingly happen between essences in ways that wouldn't be possible in his old reality. Still, he inhaled by pulling in air essence into his body through his mouth, more than what he was gathering all around him. He sent it down the hollow in his throat, down into his body, where the void tried to consume it and the stillness tried to halt it. He expanded his chest in the memory of reaction. It wasn't important what was happening. The breathing, the form was more than that. It was a mantra, in a way, to teach a cultivator how to move chi. Ryun had just applied it to the essence. It made things easier. The first of the monsters came out of their hidden burrows, their strange bodies rushing him with an unnatural-looking gait. Hoxo Warrior, Tier 13. A monster stabbed its hollow fang in his direction, and a line of web-like substance shot out straight at Ryun's back. He sidestepped it, still focusing on the essence he was pulling in and gathering just at the surface of his body. He struggled to keep it there without it entering his body, struggled to make it move in a pattern that he wanted it to move in. A few more monsters attacked from a distance, as dozens more rose from the ground, gathering. He moved, his sense telling him where the attacks were coming from. He was fast, strong. Just the armor alone gave him insane stats. Then the monsters decided to make a real attack. A dozen of them leapt, their front limbs extended and claws ready. Some fired their web-like substance, while others just keened in eerie tones. This time Ryun didn't move. Instead, he finished preparing the technique. As they nearly reached him, he unleashed a final end. The essence of the forest around him blasted out in a sphere. It hit the monsters and sent them flying back. It was mostly air essence, but there was a lot of other essence there, too. The effect was unimpressive. It wasn't even close to what he could do with the void. It was just a blast of essence in its natural state. It wasn't like chi, which had been cultivated by his own power, and thus able to change form so as to be liquid, crystal, or mist. No, it was just a blast of essence, air and dirt, shadow and cold. He couldn't reach out to the unbound essence and order it to do whatever he wanted it to, but he had learned how to do his own techniques, or some of them, at least. The monsters recovered, and more joined the glade. Hundreds of them were now charging him, while thousands were still crawling through the burrows, heading for the surface. His first task was done. He could use essence quickly enough in combat, not as quickly as techniques, of course, but fast enough that he could make use of it. Now he turned to his core and pulled on his void chi. The monsters attacked again, spraying him with threads that were supposed to bind him. He triggered his mantle of gathering twilight and increased his strength and dexterity along with his wisdom. He moved, walking through the air as he shaped steps of stilled air. It cost him less chi to use stillness in this way, but the essence that his stillness chi touched didn't stay still for long, unlike his void, which could remain in a solid state longer. Stillness didn't consume other essence, but rather attached itself to it, robbing it of the ability to move, to react, holding essence still for as long as it had the energy to do so. He ran across the glade, not going too high, but high enough that he could avoid the threads that the monsters shot at him. Then he shaped techniques. He sent 3 threads of his void chi outside of his body, just above his head, and then channeled the fourth into his focus of indomitable might. His perk allowed him to channel as many techniques as he wanted, at the price of an increased cost after the third. Quickly, 3 orbs of black and violet, the size of pearls, appeared above his head, and a technique charged outside of his body. It was hard to focus on the 3 of them outside of his body, but he had practiced. He had other techniques that he could use to create things at a distance. It wasn't anything more complicated than shaping spikes away from his body. Still, he tied off the threads and the links to his conduits, and then kept the techniques from activating with his will. A Hoxa that was larger than the others leapt, high enough that he could touch him, and Ryun fired his techniques. 3 beams of twilight cutting void flicker, thin as one of his fingers, blasted out, splitting the air for just a moment and bisecting the leaping monster. He saw that one of them missed, and he cursed. Aiming just with his willpower was harder than he thought. I should use my target mark skill next time. The techniques were short, the amount of chi that he had tied off tiny compared to what he was channeling inside his body. He aimed with his hand at the mass of monsters below him and fired a beam through his focus. It was an older version of his technique, a beam of void as wide as his spread hand. He cut through dozens of monsters as he swept it across the glade, and moved his chi out of his body to shape 3 more flicker orbs, as he had come to call them, above his head. He grinned as he felt the battle finally draw him in. He had missed this feeling. With a smile behind his armored face, he leapt, moving from step to step and firing attacks at the monsters below. Chapter 55. Training. Tali watched from above as Ryun moved through the glade, leaving dead monsters everywhere he went. At first he stood high enough up that they couldn't reach him, but by now he had gotten lower, just a meter or so above the ground. That gave the monsters a chance to strike at him, and a few even had, though their attacks couldn't so much as get through his armor. He was unleashing techniques with every passing moment. By now he had timed his techniques in such a way that he always had 3 orbs above his head, creating a new one just as another fired. She could see why he called the technique a flicker. It lasted for just a split of a moment, so fast that most might miss it. He was using his focus to fire the same stage of his technique now, and she could see that he was trying to switch his stats around in bursts, putting everything into dexterity and strength when he fired his flicker. He was probably trying to kill as many of the monsters with it by flicking his hand fast enough to cover a large area before the technique ended. He had sacrificed the continuous effect for speed. She knew that he had tried to extend it, but to get a beam of such speed required a rapid discharge of charged chi. They had tried to tweak the technique, but were unsuccessful. If he wanted a continuous effect, he needed to sacrifice speed. Soon he was moving through the thousands of monsters trying to overwhelm him. Looking at him now, she couldn't help but think that his sensory skill truly was unfair. He was leaping around, looking as if he was jumping on air, which he was, wearing heavy armor that he obviously didn't know how to properly move in. He looked clumsy, his movements untrained, and yet they weren't exactly wrong either. His skill, enhanced adaptation, let him correct himself. She doubted that he even noticed it. Every time he made a step that threatened to put him out of balance, his body corrected itself. It adapted. It didn't work just on his body, but rather on his entire being. Such passive skills were always incredibly powerful, even though they might not seem so from the outset. He was adapting to a new style of fighting incredibly quickly. She could literally see him improving as he was fighting the monsters. The horde of monsters wasn't a true test, of course, as he had always been good against hordes of enemies. The only thing that they'd changed to his approach against such opponents was that now he tried to keep his distance. He always kept himself at a range that let him use his techniques to the fullest, but also let him stay far enough away that they couldn't touch him. The times of him using his physical stats to overcome opponents were gone. They'd based his style on one thing and one thing only: survival. The less he got hit, the more chi he had available to throw at his opponents. He wasn't killing many of the monsters. His beams were cutting through them, but he was killing dozens at a time at most. Thousands more were waiting for him to make a mistake and land a blow. Then she saw him stop using void and switch to stillness. A Haxa was soaring through the air. The monsters had started building web-like platforms to get more height, to get closer to reaching him. He had played around with void enough, had gotten a good sense of how to tether techniques outside of his body in combat situations and what that would afford him. With his sense, he could fire them in any direction, could cut apart anyone coming his way without needing to move his body or fire from his hands. Aiming was an issue, but he just needed to learn how to rely more on his skills for that. Now, as a Haxa neared him, he switched his chi type and shaped a different technique. With a twilight shaping cast, he created a small box of space filled with stillness chi, the area the Haxa was passing through. All essence that his stillness touched came to a stop, anchored in space. The result wasn't at all what he had expected. He hadn't practiced this against monsters. He hadn't practiced them against anything living, but only against Tali's techniques. He had missed, or half-missed at least. His box was off-center, and he had caught only a third of the Haxa in it. What happened was that a third of the monster was stilled in place, and 2/3 of it weren't. The monster screamed, flapping with 6 of its legs in the air, and a crunching sound happened the moment his technique caught it. But now he saw flesh bulge, blood start to seep through its orifices, and within moments the monster died. It was hanging up in the air with a third of its body frozen and pristine, and the other 2 were a mess. Ryun's mind was faster, thanks to his perks, allowing him time to think during situations such as this. What had happened? Well, it was easy to imagine that he had managed to still part of its body while it was moving, that its momentum had torn its organs as it came to a sudden stop. But more than that, this monster was flesh and blood. Its blood circulation had been interrupted, and its flesh had ripped itself apart as muscles that were half-stilled tried to move. He had caught its backside, severing bones with the momentum of its leap, and maybe its spine, too, if what he was sensing even was its spine. What had happened probably didn't matter. What did was that he could do it in the first place. Could he just still someone's heart? Could he stop blood from trying to enter an area where essence was stilled, hitting a wall and not having anywhere to go? Would that just rupture veins, or would it simply slow, with nothing beating to pump the blood? Or would a person with their heart stilled just rip themselves apart if they moved while another part of them was bound in place? He would need to practice all of that, but not now when he was in battle. He would need a much more meticulous way of testing. Already he had a suspicion that the tier of chi and the power of the target would have something to do with how much he could still them. He doubted that he could just affect Tali's body like that. His chi would have to penetrate through her body, her chi. It wouldn't get far. He switched to his branch technique as the stillness chi ran out and the monster fell to the ground. A dozen of the monsters were mid-leap, and he released another technique. The field of Twilight's calm hit all of them. This was a significantly less targeted blast of stillness, and not nearly as intense. It was like he had thrown a curtain of mist at them. The monsters he had hit slowed in their leaps, the air around them stilling with the outer layers of their bodies, but nothing as extreme as what had happened before. He moved, walking on air, pushing through the stillness chi he had filled the area with, and getting out of their range before the effect was over. A few moments afterward they were moving again, but he could tell that the technique had done some damage. The monsters fell to the ground, some colliding with one another, then became disoriented. Before he had a chance to do anything else, the ground shook, and just as his narrowed sense caught something beneath the ground, the monster ripped through the dirt, sending scores of the smaller Haxa flying. Horde Queen Haxa, Tier 18. The much larger Haxa had only 4 legs, all muscular and long, with wicked claws tipping 6 fingers. She was as large as a school bus, and, akin to the smaller Haxa, had a triangular head with a hollowed-out fang at its front. The main difference were the legs, and the spiked tail on her back. She bent her legs and then jumped, spraying something that wasn't at all like the web-like threads of the males, but instead something like a geyser of liquid. Ryun wasn't about to let that thing touch him, so he used Pouncing Rush to move out of the way. He lowered the effects of gravity on himself, allowing his body to move faster and farther into the air. Once he was high enough up, he stopped his momentum and then completely nullified the push of gravity on his body. He stood high in the air, watching as the monster landed and turned to look up above. He grinned as he saw more queens jumping out of the ground. This was what he had been waiting for. He pulled out a javelin and then pulled on his chi. Tali watched as Ryun pulled out a javelin, a copy of the masterwork weapon that he had decided on using. Her attention was on him as he started his attack. They had tried hard to find a way for him to be able to do damage at a distance. He was now hundreds of meters in the air above the monsters, too far for them to reach him. He could probably fire his flicker technique and hit them, but that technique had limitations. Against more powerful opponents, it wouldn't quite be enough, not at such a distance. Some would be fast enough to avoid it, whereas others would have defensive techniques that could guard against it or else deflect the attack entirely. His only high-damage move was his main path's fruit technique. His cut skill and perk were strong too, but ultimately they were mid-range attacks and better left as an ace in case he got surrounded or someone closed the distance with him. No, they had decided on something else, something that most would consider insane, but Ryun, as always, was unfair. She watched as he moved his chi and pushed it all into the javelin, shaping the technique at the core of the weapon. The masterwork weapon was filled with chi, something that it was never meant to channel. Violet cracks spread through the weapon. It was becoming unstable, but its durability was increased enough that it would survive for a few more seconds at least. Plenty of time, it seemed. Ryun pulled his arm back, and she saw him aim, still pushing the chi into the weapon and probably using his targeting skill. Then he threw it with great strength. He had most likely moved some of his other stats into his physical stats, as the glowing javelin flew through the air and hit the monster queen in the back. The javelin pierced the flesh, and then it gave out. The metal handle cracked fully, and the technique was released. A sphere of black and violet expanded, a final end. 100 meters of the forest became a crater filled with nothing, the queen and all of the monsters surrounding it nowhere to be seen. With many of his stats pushed into wisdom, his technique was one of the most destructive things Tali had ever seen. It wasn't as strong as some out there, but it was close. Ryun had charged the technique fully. It had taken him more than 10 seconds to fully charge the technique, compared to the 8 that he needs when doing it in his body. probably because he had been pushing chi just through the conduits in his arm and then shaping the technique outside of his body. She still couldn't help but wince every time he threw one of those javelins. It was hard to remember that they were copies. 2, it was one of the first things that new formation masters learned how to do. A formation, at its core, was just a more developed and specialized technique, bound in an object made to hold it. Most things simply weren't made for things like that. Techniques couldn't last in them, or, as she had just witnessed, the objects broke down if the chi pushed into them was something destructive, like void. No one would do anything like this, ever. A masterwork item was the lowest rarity item that could survive Ryun's technique, and it was only because his awakened forge increased the durability of his items by a high margin. Still, it could only last for a short period of time, though she doubted that even many eternal items would do much better. Destroying a masterwork item just to throw a melee-range technique at a distance was ludicrous, and yet Ryun had his copies. His awakened forge let him treat items as disposable things. Even the armor that he wore was a copy. She could go down and unleash one of her most powerful attacks, destroy his armor, and he would just pull another set out of his forge. It was annoying, to say the least. Another javelin flew through the air, and the target leapt, evading the attack. But the javelin curved in the air and hit its target, another of the queens, moments later, and another sphere of black and violet flashed into existence. At least he could only have 16 copies, which meant he could use that technique 16 times at a distance. Only 16, she thought to herself with a shake of her head. He was so unfair. Chapter 56. Scenario. Tali watched as the red mist filled the glade, with Ryun at its center. He had spent only a few of his javelins to kill the largest groupings of monsters, focusing on taking down the queens. It took 5 days for his forge to create another masterwork item copy, so he didn't want to spend too many, though of course he had been making copies of this javelin since he had still been in the Empire's territory. He had always used such thrown weapons as a way to reach some enemies. She watched as Ryun focused on using his void beams to kill the remaining monsters, though many were running back into their burrows. They had hit the monster population hard, but they hadn't intended on clearing them fully. Having some monsters in the territory could be beneficial if he intended to make this his home in the future. It might deter people from annoying him. Tali took a deep breath and decided to head down as well and help him out. She shaped a technique and, as she descended, brought the might of the sky down on the monsters. Another few thousand monsters, and a little while later, the two of them were standing on one of the staircase-like plateaus.
"Here, you think?"
Tali asked. In lieu of an answer, Ryun plopped a handful of void crystals into his mouth and hummed.
"Oh, yes, Tali, here would be great," she said, trying to mimic his tone mockingly.
He glanced in her direction and threw another crystal in his mouth.
"Why are you like this?"
she asked him. "I'm still thinking. Don't rush me," he told her. "I want to find the perfect place."
"We've been standing here for the last half an hour, staring at the side of a cliff,"
Tali said, just a tiny bit annoyed. Ryun tilted his head in her direction. "Just because I'm standing still doesn't mean that I'm not looking." He waved a hand in a circle next to his head, and she grimaced.
"Right,"
she said. She still forgot sometimes the insane range that his skill had.
"So, do you have any ideas, at least?"
"I do," Ryun said. She waited, then started tapping her foot against the ground. After another 5 minutes of silence, she finally broke.
And you are not going to share these thoughts with me?
Ryun blinked. I haven't made a decision yet.
And it doesn't occur to you that perhaps I could help you come to that decision?
He frowned.
Seriously, Ryun, you come to ask me advice about all kinds of nonsensical things, but nothing about this?
I ask you about things I know you have knowledge about. I wasn't aware that you knew anything about the best placements for territory interfaces, Ryun said slowly. Tali sighed in defeat.
Even if I don't know anything related, you should still ask. It is courteous,
Tali said. Fine. He waved his hand. So, where should I put it down?
Well, since we are not going to be building anything here right now, probably somewhere hidden,
Tali answered. Ryun nodded. So, one of those caves?
That would probably be a good place.
They started walking toward the side of the cliff where two round cave entrances led into the tunnels below. Some connected to the burrows beneath the forest, but Ryun said that he didn't detect any monsters nearby. It was a good place for a secluded home. They could build a compound on top of the plateaus and buildings over the caves, then expand into them beneath the ground to build some of the things that a sect head needed to have, like a vault, a meditation room, and a secure room for the interface. They walked through the tunnels for a while until they found a small cavern in the side of one of the tunnels.
This looks like a good place, she said.
Are we ready? He asked.
Are you? I'm not the one who's been fighting for the past several hours, she said, looking him in the eyes.
Ryun pulled a potion out of his storage, white with glowing blue particles, and then he downed it. She recognized the chi regeneration potion. It was the greatest advantages that he now had. Zenker had always had potions and elixirs for everything, and Ryun had gotten many of Zenker's supplies. Some, she knew, Zenker had to have spent in battles, but from what Ryun had showed her, there were enough battle potions to last him years of constant battle. I'm ready, Ryun said, and pulled out the town stone.
Remember, Tali warned, we don't know what to expect. Be ready.
They didn't know what the event was going to be. They didn't have a town already built, but that didn't really matter. Most made towns in order to have some defense in case of an invasion event, or just to have a base of operations while they finished it. The two of them, however, were going to claim the territory on their own. There was danger in that, true, but there was also a chance for great rewards. Ryun nodded and then activated the stone. The effect was immediate. Everything around them filled with bright light that lasted for a mere moment. She blinked, and then there was nothing, only blackness. She couldn't see anything, but she knew that it had worked, and that they were somewhere else. There was no flash of light like last time, or at least Ryun couldn't see it. Through his eyes it looked like as if the essence around him had been wiped clean by a curtain of endless blackness, and then, in the same breath, the essence was replaced with essences of a different configuration. There was no light essence anywhere, but that meant nothing to him. The essence all around them was of air, and the walls of thick stone, and there was something else in the air that he couldn't quite identify, an essence of some kind. What was the most intriguing was what his sense told him. They were in the tunnels, similar to the place where he used the stone, with one big difference. His sense couldn't see anything behind the walls around them. He could sense far into the distance, the twisting corridors, even the other tunnels intersecting with the one they were in,
but he could only sense a meter or so of stone around them, and then nothing. It was as if only the tunnels existed, suspended inside a nothingness that surrounded them. It wasn't like he was sensing a void or anything similar. There was no essence beyond the tunnel walls at all. And even the walls were strange. It didn't seem to be related to void, not as he understood it. Void was a force that sought to destroy everything else. It hungered for all other essence. It wasn't an emptiness, an absence of essence, in the way that some might think. It struggled against other essence, it fought, and so there was a balance there. This thing beyond was just nothingness. Before investigating, he pulled up the notification waiting in the corner of his eye. You've been teleported to the testing area, the Den of the Ancient One. Find the one that sings of stone and defeat it. You will be given rewards based on your performance.
It's pitch black, Tali said, and Ryun turned to look at her. He pushed the notification away and nodded. He could still see. He didn't need light, of course, but he saw no light essence, which meant that she wouldn't be able to see anything.
Too bad for the framework that you and I are among the best equipped to deal with darkness.
She chuckled, and Ryun did too. Tali had been blind for centuries, and she had adapted. Now that she was recovered, she could sense her surroundings by the changes in the air. Her range wasn't as large as his was, but her sense wasn't at all weaker than his.
A boss battle, seems like, Ryun said.
Yes, Tali agreed. Any ideas? The air is mostly undisturbed. The ripples of our arrival are painting a map of long, winding tunnels leading down into the ground.
Then he walked up to a wall and studied it for a moment. The essence was high-tiered and dense, far denser than anything he had ever seen before. He didn't think that he would be able to deal much damage to it, if any. I don't think we are underground at all, Ryun said slowly.